Mike Malone and how it ended. He's had three of his assistants in the 10 years he were here became head coaches in the NBA.
Michael Malone was born to be a head coach. So is David Adelman. I really do believe that.
I do too.
That's the way they grew up. So was Bedsy, because their philosophy is where everybody else goes. They follow their direction. And whether it's right or it's wrong, they're going to stand by it. Head coaches that don't have it or can't execute it, and we had them back-to-back with VJ and with Fangio. Now, I'm not saying VJ couldn't, maybe, if he was given some autonomy, but he wasn't allowed to do anything on his own.
You had in a handful
and never mind Hackett was another disaster, too.
But so I was saying, you had 3 guys in a 6-year, 7-year span that you're like, I'm not sure any 3 of those guys should ever be a head coach. And I'll say about VJ,
you might be right.
Listen, I'm not sure VJ should be ever be a head coach, but you know what? I think he's a hell of a defensive coordinator.
We got him.
I would overpay him to keep him. Kind of guys, you know what I'm saying?
Some dudes got it and some dudes don't. Fangio doesn't, but whatever. You guys like him, that's fine. I can't stand him.
He was nice to me.
I just like the dude.
He'd come to Nuggets games all the time. We'd sit there and
loves
talk
basketball.
Oh,
I think he's a
Hates
funny,
hockey.
grumpy old man.
He is a funny.
When Sean got there, he tried hiring you, or was interested in hiring you.
Why you're like the stir?
I'm curious how much you paid attention to that, or
Paid attention to what?
You paid to potentially going back there as coordinator.
I didn't.
That's primetime Vic. By the way, Muggle lost his nerve there with the question.
Oh yeah. You know, he's Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino, right?
Yeah, the Muggle started off. The Muggle started off strong, being a shizzle stir. He started there strong.
Yeah,
and then he got confronted.
Next thing you know, is faded blue jeans are starting to stain down the middle, right?
Clearly. All right, let's look at the Eagles.
You listen to what I asked.
I mean, he'd really outplay it one more time. The stammer was a real thing once Fangio got in his face.
When Sean got there, he tried hiring you, or was interested in hiring you.
Why you're like the stir?
I'm curious how much you paid attention to that, or
Paid attention to what?
You paid to potentially going back there as coordinator.
I didn't.
There you go. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily true, boys.
Well, I do.
Oh, you don't think Sean would have wanted Vic back here as a DC?
No, that's not what he said. He said he didn't consider it.
He didn't consider coming back.
All right, fair enough.
So I think
do you think Sean would have loved to have Vic back here as a DC?
100%.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I do too.
100%. But I think Fangio was still kind of painful how it ended.
I think Fangio enjoyed getting paid for doing nothing for 1 year and didn't want anything to do with the Broncos after that.
Yeah, as most people would agree.
Yeah.
I mean, Vance Joseph really, in the big picture, kind of came back here pretty quickly in comparison to most situations.
Pretty wild, isn't it? Most guys probably wouldn't do that. But maybe VJ's case was just different. He liked Colorado. He's got Colorado roots. You know,
I mean, the weirdest one of all time was hiring Gary Kubiak to be the offensive coordinator. They wanted Vic to hire Gary Kubiak. Now, that would have been bizarre because that was Gary's football team.
Yeah.
I mean, those were his guys. You want to talk about having 2 chefs in the kitchen.
But I was told he'd have taken that job, but the organization said no to 2 or 3 of his assistants.
That's what I heard.
To bring on too.
Yeah, he wanted to bring Rico and Periani and all those guys.
I heard that too, and that was the deal breaker.
Yeah,
I tell you, Coobs is one loyal dude, man. That is one loyal guy.
He gets that from Mike. That's how Shanahan is too.
It's a good trait overall. It's a good trait. A little bit too much loyalty probably for the Rockies, but Gary's an honorable dude.
Yeah, listen,
great coach.
His legacy's still going on, right? I mean, he's still got guys. I mean, his son's an offensive coordinator. Saw him on TV the other day.
Yeah, that's another dude who was born to be a head coach, Gary Kubiak. No doubt about it. Him and the Elway relationship and everything with those two. That is, boy, you could have a TV show about that
here's
one.
the funny thing about Gary. Wasn't he a backup quarterback in the NFL? Didn't he get like 15 years in himself?
I don't know if it's 15, but it was a good chunk. You know, he was drafted in the same draft as Elway.
Yeah.
He was in the 7th round. He was like, you know, the...
No, he didn't get that many. Maybe 10. I bet he got 10, though, didn't he?
Probably.
He was Trevor Siemian, basically. You know, I think Trevor will probably jump right to being some sort of coach, too. I don't know if he has the leadership qualities that Gary has, but, you know, he was that guy.
You know, Gary's coaching tree, it's not like Mike's, but he does have some guys. You know, Brian Callahan would be one, who obviously is on the hot seat right now. His son, who's coordinator out in Seattle.
What's his other son doing then? He's got 2 boys that are doing stuff, right?
I don't know.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I don't know. Robert Saleh was with him for a little bit there. And then technically speaking, you know, Gary had his hands on Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, and Matt LaFleur before Mike did. Now, Mike's going to get credit for those guys, and deservedly so, but they got their first start down there in Houston.
Yeah, Clint Kubiak is with the Vikings, and Clay Kubiak is, let's see where he is. I got him listed with the 49ers. Is he the offensive coordinator for the 49ers? Yeah, that's what I got him listed at. Is that right?
I don't know.
5th season with the 49ers team, offensive coordinator, so he's like a Joe Lombardi sort of thing. Like, you know, Kyle's doing it all and plays out there.
From Kyle, right?
Yeah, and Clint's there with Minnesota still, because Gary was with Minnesota there for a little bit too, I think. So, yeah, you're right. Yeah, great. You know, your own kids are good. That's for sure. All right, let me give you some number with the Eagles. Well, first, let me ask you just what you think about the Eagles in general. When you think about the Eagles and you've looked at them just a little bit here.
You got to play perfect ball, man. They've played 4 games that were tight scores, 1 score or less. I think 2 of the scores were 4 points or less, and they're well-rounded, right? So are they playing perfect ball? No, they're not. Has Saquon Barkley been a little bit quiet the last couple of weeks? Yes, he has been. Do I think that our defense matches up pretty well with the Eagles? I hope so. But I do know this. Good luck finding a weakness on that football team. Like when you're looking at the Eagles, you're going to be like, okay, they're good, but are they elite in this? Okay, well, they're good in that also, but are they elite? And then you're going to go down the list. You're going to be like, okay, well, they're good in absolutely everything.
Yeah, you know, Muhammad Ali, didn't he say years and years ago, or somebody said it talking about him, that to be the champ, you got to beat the champ, and they're still the champs.
Sure.
And what they've shown you really in the first 4 weeks, or 4 weeks winning close games, 1-score games, all 4, they don't beat themselves. And that's what good teams do. You know, I look at Kansas City, everybody go, oh, they're terrible, they're down, they're terrible, they're down. They're playing in the Super Bowl.
Let me give you
pretty good for a terrible team.
Some remarkable numbers, both pro and con. For the Eagles. Offense, red zone percentage. This is amazing. 100%.
Jeez.
Whoa.
Oh, hold on.
And against Denver's like what, the second best red zone defense?
Mm-hmm.
Qualify that. Does that mean touchdowns?
Yes.
Jeez.
How about that?
Oh, that's stupid. 4 games?
Yeah,
that's how you don't lose.
100%. Yeah, that's touchdown.
That's how you don't lose.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, they get inside the 5 with the first down, they're going to score.
They get inside the 20, they score. But the thing is, their offense, now check this out. Rushing yards. You said Saquon Barkley.
He's had less than 50 yards in the last 2 games.
He has 237 total yards. J.K. Dobbins has 323. I bet you wouldn't have that on your bingo card after 4 weeks. They are 16th in the league in rushing. Excuse me. Guys, they are 31st in passing. So they are mid-rushing and way below average just in net passing.
That's why Drew Brees called it a boring offense to watch.
Oh, I gotcha. But they finish. So despite a mid-running game and a below-average passing game.
But you know what they do?
They are 7th in the league in points.
Even with the struggles in passing and being middle of the league and running the football, what they do, why do they have success? They stay on schedule. They go from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 6, 2nd and 6 to 3rd and 3.
Guess how many interceptions Jalen Hurts has thrown?
0.
1 turnover, a fumble lost. 1. They're +4, tied for 4th, positive, giveaway, takeaway. They're 7th in time of possession. They don't make mistakes, and they grind you out.
Mm-hmm.
They're not a dynamic offense, but if you're efficient, they average 27 points a game while barely being able to run it and not very good at throwing it. But they do not make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line.
At home this year, they're averaging almost 33 minutes of possession time offense. So they may be down in scoring or running or whatever, but boy, they don't give you the ball. No turnovers.
Is their defense exceptional?
I think it's middle of the pack too, isn't it?
Scoring points per game, 15th. Rushing yards allowed, 21st, 126 rushing yards. Passing yards allowed, 17th, 207. They do have 3 picks, which is pretty good. They've recovered a couple of fumbles, so they're +5 in takeaways. This is good. That's tied for 10th in the league. It's good, not incredible. Do they rush the passer? Great. No. They only have 5 sacks. They're 26, and the Broncos don't give up sacks. Third down percentage, 14th. It's just kind of okay. There's nothing about this team that just like jumps off the page.
Yeah,
However, in the red zone, they're 3rd in the league. So they allow you to move the ball wherever you kind of want, and then they get stingy. And they don't allow, they figure it out. These guys figure it out. So what kind of team is that? What kind of coach is that?
So they're 3rd in the league in defensive red zone, and they're 1st in the league in offensive red zone.
Correct.
And then, you know what that equals? Forget all them other numbers.
4-0.
4-0.
They're a clutch damn team.
Yeah.
They are a clutch team.
If you don't beat yourself and you're able to move the football and you hold them to field goals and not touchdowns, which no one's been able to do, and you score touchdowns and not field goals, but not a lot of teams have been able to do against them, you can win this game.
Give me a number that you think you can let them score and you can still win.
21.
So I was going to say that was the number I had. 20 to 23.
I was going to go a little higher and say 24. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, 20.
Well, I mean, you're assuming a lot there. You're assuming that we're going to be able to score a lot on the number 3 red zone defense.
Well, I'm just talking about them scoring.
I know, but I mean, if you let them score 24 points, that means we got to score 27.
I know.
And that means we're going to have a lot of success against the number 3 red zone defense.
And that's why it's a tough pick to make for the Broncos. But it's not impossible. It's not impossible. It is, they are 4-0. It's all one-score games. It's by the skin of their teeth. But they're a clutch team. They are a clutch team with serious experience. But they're not like the machine that I thought. I hadn't really looked at them. They're not the machine I thought they were.
Well, they've given up a lot of points. One of those 4 games, they gave up a lot of points, didn't they?
I don't think so.
The most they've given up is 26 points to the Rams.
Yeah.
So they won 24-20, 20-17 over the Chiefs, and that was to the Cowboys, 24-20. 20-17 to the Chiefs, 33-26 to the Rams, and 31-25 in a really tight game to the Bucs. So you got to figure out how to score at least 25 points against this team, and that ain't easy. And they've had some tough opponents. I mean, wow. That is an impressive 4-0.
They've had a championship start of the season.
No doubt about it. I mean, those are all Cowboys. We'll see, right? Who knows? The Cowboys just put up 40 on Green Bay. Hard to pick the Broncos in this one right now, but not impossible. So What's your feeling right now, today, Wednesday, early?
I just hope the Broncos put up a good fight. And if you put up a respectable fight, I'll walk away feeling encouraged. I don't expect Broncos to win, if that's what you're asking.
That is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to win it, but I think they could.
Yeah.
They're going to have to play.
I bet it comes down to something in the last 2 minutes, and it's right around that 23-24 point. It's something like that.
Well, I think they're going to have to play like they did against Cincinnati, but I think Philadelphia is going to have more to say about being able to play like you did against Cincinnati because they're a better team.
All right, Jeff Lake.
I think you got to make Jalen Hurts beat you with his arm. I don't know if he can.
Well, that would be their weakest part of their offense. 31st in the NFL.
I mean, he hasn't had to.
Yeah.
They're 4-0, and he hasn't had to do it.
Although he made a couple plays to who was it? The guy that reads the books on the sideline.
A.J. Brown.
There's
something weird going on with A.J. Brown, though.
Let's get into that. Yes, there is some weird A.J. Brown stuff going on, and we can talk about Vic Fangio and kicking balls. The eighth grader in me just wants to have fun with,
Yeah, go ahead, Nate.
just,
You and Nate.
I'll let Vic speak for himself on that, and we'll give you the A.J. Brown stuff. Jeff Legwall joins us after 1 o'clock. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, it's time to let you know who's in the groove in terms of Denver Broncos players. Start anywhere. Start here, go anywhere. That's Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Tyler, who stood out for you? Who's in the groove lately for the Broncos?
Obviously, got to start with J.K. Dobbins getting 100 yards. Bo Nix got back in the groove. Nick Benito stays in that groove.
Yep.
Jonathan Cooper stays in that groove. You know who's in the groove?
Who's that?
Garrett Bowles is in the groove.
Well,
You didn't hear number 91's name called, did you?
offensive line's been great.
Trey Hendrickson, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL.
By the way, I went back and saw some of the on our oh my god, our center. Help me,
Wattenberg.
yeah, Wattenberg. Did he earn all those penalties that were called? Okay,
No, absolutely not.
all right,
There were some really dumb penalties called.
right.
Both ways.
Stupid refs. All right, there you go. Thank you to Groove Toyota on South Broadway, GrooveToyota.com. Well, you hope that drama, and we'll get to Vic and the kicking balls here in a second. Nick Sirianni believes A.J. Brown wants to remain with the Eagles. When asked for comments about him, the wide receiver had cryptic tweets following their win over Tampa Bay with just 2 catches for 7 yards on 9 targets. Brown posted a quote from the Bible: "If you're not welcome, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene, shrug your shoulders, and be on your way." This is a 4-0 team. This is reminiscent.
Dude, they had stuff like
This
this
is a
going
wide
on last year.
receiver.
Remember when Brandon Graham was he voiced, who was it? It was some beef with Jalen Hurts. They weren't even talking. Do you guys remember this last year?
Mhm.
And
Yes.
Brandon Graham was talking about it in a public forum.
Yeah.
Nobody even knew about the drama until Brandon Graham started talking about it.
Remember when Emmanuel Sanders and the Broncos were undefeated? And it was like, there was griping about, not getting enough targets. And the Broncos were like 3-0. It's a weird thing to hear gripes when your team is undefeated. I mean, when you're undefeated, you got to
Well, here's your first no dumb question. Does it not always seem that the gripe on an undefeated season always comes from a wide receiver?
It feels like that.
I mean,
That's
always-
who they are, I guess.
this is standard operating procedure right here.
Obviously, AJ is important to this football team, said Sirianni. I know he wants to contribute and do the things he's capable of doing. He wants to contribute into these wins. He's had a couple of games where he hasn't been able to for different reasons. I question nothing about his desire to play great football or being a great teammate or his desire to win or be here. So that's Sirianni. So he's giving him a pat on the back. And is this just a lonely diva meltdown that should not even be paid attention to?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you got to be careful what you ask for, right? You're unhappy on a 4-0 football team because you're not getting enough targets. Hey, you can go down to the Saints and get a lot of targets if that's what you really want.
Yeah, to me, this is diva wide receiver.
I mean, a really talented guy, obviously.
And a way to say out loud, it's not my fault I only had 2 catches. Ain't on me.
Hey, there's going to be some pain playing receiver for Jalen Hurts. It's going to be what it's going to be. You want to talk about a team with identity. I don't think there's any struggle there with the Philadelphia Eagles. I think they know who they are.
Yeah, but if you're a wide receiver with a lot of talent, A.J. Brown's
that's
a
frustrating.
talented dude.
Sure.
Smith's a talented dude.
Sure. But they are paying A.J. Brown a lot of money, though, right?
Yeah.
He's okay. He's doing all right.
I want you to be a leader.
But his numbers aren't going to be great.
But
They're not going to be great.
This, to me, is a big wide receiver, big-time wide receiver, just letting everybody know it ain't my fault.
It was my fault. My fault. They're 4-0.
Yeah,
They just put up 31 points.
But it's not my fault when we got the radio host going, dude, he's getting 2 catches.
I
He's
gotcha.
he's
Yeah,
making
yeah.
$27 million.
Exactly.
He's only got 2 catches.
Right.
Well, 2 weeks
You're right
ago,
about that.
A.J. Brown had a hell of a game against the Rams. I don't know what the exact stat line was, but I bet you had 5 to 7 catches and 100-plus yards.
Do you think they try to satiate and satisfy A.J. Brown this week? And
Well, welcome. You get to do it against Sertan.
Well, let's go. Bring it on, right? Let's go. Let's have that battle. We'll have Jeff Legwald on here in about 10 minutes. Vic Fangio. Now, I'm not a big Vic fan. However, and I'm a giggly little schoolboy with some of the things he's talking about. But his point about the kicking game I thought was really interesting. And he brings up something we haven't talked about at all in terms of why teams have had so much success in the kicking game.
You know what you guys have missed, not just you, but everybody, is, we gave up a 65-yard field goal and a 58-yard field goal. These kicking balls that they changed this year have drastically changed the kicking game, field goals in particular. So it's almost like they need an asterisk here, like it was the live ball era, or the asterisk for those home runs Bonds and Sosa and McGuire were hitting. The way they've changed the ball, the NFL, the kicking ball, has drastically changed the field goals.
Is the shape different?
No, the kicking balls, and you can ask Clay about it when he gets in here, but in years past, the officials would rub them down, or other people would rub them down, and you play with them. Now the balls are in-house all week, and they kick those balls that they've had, and nobody else touches them. I mean, the guy in Dallas is going to hit a 70-plus yarder this year. You can just book it.
Does it change the way you call?
Yeah, I mean, who thought they would hit a 65-yarder the other day? It's drastically changed the game, the kicking game, and the field goal. Guys have longer range than they used to. Kind of like Brady Anderson with the Orioles. And we went from 15 homers to 50 in 1 year.
He used performance-enhancing drugs.
I am insinuating that.
All right, I'll give Vic some credit there. That was pretty funny.
I didn't know anything about that. I mean,
How about that?
I had no idea that there were new balls being used in the kicking game this year.
And Vic says they rubbed their balls all week.
The officials would rub them down.
It was changed a
So
few
does
years,
Scott.
changed a few years ago because one year they had bad kicking numbers, and they basically were bringing out brand new balls every game, and the kickers complained and said they felt funny and blah, blah, too hard and slippery and blah, blah, blah. So now they say, well, it's just kicking. We'll let you guys handle them all week.
Handle your balls all week.
And I wonder if old balls work better than new.
Maybe old balls are better than new balls.
They got a pill for that.
And they seem to work good. The old balls seem to be working fine.
They got an air pump for that.
Yeah. All right, that's the.
And they kick those balls that they've had, and nobody else touches them.
Fascinating. Didn't know anything about it. Had
Pretty
no clue
interesting.
that there were different rules this year. He's really insinuating more than the guys just are able to use the balls they've been using throughout the week. He's insinuating that the ball is actually different, that there's a spring-loaded football now.
They're steroid balls. I mean, he brought up Brady Anderson, who's a famous steroid baseball guy. He is saying the balls are on steroids. What do you guys think? First of all, do you agree? And what do you think?
I didn't. First off, I don't know to whether to agree or to disagree because I didn't know anything about it. But if it's true, I got no beef with it because I think the current iteration of the NFL is one of the most exciting iterations we've ever had. I think it's great. You get past the 50-yard line and you've got an opportunity to score points, man. I mean, it's legitimately in your head, especially you get past that 40, just bank it, man. You're walking away with 3 points. So if it's true, cool. I'm down with it. I have no problem with the kickers using different footballs.
Well, new balls or old balls.
If you just say football, you're going to avoid this issue.
Let's talk to Jeff Legwald. Get his take on the
old footballs.
Footballs coming up next.
Now the balls are in-house all week, and they kick those balls that they've had, and nobody else touches them.
Jeff Legwell will join us in a second. Tyler, when you were playing, what was your experience like when you guys were going against a defending champion, when you had the sort of defending champion sort of thing, whether it was maybe it was the Patriots every now and then, or
when it
whoever
wasn't
Giants.
when it wasn't you.
When it wasn't me.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't return after I won a championship. I rode off into the sunset, so nobody had to face me after that, right? It sounds pretty cliche here, I guess. I don't think it's a big difference. I really don't.
Didn't stand out to you guys.
Not really.
No biggie.
You know, we played the Saints in the playoffs when I was out there in Seattle. That was the Beastquake game.
Mm-hmm.
They were defending champs. It was just another playoff game.
Okay.
Obviously, I can't think of any other moments that I know we played the Patriots. They were probably defending champs multiple other times.
It doesn't even stand out to you.
No. I mean, what happened last year has nothing to do with what's going on this year.
All right, so does it carry over in the NBA?
Oh yeah,
it does.
Yeah,
you can feel it
when you're
playing the champs.
When you're the champ, every game you play, you're and Malone used to say it.
I remember him talking about it.
You're getting the best from everybody because everybody wants to say we beat the champs.
Yeah.
See, I think it's different with like a team with the Chiefs that's just been a dynasty team. Like dynasty teams are different.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, yeah, you know, this one's going to be a little bit different.
Okay. Yeah, because it gotta feel different playing the Chiefs than the Saints.
Of course,
or
it played
Panthers,
different when we
right?
played the Patriots. Yeah. There are moments, but not every championship team is the same.
It is kind of funny though when you look at the Eagles. They are kind of a borderline legacy team going on right now. I mean, you know, multiple Super Bowl appearances and a couple of championships within a short period of time.
Yeah.
Led by a doofus head coach that was playing rock paper scissors. Let's go.
I guess he's fine when you look at it.
Yeah, he was going to be fired like 2 years ago.
Now he's
Year one, he was the laughing stock of the NFL.
They're going to put a statue of Sirianni next to Rocky there at the Art Museum. That's got to be one of the heroes of Philadelphia, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. That's a tough town, though. They'll turn your back on you real quick.
Yeah. Let him go 10-7 this year and see what happens.
Playing in Philadelphia was honestly one of the most fun experiences in the NFL. It was challenging, don't get me wrong, and it sucked when you were not playing good football. But when you're playing good football and you go out to Philadelphia and you get that fan base to start booing on their own team in the first quarter, you'd just be sitting there on the sideline chuckling. Where are we right now?
So they would beat up their team worse than any other home crowd would beat up their own home crowd?
Not even close. Really? There is no team even comparable.
So they would... That is pretty funny, man. Like, so they would save the... Well, how was it targeted at you guys, the opponent? Well, or was it? Are you guys just kind of?
It's a loud, raucous crowd. That I mean, if they got it going on, it could be an intimidating place to play.
But it's more about their own team, and if they don't like it, they're getting after it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's pretty funny. I've heard some boos at Empower Field, Invesco.
Yeah, but you got to
Sporting Goods Park, whatever it was.
And I don't always love that, but I'll say this about the Denver crowd. You got to earn the boos from the Denver crowd. You know, like they're not just going to boo to boo. Like
no.
You got to been bad for a hot minute.
No, you got to have like a 0 quarterback rating, be down 20-0 if you're Peyton Manning and walking off the field. Then you get some boos.
I wish that one didn't happen.
Yeah,
that one bothered me. That was a weird deal, man. Peyton Manning breaking the all-time passing record, and then he gets booed off the field 10 minutes later.
Strange game, right?
You would not believe the conversations going on the sideline. Like we were ticked off at the crowd.
Yeah,
we were.
Yeah.
I mean, multiple guys. You just go walk up and down the sideline. You'd look at people looking up at the crowd, just give them the stink eye. Like, really?
Mm-hmm.
You're booing him off the field? Like, let him walk off. Like, we understood him getting benched or whatever, but like, let the dude walk off with a little grace.
Yeah. I mean, he shouldn't even have been playing, but if you don't...
He should have broke it the week before in Indianapolis.
No, but if you didn't get the eye poke from Aqib Talib, you probably get it. I don't know if you beat Indy, but if Aqib doesn't poke those dudes... That was the craziest drive ever. 50-yard drive.
It was like a 15-minute drive.
Well, it was actually 6 minutes and change because it was so ridiculous, and they took a knee. Think about that for a second. You get the ball at midfield, and you can drive less than 50 yards and sit on a knee to kill out the clock. Like, how do you not turn it over, score, feel, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's such a weird circumstance to be able to do that. And it was Talib poking the dude in the eye. I'm not saying the Broncos win that game, but if Talib doesn't poke the guy in the eye, Manning certainly breaks the record right then and there in Philadelphia, one way or the other, because he only needed 6 yards.
Right.
So he plays in a game he shouldn't have played, and he gets a 6-yard little dump out, but I think it was CJ caught it, maybe. I think, or was it not CJ?
I don't
forget.
remember.
Right. It was for all that, it was kind of an innocuous sort of non-monumental sort of thing that happened because it happened early. There wasn't anything fancy about the pass. It was kind of forgettable. And Manning should have been playing. But those are some of the Broncos' memories. The other booing is...
Technically, it was not an eye poke, just for the record.
Oh, what was it?
He poked him in the forehead.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He missed his eyes?
No. He claims he was never aiming for the eyes.
But he was doing a Three Stooges move, wasn't he?
It was a 2-finger poke to the forehead.
All right. Well, again.
Well, that's all because the guy was like this.
A little curly. All right, Jeff is running a little bit late here, so hopefully we can get him when we can get him. I do have the
See what Shedeur Sanders did today?
I did not. You want to get into that? Because I was going to play some prime here. But, yeah, go ahead. What do you do?
Well, it's going to be terrible audio because there is no audio. But he did an entire presser. Well, I don't know. Do you call it a presser where they're sitting at their locker? Whatever.
Yeah.
He did a media scrum at his locker. Answered about 5 different questions like a mime. So
what?
Yeah. So not like a mime per se, but he was mouthing the words, but there was no words coming out of his mouth. And then the reporters just kept asking questions, and he kept mouthing the words, but there were no words coming out of the mouth.
Is he a wide receiver?
Why was he doing that?
I don't know.
Well, you should tell. The whole story is Gabriel's starting and Flacco's the backup, not Shedeur.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's what the entire tenor of the questions were.
You know what's interesting about that in the Broncos with their PR people? You can't even talk to any of the backup quarterbacks. Period. The end. I mean, like, all reporter could go off to a backup quarterback sort of on the side, like that thing. But they don't allow you to do that. It's like the focus is on this guy.
I thought
and
you
this
could
guy
talk to
only.
anybody in the locker room.
It's a whole thing, man. It's the culture of the Broncos and what they do. It's just kind of the unspoken rules, man. Not really unspoken. No, do you ever see scrums with backup quarterbacks for the Broncos?
We saw Russell Wilson do one.
Well, we did. But think about that. That was Russell Wilson going rogue. That wasn't, the team wasn't signing off on that.
I want to see the video of Shedeur.
I
Maybe
said,
on one hand, he should just said, "Hey, I'm not answering questions," and maybe it ends there.
Well, I'll give him credit for this. He was being playful. He was smiling the whole time. He had an ear-to-ear smile. So he was doing his best to be like, hey, I'm being a jerk, but I'm not being a jerk.
Okay. How do you feel about that?
I don't think it's a good look for him. I mean, he needs to not make noise. But maybe that's his goal. Maybe his goal is to make noise.
That's who he is, though.
Maybe his goal is to make it clear that he's got an A.J. Brown situation going on.
He's a noise maker.
Okay, so you're watching this. Now just imagine that there's no words actually coming out of his mouth.
I don't know.
So he's literally saying nothing. You can't do that.
I guess one more. I guess what do you think you have to show? Show to the coaches just to have that belief in you that you can be ready.
Okay. And he's just mouthing stuff, trying to be a wise guy. That's a bad look. Just a bad look. It's unnecessary. That's an unforced error right there. You don't have to do that.
Yeah, just say, listen, guys, I'm not talking. I don't have anything to say. I'm a backup quarterback. We're not supposed
Or
to
if
talk.
you're gonna, okay, fine. You could say that.
Yeah.
Be polite. Or you could just answer the questions and be polite too.
But maybe they told him not to talk.
Yeah, but like that's super snark right there.
But is it snark to the reporters or snark to the organization? Who probably said we don't want you talking to the reporters.
Who do you think? One way or the other? You tell me.
I think it's a message to the team or to the organization. Whoever said whatever you do, we don't want you talking to the media. So he's not pushing them off. He's just saying he wasn't talking. But it doesn't make him look good.
I think you're probably right. I think he was probably told not to talk, and that's what he did.
Yeah. I think that's exactly what he did. Now,
Yeah,
it doesn't
I
make
agree.
him look great. Just, hey, guys.
Well, it certainly amps up whatever drama there is.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's good at that.
What a mess, man. What a predictable mess, too.
But it didn't need to be.
I mean, he is just trying to be himself there.
I'll
I'll defend him a little bit.
I mean, can you guys agree with me a little bit, though, for being a jerk? He's trying to put a big smile on his face. He's trying to be like as friendly of a jerk as he could possibly be.
Yes, because he's a fun guy. He's not a bad dude. He's a good guy.
Like in
fun.
his mind, honestly, I guarantee you right there, in his mind, he's just being funny.
Yes, I agree.
And he doesn't even realize that it's going to come across in a different way.
Agree.
Well,
he's being who he is, which we
it
can't.
almost felt like in his first mouth, if you're trying to read lips, he says, "I can't talk." I thought that's what he was mouthing.
I bet you dollars to donuts he had a little wink and a smile with those reporters who he's probably pretty friendly with in the locker room, and it was a big up yours to the Browns PR.
I can't something.
Yeah, we gotta have John Boy read some lips over here. That'd be good, huh?
Well, I think he actually is answering the questions. Like, he's answering the questions, just not mouthing it.
You know what? That'd be great to get like a lip reader or something, or try to actually figure it out.
I guarantee somebody will.
Yeah. Yeah, literally that baseball guy, John Boy, that's what he does. It's awesome. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but he'll take like baseball arguments and he'll slow them way down, and he'll just mouth word for word what they're saying. So get after it, John Boy. Meanwhile, his dad was interesting yesterday, and this was at the very end of the press conference. Did you see that CU got fined $50,000 for the students, chanting whatever they were chanting at BYU people?
I didn't even hear it. I mean, I've seen the videos, and it clearly happened.
Yeah.
But at the game, I'm telling you, I did not even hear it.
I guess it was near the end of the game. I mean,
I stayed for the entire thing.
I didn't catch it on TV whatsoever, but Prime was asked about it right after the game, and I don't think he was aware of it because I don't think he was dodging anything. I literally don't think he was aware of it, but he certainly was aware of it yesterday, and after the whole press conference was over, he came back. He said, whoa, one more thing. He came back to say this.
Let me mention this, and Rick might not want me to mention. I know it was an incident at the conclusion of the game or whatsoever. On behalf of CU, on behalf of our athletic department, we would like to apologize to our opponents from a week ago for whatever derogatory statements were made by our fans. That's not indicative of who we are. Our student body, our kids are phenomenal. So don't indict us just based on a group of young kids that probably was intoxicated and high simultaneously. Maybe I shouldn't have said that as well. But the truth will make you free. But BYU, we love you, we appreciate you, and we support you. God bless.
Now, I talked to my son who was in the student section. Prime might have been right about being high and drunk simultaneously. He might have nailed that on the head.
Your son was?
Well, he tries hard.
Which one did he fail?
I'm joking. I actually haven't talked to him. I'm dying to talk to him and ask him. I have not talked to him since Saturday, so I don't know. I give Prime a lot of credit for that right there, man. That's cool.
That's how you handle it.
Yeah, and I don't know if they did want him to say anything. Nobody really asked him about it. He came out to say it. And
They're not going to listen. He's got the Mongols trained up there. They're not going to ask him anything that could be controversial.
Yeah. Well, he did apologize before the news story came out about the $50,000. What do you think about that, by the way? Getting zapped $50,000 for your students?
By the Big 12 or the NCAA?
I don't know who fined them. That's a good question. I'm not sure.
It was for the Big 12. In one aspect, I'm like, how are you supposed to control your students? How are you supposed to control your student body, the chance that they do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it was not good, and they had to do something. $50,000, honestly, though, kind of a slap on the wrist.
Really?
$50,000?
I don't know what's in the coffers of
college
programs.
If you storm the field, it's 100 and some thousand.
Yeah, 50 ain't much.
Really?
No.
Okay, so no big deal? So nothing.
I'm not trying to say that. I'm just, yeah.
Okay. Well, good for Prime.
But I do think it's a little bit of an interesting precedent finding a university for things that the student body says.
Yeah, that would,
you know what I mean?
Seem like it'd be awful tough for them to appeal it.
Like what the heck's the football program supposed to do about that? How are they supposed to stop that?
I don't know. I don't know. Please don't yell.
Because do you think any of the kids care that we're doing it? That the team got fined $50,000?
No, hell, why would they care?
Yeah, they're drunk and high, as you said.
They're on their way to the sink or whatever fraternity house is next on the hill. They don't care. They probably are a little drunk and high. These games are kicked off at 8:00 at night. We're talking about midnight. Who knows what was going on there? And I don't know how many students were even involved with this. Who knows? But it's an interesting thing. Like, so if I'm sitting in the stands and you can control what I say and what I can't say, what I'm yelling and what I'm not yelling, really?
Right.
It's a slippery slope.
Yep.
You know?
Well, it's the Big 12 trying to show that they don't condone it, but again, that's awful. Interesting.
And in terms of CU students,
A group of young kids that probably was intoxicated and high simultaneously.
I suppose you got to do something if you're the Big 12, right? You can't just ignore it.
well, that is funny. And you were there at the end of the game.
I was there the entire game.
And you did not notice anything.
Not 1 second.
All right. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, there's only one dealership you need to go to. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, the best inventory, the best customer service. You're going to have a fantastic experience. You're probably going to walk away a customer for life, just like I did after I bought my first car my rookie year. The only dealership that I ever need to deal with. They've always got the vehicle of my dreams, and I always get the best price. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to get the best price. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You don't have to drive all over the state of Colorado. Just go to Phil Long Ford. They've got incredible customer service. They're going to treat you with respect. They'll get you in, they'll get you out, and you're going to get the best price. Keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right, Jeff Legwold will join us here in just a couple of seconds. One thing I didn't talk about by the numbers with the Eagles is their special teams. They got a good punter, first in the league in punting. That's cool. Kickoff return average against, they cover pretty well, third in the league. And they haven't missed a field goal. So isn't that interesting? They have not missed out on a red zone offensive opportunity. They haven't missed a field goal. And they've taken a couple of back, and they block field goals. They got a couple blocks going on there. So this is, boy, oh boy, they are just a super steady, not spectacular. They are a very good, boring team. That is probably a great way to put it. They're a grinded out, good, boring team, and that can win, no doubt about it.
They're a do their business team.
Well, let's get the insight from Jeff Legwold from ESPN. Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW, Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. How about that assessment, Jeff, of the Eagles? Very solid, sort of boring, but incredibly efficient and clutch team.
Well, yes, exactly. I mean, I think like all teams who win it, they have the ultimate answer, which is a lot of teams wonder how they'll be in pressure situations or in the biggest moments, but they know. I think it's one of the advantages the Chiefs have right now. They know how they are in those moments, and it's what the Patriots had for 2 decades.
Why do you think the Broncos match up against the Eagles?
I think they match up okay with this version of the Eagles. I mean, they're not nearly as like all Super Bowl teams. They took some erosion, offensive line especially. They're not quite as good up front as they were last year, and it's impacting how Hurts plays. Hurts has really struggled against zone coverage this year. Now, the Broncos don't play a lot of zone coverage, but maybe they look at it and decide to in this one. But they're not nearly as good in the defensive front, and they've had a few more injuries. And I don't think they've quite played as well in coverage as they did last year. I think people are attacking their corners more successfully than they did last year.
For a team that's kind of a quarterback that can scoot a little bit, and you got Saquon Barkley, who we saw what he did last year, they've not run the ball great also. Is that still indicative of what you talked about with the offensive line?
Yeah, I think up front, Scotty, they're just not quite what they were awesome last year. I'm not sure a group played better. And they're massive, but they lost player in free agency, and Dickerson's been hurt and has not been able to play at his usual elite level because he's trying to play through it. You don't get a chance to heal, as you guys know. He's trying to play through it, so they haven't been quite as solid up front. And for that offense, it's got to start there, and they need that to work. The way it did.
A.J. Brown, a little cryptic message, went biblical. He went Dion on everybody this past week, it looks like. But just one target, one catch for 8 yards in that win last week. That being said, how good is he? And is he still a kind of a top 10 guy?
Every personnel guy I know believes he is. And, I think they feel some pressure to find, more creative ways to get him the ball and to get him the ball more often because they know it helps him. But he's been a little easier to take away this year. It's a little easier. Again, they don't have the time to throw that they did. They're not moving people up front the way they did. So that's going to impact, the dominoes are going to fall. And if you're not as good as you were up front, it's going to be tough for everybody else to be as good as they've been as well. And that includes him this year.
Jeff, when you play a team as bad as the Bengals, sometimes it's tough to know how much credence you should give to a game like that. But with that being said, are you buying Drew Lock's Drew Lock? Wow.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
Throwback.
Wow.
Throwback Wednesday.
We already did that comparison.
That was an accident. I swear. I didn't mean anything by it. Are you buying
Thank
the Bo
you.
Nix turned the corner?
Well, Dr. Freud, let me say, I saw better. I mean, we it's a great game to show when your feet are right. You're going to be more accurate. When you're more settled in the pocket, you're going to have more good throws. And I've contended all along, it's his footwork when things go bad or things are tougher for him. And he had much better footwork in that game, and the results were easy to see. And, they blocked it up pretty well. The Bengals didn't provide much pressure. Now Fangio is a totally different element there. I mean, Vic's been around, and he is going to make not Drew Lock. He's going to make Bo Nix, pick away underneath. And both Sean Payton and Bo Nix said after the Bengals game they thought his work underneath was important, and that they were really trying to make that a big part of the game plan. Well, it's going to have to be again, because Fangio is going to force you to do that. And knowing Vic, the way I do and the way he attacks things, he's going to make Bo Nix have to push that ball outside the numbers, and that's where the troubles come this year for him.
When I think of Fangio, I think he didn't have a suit and had to wear pins on opening day. His press conference, he had a hamburger at a steakhouse when trying to hire George Payton. But that wasn't my favorite Vic Fangio moment, not even wearing a Gabriel Landeskog sweater. And when asked who his favorite player was, he goes, I don't really follow hockey, as he's wearing a Landeskog shirt. No, my favorite Vic Fangio moment of all time includes you, Jeff Legwald. Can you remember what that was?
No.
It was a great one.
I don't know.
Vic went on and on and on and on about Teddy Bridgewater having a birthday and birthday.
Oh, okay.
There's Jeff Legwald, and he says at the end of it, it's Drew's birthday too today. Do you remember that moment?
I'm just trying to help people. I'm a helper. Ask any coach I've covered. I'm a helper.
It was such a funny moment, like on and on. And Jeff just goes, it's Drew's birthday too today. Am I getting that story right? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah. No, I recall saying that, but honestly, as you guys know, I say a lot of crap, through the years. So it just pours out of my face sometimes. I can't stop it, but I don't.
Well, listen,
I don't deny it.
When you get that 8-pound head of yours with all that knowledge, sometimes it just spews faster than the mouth wants to work, doesn't it?
I mean, I think it was a great symbol of like what Fangio wanted to do and what he didn't want to do. He didn't want anything to do with Drew Lock, and he liked Teddy Bridgewater. I mean, it's probably as simple as that. And we painfully went through that, fake show of a quarterback competition, Jeff, that particular year. So.
Well, that's, he was not in a great spot for his first head coaching gig that he had waited an awful long time for. But I don't know anybody in the league who doesn't think he's a really good coach. So I guess that's where I come down.
And you said a while ago, too, there's probably not anybody currently coaching that's probably got as much respect as a defensive coordinator than Fangio still also, right?
Yeah, Scott, I think the one thing people respect is, in a lot of ways, Vic's been doing this so long that he could say, hey, this is what I do. I'm not changing, give me the personnel I want and all. But he has adapted through the years, and, red zone especially. Everyone has heisted his red zone package throughout the league and is using some version of it right now. So he's had an impact. It's just one of those things. In another situation, do I think he could be a successful head coach? I do, but that maybe I'm just wrong.
Do they ever put assistant coaches in the Hall of Fame, and has Vic got enough stuff in there to be that?
Well, they're in theory eligible, and I often nominate several, but to this day, no scout or assistant coach has made it through the contributor process, which I think is why the contributor process is flawed. But that's an argument for another day.
The tush push was an interesting conversation. Actually, Jeff, you brought this up to Payton. And I thought his response was pretty interesting. What Sean Payton basically said is it's a quarterback sneak. And no matter what, it's just a quarterback sneak, whether you block it well or not. I mean, what's the difference? So he's pro tush push. Sean Payton is. Jeff asked him about that. Of course, the Eagles, it's all about the Eagles. Where are you with the tush push and what kind of factor that has with the Eagles? And why are they it? Why do they have this particular skill mastered so much better than everybody else?
Well, before it was the combination of the line and the quarterback. They have not been as good at it as they were last year with that offensive line. But, it's unique to them because they're willing to put their quarterback in that kind of mayhem to do it, to have people pushing him from behind who could potentially land on him in the pile at some point. Not a lot of teams are willing to put their marquee player, but, not to get too deep into the weeds on it all, but Hurts' lower body, he's one of the strongest players in the NFL, in his lower body. So he's a unique player who can do this. I think a lot of coaches would look at what happened to Mahomes here, a couple of years ago on the sneak, where he suffers the most significant injury of his career to this point when he hurts the
kneecap,
in the pile. I think that's why most teams wouldn't even consider using it, and that's why they're, it's kind of unique to them. Buffalo uses it a bit, but you got to have a certain kind of quarterback and a certain kind of offensive line to make it work. And I think it's silly to punish people who've innovated and figured something out because you're mad they're good at it. I get real tired of that conversation, but the legitimate part of the argument is it's not always officiated. There's a lot of false starts in there that aren't called, and I think that's the part a lot of people beef with.
All right, Jeff, if the Broncos score X amount of points, they beat the Eagles this week.
I think they need a similar, Bengal outpouring because the Eagles are going to do just enough to beat you. So I think you got to get it out there far enough to make it hard on them because they, what'd they go last week? They didn't complete a pass in the second half. And they still won the game. So
crazy. That's
what you're dealing with right now. They do whatever they have to do to beat you. So you got to make that separation big enough where if they make one play, they still don't have enough to get you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week. It's Jeff Legwald from ESPN, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. What about you guys?
By the way, Jalen Hurts at Oklahoma squatted 600.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Wow.
I never squatted 600.
Wow.
Nope. And they said this thing
Strong
said,
dude.
They said supposedly he did 615 in high school.
Yeah, Scott, one thing tall guys were never good at?
Squatting and benching.
What's the magic number the Broncos have to put up to beat the Eagles? What do you think?
Oh, I think you got to put up 27.
27. Okay.
I would bank on the Eagles putting up 21 to 24 points, and you want to win this game, you're probably going to have to get above your average.
Yeah, I'm right in line with Tyler. I think if you're going to win this game, you're going to have 27 to 31. If your defense is good as it's supposed to be, then maybe you can hold them to 20, 21 maybe. I don't know if they could score 3 touchdowns against you, but they may kick a bunch of field goals. But you also got to control the running game. If you don't control the running game, you're not going to win this game.
The idea of scoring 27, though, I hate to be a pessimist already on a Wednesday because I actually do think the Broncos have got a chance to compete against the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
But I am a bit pessimistic on the Broncos scoring 27 against the number 1 red zone defense in the NFL.
Yeah. How about number 3?
That means you're going to have some big plays in.
Yeah.
Number 1 offense, red zone, number 3 defense.
All right, number 3.
Whatever, same thing. I mean, they're ruthless. They're ruthless when it matters, and they've got great special teams, too.
Denver just a couple weeks ago or last week was number 2 in red zone defense. Where are they at?
They are number 1 in red zone defense.
So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, here's what I'll be stunned by if this is some sort of blowout. I don't see that. The point spread, well, it was at 3.5 yesterday. I'll look up what it is today, but I think that, right around 24 is sort of a magic number. Like that'll be the tipping point one way or the other.
If you control the run game, I'm not sure that they're going to score 21. I don't know if they're going to score 3 touchdowns on you. If you can't control the run game, you're SOL, in my opinion. And as you said earlier, Barkley's had like 50 yards the last 2 games.
Here's the other key. Time of possession matters against the Eagles because if you don't find a way to string together first downs, they're just going to eat that clock away. They're going to wear your defense down. Why are they so successful in scoring? Probably because that defense, by the time they get to the red zone, they're exhausted. They've been on the field for 7-8 minutes. That's tough living. You've got to keep that Eagles offense off the field.
Eagles by 3.5 still today. Probably going to be a tight game. The question is, can the Broncos finish better than the best finishing team in the NFL?
Right. Listen, you've got 2 games. If we're being real honest, you've got 2 weeks in a row on the road. You got to be minimum 500. And if you go like you did on the road game last year, that 2-game road trip, and you sweep it, then you know what? The AFC West is in play, and you got a chance.
By the way, the Broncos did not practice today, Tyler. Would you guys have Wednesdays off after Monday Night Football, or would you guys just have Tuesdays off and you get back to work on Wednesday?
We'd usually be back in the building, but it would be a walkthrough.
So
are you sure they didn't do a walkthrough or anything?
Well, they had a player's day off according to their schedule.
Okay.
So no media day, player day off.
It would definitely be a light day.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly what they're doing. Maybe they are doing something, but it's a day. It's officially a day off. So they had him come in yesterday. I just didn't know what that protocol was.
Oh, they did come in yesterday.
Well, I assume they did. I mean,
I'd be shocked if they came in yesterday, day after the game.
Not for treatment, just look at some film.
That's
every day's for treatment.
Yeah, every day's for treatment. I don't count that.
You don't think like a meeting, like let's look at some, not game plan or anything.
No, well, you're legally mandated to have 1 day off.
Right.
So if they gave them today, I guess maybe today's that day, but you don't usually do much the day after.
Big deal of short weeks, like in terms of preparation this time of year, or you guys rolling pretty much at this point? Like we're good, we're fine.
Never really considered Monday nights short weeks.
No,
no
big deal.
Well, in theory, you don't have to lose a day of work. Now the Broncos are choosing to lose a day of work. It's quick on the body. It's quick to recover. You got to get the extra massage in. Hit that cold tub and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But from a preparation point of view, you've got the same amount of time to watch film and game plan.
All right, we'll get back to the Broncos in a little bit. There's other news going on. Eric Johnson's retirement from the NHL. The Rockies have parted ways with Bill Schmidt. I don't know. He wasn't fired, but he ain't there anymore. We'll get to all of it coming up in No Dumb Questions, plus your questions, 303-504-0925, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T causes all sorts of issues. A low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog. I mean, all sorts of just stuff that just, come on, man. What's going on here? What am I doing? Well, if you're like a lot of men who are low T, within a few weeks, you can have that energy return. The brain fog is lifted. Your sleep improves. It just all gets going for you. That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That's what they can do for you if you take care of that low T. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. They'll schedule a consult with you, draw your blood, and have your result within 30 minutes. They'll review the results and discuss your options. You can make the decision together with their medical team. Cost? It's $99. You get the consult, a T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. So call my friends today with a fantastic location in Castle Rock, 4 other ones up and down I-25. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Do you think the Rockies will hire from outside of the organization now that Bill Schmidt is stepped away?
Yeah, I do. Why? I don't know. I really don't know why it'd be different. Everybody keeps bringing up Walker Monfort, and I'm like, we're giving a son a whole lot of credit that he's going to change all these things within an organization. And guess who he's still answering to? He's still answering to Dad. So how much control, how much influence is Walker Monfort going to have? I don't know. But I do think they've reached the point of no return.
All right, let me give you an example. See how you'd feel about this. Patrick Saunders threw this out there. Thad Levine served with Colorado's front office from 99 to 2005, so only 6 years, before becoming assistant GM of the Rangers, then GM, vice president of the Twins. He left the Twins after the 2024 season. The Twins won 3 AL Central titles, 4 postseason berths while he was there. Would you still consider that a Rockies connection because he worked for the team 20 years ago? Or is that enough distance to be like, all right, you ain't part of the thing, you know?
No, I mean, I think it's an appropriate amount of distance, but I still think it's got a Rockies connection.
There's other, but would that bother you or not?
There's probably enough time and space in between.
All right, here's another guy, Andy McKay. He worked with the Mariners front office since 2015. But he's also served under Jerry DiPoto, who used to be a Rockies reliever and worked in the Rockies front office. So this is like I'm attached to a guy who was attached to the organization. Any beefs with that? Or is that enough distance?
Why does there have to be any attachment?
There doesn't. I'm just bringing up, a couple of the guys that Patrick brought up that are kind of like in that range.
I prefer to have no cousin-in-laws, no mother-in-laws, no brother-in-laws, no second cousins.
All right, then the other one, he lists 3 other guys. John Daniels with the Rangers, no connection to the Rockies. Dayton Moore, another guy with the Rangers, no connection. Wait, nope, no specific connection to the Rockies. And Billy Epler, same thing with the Mets, no significant connection to the Rockies. I think you just stay away from the Rockies completely. Seriously.
Right.
The second cousin to the whatever, forget it. There's got to be something else here. You just got to stay away from all sort of appearances. So that's the next thing.
All right, I got a real life scenario that happened to me the other night. Driving home probably 9:45 at night, and
you're out late.
And get into my house. I know I was out late. Get into my neighborhood, pull onto the street, and how do I say this without? There was a car that certainly did not look like it belonged in the neighborhood.
Okay.
So DMac was driving around checking you guys out.
No Yaris is allowed.
It's parked diagonally across the street. All right. Flashers are on. So you literally have to pull around the dude if you want to go around.
DoorDash.
No.
That's what I would guess.
Okay. Well, he is parked diagonally, flashers on. He's got the door open, and so he forces me to slow down and go around.
Yeah.
I roll down the window, and I'm like, hey, you all right, man? And he's like, you got to jump? I'm like,
not DoorDash.
Not DoorDash.
Stalled out car.
Rough-looking dude. Real, fentanyl-looking dude.
Okay.
Like tatted face to toe, all of it, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I don't have any jumpers. I'm sorry. I apologize. Wish I could help.
Yeah.
He's like, don't worry about it. I got some that'll work.
Oh, I sorry, man. I can't help you. What time was it?
9:45 at night.
How dark was it?
Pitch black.
Oh, forget it. I'll say, hey, I'll call somebody for you.
I mean, does this not feel like the ultimate setup job?
Yeah.
Like parked diagonally across the street?
You would be a moron to help a guy out like that.
Well, I stopped. I stopped.
Is it the same? Are you in the same neighborhood that you got your car stolen out of your front yard?
Yeah.
So you helped him.
Yeah.
He really did have a dead battery.
Hold on.
All right.
I pull up, turn the car around, and in my head, I'm like, you need to reverse this car right now.
What are you doing?
You are about to get jumped. You're about to get robbed. Like
right.
something bad is about to happen to you, right?
Yeah.
So I park the car, flip the hood, and he's like digging in this car for like 5 minutes. I still haven't seen this dude's face. Like I still haven't seen his face, and he's digging in the car looking for something. He comes out, and when he said, I have something that will work, he pulls out speaker wire cable. So I've got a lot of no dumb questions here. Number one, how big of an idiot was I for stop for this guy?
10 out
Number
of 10.
two,
Yes.
if your car is dead, will your flashers work?
Yeah, sometimes.
Maybe. Depends.
They will?
Yeah.
They could, yeah.
Okay, because
the battery
that was like red flag for me. Number 5 was that the flashers were on, and I was like, oh, God, I don't know if the flashers will work.
They may not. It's all about how much charge there is. Sometimes there's not enough charge to get your car going, but other things will work.
Yeah, so he busts out the speaker wire, and at this point, I think my life is pretty safe. Like, he probably would have shot me by now if he wanted to shoot me. He probably would have robbed me by now if he wanted to rob me. But would you have allowed a dude to try to jump his car from your car with speaker wire?
Hell no. I can't believe you did any of this. Like, every single thing you're talking about seems insane to me.
It really, because when you start doing that, you wonder if he just ripped out the speaker wires in his own car. I just wondered if it can hold the ampage.
What are you guys even talking
from one
about?
battery to the next battery? If it
Well, I was really curious if that was actually going to work. Now, the speaker wire was like 4 feet, and he's like, can you park the car a little bit closer? I'm like, hey, bud, it doesn't matter where I park. That thing ain't reaching from my engine to your engine, from my battery to your battery.
Have you ever seen a TV show or a movie?
Yeah.
Like, this is where this goes south all the time.
In my head, I knew I was going to die, but I just like went for it anyways. Like I was like, yeah, you're going to die. Just let's pull over and help him anyways. At least you'll go out as a nice guy. And so now at this point, he's like, can you pull the car up a little bit closer?
Oh my God.
And I'm like, you know what? No, it's not going to reach. I did have jumpers back at the house that I could have brought back to him. But at this point, I get in the car and I go home and I told him, I'm sorry, bud, you're on your own.
Did you call 911 and say, hey, man?
No, I didn't call. I mean, he didn't do anything to me. Yeah, there was no reason for me to call 911. He didn't. But he was a creepy looking dude.
Oh, I'd call 911 right away. I'd be like, hey.
I'm pretty sure he was drugged out.
Yeah, I'd say quirky dude in my neighborhood, needs some help, suspicious behavior, see you later.
Unlike you though, I've never once called 911.
Really?
Never.
You've never called 911?
Never
really?
once
Seriously?
in my entire life have I called 911.
What about creepy behavior in your neighborhood? Like stuff like that? No? Nothing? Just like let it go? We'll just, that's okay? Wait, maybe I step back. Have you guys ever had creepy behavior in your neighborhood?
Yep.
And you didn't think to call 911?
Nope.
Well, all right. Why not?
Some of us can handle it.
Some of you can handle it. What does that mean?
Some of us are prepared, is what Scott's saying.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Oh, so you're
you know what?
you're
I
good
take
to
it
go.
back.
Gotcha.
I called 911 when I was playing in Miami, and I'm watching two guys break into a car.
There you go. That would be some creepy behavior right there.
Across
Why don't you go out there and handle it?
I got my shotgun out, and I had it loaded, and I was ready right there.
All right. All right, Wyatt Earp.
And then I got down in my car.
Yeah.
They pulled out. I followed them.
All right.
And I'm telling
there we go, Superman.
And I'm telling
Batman.
And I'm telling the police what street they're going down.
Look at you, Captain Adventure. Yeah. That's a little fun, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
If I said, well, you can't be speeding or doing that. I said, okay. Well, so they're heading down the 101 or whatever. Street, Brickell Avenue. And then finally a cop came over to talk to me. That's when I realized.
Did you get an assistant badge? Did you get a little?
No, but that's when I realized the frickin' cops in Dade County are jacked.
Okay.
I mean, 2 or 3 dudes came talk to me, and I'm like,
they're ready to go.
They made Tyler look small.
There you go. They're ready to roll.
Went, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you have called 911 for fireworks multiple times. So
you called 911 on fireworks?
Did I call 911 for fireworks? I guess I did, yeah. Yeah, well, that was the only one time, though, but that was like the most ridiculous circumstance of all time. That was absurd what was going on there.
The way you said that, though, like, you guys have never called 911? Really? Really? Like that's normal to just be calling 911?
I lived in Aurora for 20-something years, man. There's things that happen, I suppose, that are Aurora life that aren't Parker life, I guess, So, yeah, I have. But,
But let me ask you another no-dumb question. At the point that I was pretty well convinced that I was actually safe, because that point did come, was I now just being a total a-hole for not driving 30 seconds up the road and coming back with the jumper cables?
Absolutely, positively. Yes. No, you were not.
I mean, at that point, it was clear to me that I was actually safe.
And you had already kind of committed.
Yeah.
And you could have got your preparedness ready.
Yeah.
To go back.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my Lord. I probably would have gone back.
He did have a sweet mohawk, though.
Oh, did he?
It was pink.
I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're prepared. And
I had a similar, but
why would if your car hold on. I got more questions though. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If your car dies, how does it die diagonally across the street?
Maybe he was trying to U-turn, and as he's going, also it died, and then it wouldn't start back up. Was it a stick or automatic?
It was like a 1990 Tahoe.
And maybe because he was on fentanyl, his head hit the steering wheel and it drove into the curb. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of maybe this and maybe that.
Yeah.
There was an incident last night similar. Kid, we practice. Daughter has soccer practice. We practice, and it's after the football team at a high school, local high school.
Yeah.
And a kid, I guess, I'm like watching these guys are doing. They're moving cars around. Kid can't get his. It's a pickup. It's a new pickup. He's had it like 2 days, 3 days. High school kid, so he's probably good-looking kid. Looks like junior, big, but he'd also gotten hurt in practice, and so he's limping, carrying an ice bag around him. He can't bend his knee, and he comes out now. His car won't start, and I didn't even know it till late. And they tried to jump it, wouldn't jump, so probably a bad starter in it. So now here's my no dumb question. So I finally get out, and the kids walked back inside and everything else. And so I peeked in the car because it was an old Ranger, a Ford Ranger that looked like they lifted about 3 or 4 inches. Cool first car if you're a dude, right? And it's a stick. So I asked one of the dads, I go, why don't we just push this thing out? And if it's starter, I think, and this is no dumb question, I think you could pop the clutch even if the starter's bad, and you could get it to start.
Yeah.
At least you could get home.
Maybe.
And what the other dad go, oh, I never thought about that. I'm like, well, I'm the country. I mean, I am a country guy. It ain't the first motorcycle or car we've ever had to push and pop the clutch to get it to start. But this kid wasn't pushing. I mean, he could hardly walk. But then I thought, my heart just bled for the kid. I mean, get your first car, had it 2 or 3 days. You get blasted in practice.
Poor kid.
You can't. I mean, he couldn't walk. Couldn't walk. And then guess what? He came back out a second time, and I could tell he forgot his keys. Maybe when he went back into whatever, and now it's pouring.
You know what? I would have called 911 on him too. Big question of the day coming up next. You'd be prepared. All right, big question of the day. Wow, we have a couple things going on here. Bill Schmidt no longer with the Rockies. Eric Johnson retiring from hockey. Broncos playing the Eagles. Give me a quick hit on all
Dylan
three.
Gabriel starting for the Cleveland officially.
And with Shedeur still being the third string. Give me a quick hit on all those things. Give me your quick thoughts on all those stories, those 4 stories this week. Quick thought on each one.
Encouraged that the Rockies are moving on from Bill Schmidt. He stepped down, but I agree with you. They let him jump off the plank himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So encouraged by that. I guess I'll take a wait-and-see approach to see if they actually do go outside the building or not. I mean, really, we're all sitting here under the assumption that they're going to go outside the building. Would we really be that shocked if they promoted from within? Would we really be that surprised if they did it again for the 100th time?
No.
Not really, right?
I actually would be stunned if they
why?
do it now.
But why?
Because it's been such a big point of contention that's been asked about during the season. Charlie Monfort has talked about it, and even Dick Monfort has talked about it in terms of nepotism. So because the upper branch guys have talked about it both during this season, and it's the most obvious thing that people are critical about with the Rockies, yes,
yeah,
that
but you know
would
what
shock
Dick
me.
Monfort has also said? What does somebody that doesn't play in altitude know about playing at altitude?
I understand, but they did move on from Fiesel, who I understand you said you were pals with, but they did move on with another established guy who was running the team. And I understand, Nepo baby, I get it, Walker Monfort. But everybody I've talked to about Walker says good things about this guy.
Over at same
So
Okay,
I
but can
will
I
give
slow
Walker
the roll
benefit
on
of the
that
doubt.
one also? I got to slow the roll on that one a little bit. Like, okay, I'm sure he is a great guy. And maybe he's got great ideas too. Who's he working for?
Well, that's a good question.
The ownership.
Who's the ownership?
Well, who's the vice president of this company working for?
Okay, you're missing the most obvious thing I'm just trying to get you to say. His dad.
Yeah, but the question is...
He's working for his dad.
But here's
right?
the big question. Will his dad, who's 71 years old, finally just say, okay, I'm really stepping away?
Well, would Jerry Jones?
Jerry Jones would not, no. But
well, listen,
Jerry Jones would not.
if the Monforts want to keep this in family, and Walker turns out to be a guy, and I got a guy that's in the organization who told me, listen, this guy works. He's not afraid to work. He puts in effort. If he doesn't know something, he's asking. So I've heard good things about him. I think he said the other guy's a dumbhead, but I mean,
okay. Let's leave that alone.
Or the other guy was
whatever. It doesn't matter.
One of them did, one of them wasn't.
Okay.
But anyway, if you're going to have an owner, and if eventually becomes the Walker Monfort becomes primary owner in 5, 10, 8, 10, 9 years, and he's actually really hands-on in operation and getting a real feel of what it is, isn't there a possibility that could be a good owner eventually?
Probably that's the way it's going to go. Yeah, they ain't selling the team. The whole sell the team thing is ridiculous. They're not even going to come close to that. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for it. We'll see.
Now,
we'll see where it goes.
I got to throw this out there. So we talked about it yesterday, but Cleveland made it official today. Dylan Gabriel will be the starting quarterback.
And Flacco's the backup.
Since 99, so 26 seasons, the 44th different starting quarterback for that franchise.
Wow.
44th starting quarterback for that franchise. And I got a problem with this one. But and here's my no dumb question. This is something we just have to deal with. You don't realize Dylan Gabriel, you know how many years of college football he played? 6. COVID probably, right?
Mm-hmm.
For 3 colleges.
Mm-hmm.
Like USC, Oklahoma, and Oregon. I'm like,
I don't think that's even that unusual these
but
days.
to me, that's still just weird.
I know, but it's really
6
not.
years is weird. 3, not just name programs, pretty big name programs, right?
Yep.
It's not that unusual these days. I know how
That's
it feels.
weird to me.
Yeah.
DMac's right. I mean, we go down the long list of it. Michael Penix played at 2 places.
But not 3.
Yeah, I mean, I was.
Bo Nix played at 2 places.
But he played 4 for 1, right? He got that 5th year in Oregon.
No.
Simeon Price, who's a running back for CU's on his 3rd big school. It happens.
It's
I know
weird
what
to me.
I know what you're
Still
saying,
weird to
but
me.
it
is weird.
It is weird, and it's the COVID thing because there was an extra year thrown in for everybody. There's everything changed with COVID. Everything changed. They changed the transfer rules. They changed NIL. They gave extra time because of COVID. It changed everything.
When do we bleed out of that?
We're close. Probably next recruiting class, we're done with kids who can play for 6 years. However, the NIL and the transfer thing will never change. And, kids will jump. Kids don't go to college anymore, period. Regular kids don't go to college anymore thinking this is just where I'll be for 4 years. It is seriously for every college kid, as I'm learning, a very much a year-to-year sort of like, let's see how things go. That was never the case back when we were kids. When we were kids, it was like, that's it, man. That's my school. That's where I'm going. Even if I was just a regular student, that just does not exist anymore. So it's just a different mindset. Eric Johnson, I got some numbers for you. And we'll get back to Shadur here in a second. These are the longest tenured, according to Brendan McNicholas, Denver. Now, I am taking out Quebec here, okay? I'm just talking Denver. Helton, 17 years, 97 through 13. Elway, 83 through 98, 16 years. Elam and Nayland, both with 15. And Eric Johnson, with 2 different stints, 14 seasons. That ties Charlie Blackman, Milan Hayduk, Tom Jackson, and Dennis Smith. Is that enough with the championship to get his number up in the rafters?
I don't know. I think it's a great case. I mean, I think, listen, if you really have beef with EJ going up there, that's probably on you. But I do think the Avalanche have set a really, really high bar for numbers that they're putting up there. They've only got 6 of them in the history of the organization. And if you look at the 6 names, I mean, is he in the same category as those guys?
I think he's, as far as a player, I don't think he's as good as Adam Foote, but he's kind of similar. Big guy that wasn't afraid of contact, great teammate. I don't know. I don't know. It just seems like he's been around forever, and I've always been a fan, so I kind of hope it does. But it's kind of like Nayland at center, and we talked to Leggy last week. How do you put a center in the Hall of Fame?
A Hall of Fame, but Nayland is firmly in the Broncos Ring of Fame.
Right, well, because they get it. They understand.
Correct. And I'm not talking about the Hall of Fame. I'm just talking about up in the rafters at Ball Arena. Number 7.
Should more teams, to tie in with this, should more teams do like the Broncos do? Have a Ring of Fame, but make your retired numbers kind of special.
Well, that is what the Broncos do. There's barely any guys there.
Have a Ring of honor, and then you can honor all these dudes. One of the Stasnys, and I know it started with the Nordiques, but I would include that in there. Wasn't one of the Stasnys like great and still has a bunch of records for the Nordiques / Avalanche?
You could be right.
Why not have a Hall of Honor for all these guys and then save the retired number for kind of special?
That's standard procedure in football. Football standard procedure is Ring of Fame and retired numbers are a separate deal, right?
Yeah.
Basketball and hockey, it
should be the same way at CU.
All right. Well, EJ's retired.
What if you're both, though?
Huh?
What if you're both, like number 2?
EJ's retirement presser is Monday at 10 a.m. So
I bet it'll be a banger.
Give a Family Sports.
Yeah.
Second level. Next to the restaurant.
At what time?
10 a.m. Monday.
So,
right around the corner from here. We could easily get to that.
Yeah. So it's on the way, bike way from your house there.
Ring, ring. Sure. Ring the bell. Get on the bike. Nice little ride.
We got to see if EJ will come in the studio that day and sit down with us that first hour.
That will be wonderful. And I can't help but think his career will have us crossing paths. We'll see. We'll see where it goes with EJ. But he did do the hockey game with Connor. He did do that, the DU thing. So
Was he ever the best player on the team in his entire tenure?
No.
Was he ever the best defensive player on the team ever in his tenure?
No. I'm not sure he belongs in the
ever?
same. I'm not sure he belongs in the same category as those 6 names if you're never the best player on your team.
Boy, I got to go back.
Was Adam Foote ever the best player on his team?
Probably not.
Best player?
That's what he said.
But he was the best defenseman.
Yeah, so was EJ for a handful of years.
You're probably right on that. Especially in the beginning when you first got here. You're probably right. I mean, I'm having a hard. They went through some rough times. He was on some bad teams. EJ's career spans the good, the bad, and the good again. So, he probably was to go in that particular direction. All right, the number, the Eagles, when we look at the Eagles and the Broncos by the number, what stands out to you? What gives you hope and optimism playing the Eagles? And we'll get to the Shadur mime situation with Dan and Let's Football Go in just a little bit, being the third string guy still. But when it comes to the Eagles and the Broncos, what gives you hope by the numbers?
I have another thought on EJ, so I can't think right now.
You're stuck on EJ?
Well, was Ray Bork ever the best defensive player for the Avs when he was
No.
here? All right. Here's what gives me hope. I don't think they're a special scoring team, and I think if you can find a way to put points up on the board, you can hang in there and maybe win it. But I'll say this for the third time: you can't let Saquon and Hurts get off in the running game. If they get off in the running game, you're dead.
You're asking me to sell you a pin on something that I think is pretty tough to sell. I mean, really, when you look at this Eagles team, you should be intimidated. You should. They are good at everything, maybe not elite at a lot of things, but they're elite in two of the most important categories, red zone offense and red zone defense. But there's not a category outside of passing that they're technically bad at. They're efficient as hell. They don't put themselves in bad positions. They go from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 6 to 3rd and 3. And then they do a QB sneak and they get a first down.
Right.
It's just what they do. So you're asking me to sell you a pin that I'm not sure I entirely believe in. If I really were looking for it, well, I think we got a great defense that probably should match up reasonably well against a really, really just consistent offense.
I'll give you.
I'll say this. Here, I'm going to give you another reason for hope. All right. And now it's on the Broncos side. Every year, Sean Payton has a big staple win that no one expects.
And that's true.
In Buffalo, in Tampa Bay, both on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes another one that no one in the league expects you to go in and win. And Sean Payton's done it 2 years in a row. Let's see if he can do it 3.
Only a 3.5 point spread. Not that big.
Not that bad.
I'll point this out, too. Sacks allowed, they're 17th, okay? So they have allowed some sacks to Hurts. He's not that efficient, or I guess he's efficient, but he's not that dramatic in throwing the ball. It's going to be tough because they don't turn the ball over. But the Broncos' pass rush might be the best in the NFL right now. So hopefully they can create chaos where chaos hasn't existed for the Eagles before.
I'd be shocked if our pass rush looks the same against this group. They've got some good edges over there.
Okay.
I mean, their 2 tackles, really, really good.
Well, they've allowed 9 sacks. What can I tell you? Through 4 games. That's 17th in the league. So perhaps there's some hope. But I think if you don't win the turnover battle against the Eagles, you're basically cooked. And it's going to be really hard to win the turnover battle against the team who's turned the ball over 1 time.
No dumb question.
It's going to be really tough.
No dumb question on sacks. If you're going to split sacks, half point this, why not do 75% this, quarter this? If you're already using fractions, why not?
How would you judge a 75% sack?
Because I thought Cooper on the one sack that he shared with Benito, he was the primary guy on it, and if anything, should get 0.75.
Why not 0.8?
But whatever you want. I'm okay. Once you go into fractions, let's play fractions. Once you get into fractions.
So you're saying if you initiate – all right, I'm rolling with you here. If you initiate a combo sack, you should get more credit.
So I thought Cooper got to him first, spun him, and then here comes Benito to wipe him down. But he was going down whether Benito showed up at all.
First guy there gets just a little bit more credit?
Well, 75%.
Here's how
I don't hate that.
I would keep it half and half. If you look at each guy individually and say if the other guy had nothing to do with this, would you have gotten a sack? And I think both guys would have gotten a sack in that scenario. There are other scenarios where you would look at one guy who clearly caused the sack, the other guy falls into it, but would not have gotten a sack on his own. That should be like a 75-25.
We have Shadur Sanders being a wise guy in the locker room. Was that smart for what he's got going on? And who was he really being a wise guy to? Let's football go with Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner coming up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, you don't have to do it any longer. Whether you've got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
You know, Paxton still lives here in Colorado, right? Like he's in the community, coaches football. Like,
Well, good for you.
okay.
He's in a community Halo.
I hope he has a long,
Tournament.
successful, healthy, happy life. Hope
Okay.
he finds somebody he loves, marries, settles down, has
He
the
has,
kids.
it appears that he has done that.
Good.
Yeah.
I hope so. Just because you're a bad athlete or a player for a team doesn't mean you have to be a bad person.
No, I didn't suggest that. I'm just
Doesn't seem like you.
taking shots at Paxton Lynch after all these years.
You were?
You just did you? All right, never mind. It's thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Found them at mountainhighappliance.com. You just said did you not hear what Dan just? You didn't hear what Dan just
No, I
played.
don't.
Okay. All right, first story, Dan.
Scott doesn't listen to me. That's okay.
That's okay.
All right, fellas, let's get into the Broncos-Eagles. Couple of things here before we get to Shedeur Sanders. Here's Vic Fangio, former Broncos head coach, on comparing Bo Nix to what NFL quarterback?
He's a lot like Baker Mayfield. I think he might be Baker's younger brother. Really good. Really, really good.
When you say Mayfield's younger brother, what similar skill sets do you see there?
Well, you just watch Mayfield. I mean, he's a scrambler. He's a competitor. You know, he'll throw the ball in tight places. He runs their offense really well. I think Sean's done a great job bringing him along. And they got their quarterback for the future. You know, they looked long and hard for many years, and they've got one.
Okay, a couple of things here with that. Do you guys agree with Vic Fangio's comparison there? Bo Nix reminds him of Baker Mayfield. And if Bo Nix ends up at the level where Baker's playing right now, would you guys be satisfied with him getting to that level, or would you like to see him go a little beyond what Baker's doing right now?
Oh, hell yes, I'd be satisfied. I'd take that in a heartbeat. I mean, I think it's a great compliment. And the more I think about it, I think it's a good comparison, too. You know, Baker Mayfield's not the most polished quarterback in the world. Baker Mayfield's got some dog in him. Bo's got some dog in him. They've got some fieriness in him. Bo's not afraid to get fiery with his head coach.
Mm-hmm.
We don't necessarily see Bo out there trash talking like Baker Mayfield does. But their style of play, I get it. I think that's a pretty interesting comparison.
Both have a lot of confidence too. And they play like it. Yeah, it's not bad.
I will
I'd
say,
take it. Fine.
say this. It was I was going to say the Phillies, the Eagles, that kind of quieted Baker Mayfield, the only team really to do it late in the fourth quarter, and then they kind of quieted him late. So just keep that in mind. So maybe Vic, if he does see him as a Baker, it sounded like he got a pretty way that how they want to play him.
Hey, by the way, is it possible for Vic to get more grizzled as time goes on? Because he sounds like more grizzled than when he was here.
Doesn't that happen when you get older?
Just you keep getting grizzled. There's more grizzling going on.
Grizzled old veteran.
You ever met Scott Hastings?
Do you take pride in Scott? Would you consider yourself grizzled?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
At what point do you think you'll be grizzled?
When I hang the headphones off, I'll grizzle, and then I'll be getting calls. You know, please come back, please. We suck.
All right, next story, Dad.
All right, last thing here with Broncos-Eagles, fellas. Adam Schefter. We'll talk to Shefty tomorrow on this show. But here he is on his podcast. You guys want some reasons why the Broncos can beat the Eagles in Philly on Sunday? Shefty's got us.
All right.
63 players in the National Football League have more receiving yards this season than A.J. Brown. 63. 24 quarterbacks have more passing yards this season than Jalen Hurts. 21 players have more yards from scrimmage than Saquon Barkley. Jalen Carter has yet to have a sack this season. And the Eagles, in the course of the 4 games, have been outgained by 327 yards, which is the 4th worst margin in the NFL.
Yeah.
So they're being outgained. A.J. Brown hasn't gotten on track. Jalen Hurts hasn't thrown the ball particularly effectively. Saquon Barkley is not running the ball particularly well. Jalen Carter still doesn't have a sack, and they're 4-0.
So you could make the case, guys, that the Broncos could be 4-0. I know you are what your record says you are. Where's your confidence level at as far as the Broncos being able to go into Philly and knock off the defending champs?
Can I just say this? I almost heard everything Adam Schefter said in the complete opposite. Yeah, they're not doing this particularly well. Yeah, Saquon Barkley hasn't turned it on yet. Yeah, we've got that A.J. Brown, talented football player, but he's not getting the ball. In my head, I'm like, yeah, what happens when Saquon Barkley is balling? What happens when they do figure out how to get the ball to A.J. Brown? They're already 4-0.
Oh, then they put up 40 points and they blow teams out, but they just haven't done that yet. Not yet. I don't know if it's coming, but that is what happens. They will blow teams out.
If anything, you don't want it to happen before week 6.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Adam basically, as that goes, have we not been talking about the same thing all day that Adam just said? Like, on paper, there's kind of like these eyebrow-raising moments of like, wait a second, how are these guys even undefeated at this point? And Adam's making a good case. I mean, you guys know Troy Franklin has more receiving yards than Brown? Well, who's going to have that on their bingo card in week 5?
And that's with a 100-yard game in game 2.
Dobbins has more rushing yards, almost 100 more rushing yards than Saquon Barkley. Huh? Really? Yeah, there's some crazy numbers there with the Eagles, and they're 4-0. But
and yet Denver has 2 less wins.
2 less wins, but Adam also, when he was doing what he did, he didn't point out they're 100% in the red zone. They are 3rd in the league in red zone defense. Their kicker hasn't missed a kick all year. Has not missed a kick all year. They are absurdly,
because he hasn't had to kick because they're 100% in the red zone.
Well, that's funny, but I'm sure he's. Well, hold on. I should see what he's actually. Does it have a kick? No, because you don't have to be in the red zone to make a kick. I'm just wondering how many kicks he's actually had. That's a good question. Don't know. Doesn't have it.
Probably not a lot.
We can look it up, whatever he's got. Listen, they're a ruthlessly efficient team when it comes to scoring when they have an opportunity to score. But they're a boring team. So, the Bills are a thrill a second. The Bills are a thrilling 4-0 team. The Eagles are a boring 4-0 team. But 4-0 is still 4-0. Next up, Dan.
Just one more quick question with the Broncos-Eagles. Who do you guys think Pat Surtain will be primarily matched up against as far either A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith?
It might not be a 100% thing, but if it's going to lean anywhere, it's going to lead towards AJ.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. Next up.
All right, fellas. The Cleveland Browns will start Dylan Gabriel at quarterback for their Week 5 game in London against the Vikings. Joe Flacco had started the Browns' first 4 games and will be Dylan Gabriel's backup. Shedeur Sanders remains the third-string quarterback. Video came out today. I'll put it behind you guys here, of Shedeur miming answers to questions about him still being the third-string quarterback. Just thoughts on Shedeur's reaction.
Well, it's funny when you say miming answers. He wasn't pretending he was walking into the wind or climbing a wall. He was answering the questions without speaking. So he was saying his answers to the question without verbalizing any noise out his mouth. Right. So this to me indicates he was told to keep his mouth shut or not say things. This to me is an up yours to the Cleveland Browns PR staff. That's what it feels like to me. I don't think it's a great look, but my guess is that there's something else behind this.
By the way, their kicker is 3 for 3.
3
for 3?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't think it's a good look for Shedeur. I'll say that. And I think he needs to be very, very careful with these things. Maybe his goal is he wants to get traded. Maybe he's being passive aggressive right now. Well, you're kind of confirming a lot of things a lot of teams have been afraid of when you do stuff like this. So I wish he wouldn't have done it. I don't know if the PR staff told him to be quiet or if in his own head he's like, I just don't want to. I don't want to say anything that's going to get me in trouble. So I'm going to try to be funny throughout this thing. The one thing that I'll say about Shedeur, I actually don't think in his head he thought I'm going to come across as an a-hole here. I think in his head he thought this is funny, and you can see it by the look on his face. He wasn't ticked off. He wasn't mad. He thought he was out. He thought he was doing a funny.
Well, he's going to take a lot of crap for that.
I guarantee you he was told by somebody in power, do not speak to the media. Don't say anything to the media was probably what was said.
They're taking on Minnesota in England. That's the 7:30 game too. I don't know, man. I don't know I don't know what they're thinking. Don't forget too, Joe Flacco's the backup, not Shedeur. So Shedeur ain't even the backup there.
So the 2 quarterbacks that got benched went from 1 to 2.
Yeah, it's weird. I guess. I don't know. I don't know what either team is really thinking. I don't know what the game plan is for either team.
Well, they're thinking if the young guy falters, at least we got a guy that we know that if he plays well, we can win.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. If Dylan Gabriel is even just mediocre, the cries for Shedeur Sanders are going to be slamming. I mean, it's going to be loud there in Cleveland.
This week 5?
This is week 5. You may get 7. You may get that'd be one hell of a prediction by you right there, my friend. Because they're at the Steelers next week. How's that going to go for Dylan Gabriel against a 3-1? We'll see what the Steelers do this week. But they're actually playing pretty well. And then it's home against the Dolphins, which is relatively soft landing if you were to put Shadur in the game.
Yeah, but if you don't like Shadur, do you want that to be the game that he gets to play in?
That seems really quick, just 2 games, but I wouldn't say it's an impossibility for Dylan Gabriel to get benched in 2 games.
Listen, there's some, and I heard the morning sprint talk about this. There's some similarities to the CU situation. If you got 3 quarterbacks, you don't have one. If you got 2 drummers, you don't have. They both suck, probably. I mean, what are we doing here? So
who had 2 drummers that was pretty
Allman
good? Allman
Brothers had 2 drummers. Grateful Dead had 2 drummers. 38 Special had 2 drummers. You just need 1 drummer. You don't need 2 drummers. I was in a band with 2 drummers. I was the second drummer. I sucked.
So what'd you do?
I just played along.
You were the backup?
Oh, dude, it was clear I was the backup. Alex was doing like John Bonham solos over here with triplets, and I'm just like, I don't know what the hell. The only reason I was even in the band, we needed a place to rehearse, and I had a basement. That's how I got to be in that band. And Alex, the other good drummer who was really good, was also like a punk rock singer, and he wanted to go sing on stage, so we needed somebody to play drums while he jumped around on stage and sang. That was it. They were the cool band. We were the nerd, like the cool kids band, and they were the dope smoking, whatever. Yeah. But the dope smoking band was like a way better band. I mean, they were way cooler than us. Not a little cooler, way cooler.
Well, you and Andy were in the other band.
Oh, well, me and Andy, we were an old man band. I'm talking, this is high school. Andy and I, we're in a fight,
So you were talking about the rubber band.
Yeah, we're just our band.
Is this true? Someone on the text line says Slipknot has 3 drummers.
Well, they
use like the
percussion.
Weird,
yeah. I mean, there's a difference between a drummer and a percussionist. And I wouldn't call the guy that just takes a baseball bat and hits a big tin pipe like a percussionist.
He's pretty talented at it, though.
He has to know when to hit the pipe. That didn't sound good. All right, last story, Dan, if you got something.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah.
Real quick, fellas. The AFC North quarterback landscape is pretty wild, and we're only through week 4 of the NFL season. So the Bengals, Joe Burrow, out at least 3 months with turf toe. The Ravens, Lamar Jackson's hamstring injury means Cooper Rush could start on Sunday in Baltimore against the Texans. The Browns, who we just talked about, bench Joe Flacco for Dylan Gabriel. The Steelers, guys, Aaron Rodgers off to a 3-1 start. They're on a bye week this week, and then they will face off against the Browns in week 6.
Yeah.
Are you guys surprised that Aaron Rodgers is off to such a good start with Pittsburgh, and do you think they're the team to beat this year in the AFC North? I know you hate hearing that, DMac.
I know. It's probably true. All of what you said is probably true.
I mean, they're obviously the team to beat.
Yeah.
Everybody else is a hot mess right now.
Right.
I saw a stat up there on Jackson. He is the slowest from snap to finally release. He is last.
Is that right?
In the NFL of getting the ball out. Like he holds it 3.5 seconds or something like that.
Well, here's
two of it was like 1.97 or.
I wonder if Lamar's always been like that because he's been able to escape. If you watch the Ravens, it feels like he's getting caught from behind, where you just kind of expect him to slip away and whatever. It feels like, where are they with sack? I don't know.
What year is he in?
Well, 2017, so
8.
Yeah, well, I'm in 2018. Sorry, 2018 draft. My bad.
It starts slowing down at some point.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. This is 8th season.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a pretty natural progression. By year 8, things start slowing down a bit.
It feels like it when you watch him. Like, it's just like, all right, here he goes. Oh.
This is 8th season.
Yep. I mean, he's had a hell of a career, but you're right. Time slips away from you. And this season for the Ravens, because you know what, too? Their defense ain't what it used to be. Not even close. So
it feels so good to just have always been right on Lamar.
2-time MVP. It's always sucked.
Always been right. Never been wrong on Lamar.
Despite those 2 MVPs.
No, we never argued that. The argument was that he was never going to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, your take on Lamar was he wasn't going to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, don't put that on me. I never said he wasn't good. I said his style of play ain't going to win a Super Bowl.
Is Josh Allen going to win a Super Bowl this year?
They got a shot.
God, I tell you, if they don't this year, when would they ever? If they don't, when would they ever?
Boy, it seems like as clear of a path as ever, right?
Yeah, it does.
AFC is just not the same.
Not the same.
Here's a no dumb question: is Josh Allen the Karl Malone of the NFL?
He could be. I mean, well, first of all, he's got to get to a championship to be the Karl Malone. So he's not even there yet. I mean, you got to get there. You got it. Barkley got there. Malone got there. These guys got there. Allen hasn't got there yet. So Jim Kelly got there 4 times. There's something about getting there, right? But seriously, like, who's the second best team in the AFC right now? If the Bills are the top team, who's the second best team? AFC.
Chargers.
Are they?
Kansas City.
Chargers just lost to the Giants and Jackson Dart, a rookie quarterback. Okay.
Kansas City.
Kansas City, really, at 2-2?
Yep.
All right. Seems ripe for the taking, boys. What can I tell you?
Bengals are pretty good this year.
Bengals, yeah. Did you buy Jacksonville?
No.
At 3-1? Yeah,
not as a Super Bowl contender.
Okay.
Well, Colts, Jacksonville, and Pittsburgh.
You're not buying are you buying Danny Dimes?
All 3-1.
Yeah. Yeah, it is set up for the Bills. And if you look at the Bills' schedule, if you click on the Bills' schedule there, Dan, you'll see if they lose more than 2 games this year, I'll be surprised in the regular season. Like, I think they're going to cruise to the number 1 spot.
But they got to buy this week or no?
I don't know.
No, week 7. They got the
New
Pats
England
on Sunday Night Football.
I mean, Atlanta's played
God, that
better.
is a weak schedule.
Right?
Holy crud.
Right? Crazy,
Holy
right?
crud. I mean,
Look at that.
you've got 3 tough games.
But you got
you got
Chiefs at
Kansas
home.
City, Tampa Bay, and Philly.
But you got Kansas City, Tampa Bay, both at home, and
But I mean,
and Philadelphia at home.
But to DMac's point, you should cruise through the rest of those games.
But your 3 tough games you just named, they're all home games.
Yeah, but like pointed 3 losses
All
on
right,
that.
well, you're just making the point even better.
Yeah, pointed 3 losses on that schedule. This Bills team is probably a 15-2 team this year. Something like that. Adam Morris is at Nuggs Training Camp. Nuggs Training Camp in San Diego. Let's get a report on what the Nuggets are up to coming up next.
think I was on a plane actually flying here anyway. I think I was playing or going to play at Cherry Creek Country Club, I think in their bagpiper event. But I was on a plane and my agents called me and was like, hey, these are the teams that are interested in you. Here's the money situation and everything. And I was like, you know what? I don't care how much. If I get somewhere more, I don't care. I'm just going to go back to Denver because I just think it's a perfect fit for me, playing style. And I want to win again, right? So I think it was a pretty quick answer for me once I found out they wanted me back.
Tyler, what's the bagpiper event at the Cherry Creek Country Club? I'm sure you're familiar with the bagpiper event, Cherry Creek Country Club.
Oh, I wouldn't hang out with the peasants at Cherry Creek Country Club.
I'm sorry. So there's a different, right, because Cherry Hills would be different than Cherry Creek.
Yeah, I mean, are you crazy?
I apologize.
Yeah, are you crazy?
That is my bad.
You must be drunk right now.
George Carl used to live off of Cherry Creek Country Club, I think.
Yeah.
Our guy, Adam Mars from DNVR. Look at you guys out at training camp, Adam. Boy, the budget knows no bounds. And got to love the hustle. How is training camp for the Nuggets, Adam? What's happening out there?
Oh, man, you know it. I love when I used to hate when they came out here because it was a big trip, but now staying in La Jolla for a week is not the worst thing.
I bet.
I'm getting used to it year by year. But no, the Nuggets training camp's been great. I mean, it's been very noteworthy. This is a repetitive thing year after year. I don't think guys look forward to it, but that has not been the case this year. It feels fresh, it feels new, and everybody's in a good mood.
Hey, Adam, you heard when David got the job in his presser early this summer, he said these guys are going to be in shape when they get here. And you know, I've talked to all of them. So your first look, and I know they've been playing for a whole week, probably even having some sort of camp-like thing all last week anyway. But your first kind of impression on did these guys come back in shape, ready to go?
I think so. And I think the guy that you look at in particular is Jamal Murray, because I think he's the guy who has not always been in the kind of shape he's in right now. And he looks phenomenal. I mean, he looks thin. He looks focused. He looks happy. He looks excited. You know, these are all words I wouldn't have used to describe him in years past. And it's not just him and you know, my own eye test of him, but he's kind of been one of the stars of camp in terms of what everybody's talking about. Leadership, intensity. David Adelman said he dominated both ends of the floor today in practice. He just has a pep in his step. So, yeah, I would say the Nuggets just look like a team that is coming in and hitting the ground running.
He looks stronger this year. Was that just my eyes?
I mean, I can't speak to that because, again, I'm only seeing these little glimpses. You know how it is. Maybe 5 minutes at the end of practice, we get to come in and check him out. But I just think he looks, you know, strong but thin. Right? Like, he looks focused. He looks like he just has that pep to his step. So he looks good, and the energy around him is phenomenal.
Adam, what offseason acquisition excites you the most?
Well, I think Cam Johnson. Maybe we have to put him to the side because he's a starting caliber player. But I will say I think I'm on the higher end in terms of what I think he's going to bring to this team. Him and Michael Porter have similar skill sets, so I know some people look at it and say they're more or less the same player. But it was funny at media day. Somebody asked him that, like, "Oh, does he remind you of Michael Porter?" And Nikola Jokic went out of his way to say they're nothing alike, which is kind of funny because I think they actually are kind of alike. But he said they're nothing alike, and he talked about he's underrated cutter, underrated passer. So I mean, of all the guys off the bench, I would probably go with Valanciunas. Not because I think he's the best of them, although he might be, but more just because it's a big deal when your second unit is able to play more or less similar to your first unit. I think that's one of the reasons Denver has struggled to be consistent with their bench in years past is you kind of have to completely change your offensive and defensive principles as soon as Jokic checks out of the game, and that's just hard to do. I think Valanciunas represents not only a chance to let Jokic rest, but a chance for you to play the same style, the same plays, same defensive coverages for 48 minutes.
Cam has identical stats, or basically from last year. That is a totally different player. He's going to be more active. He's not going to go to a corner and just stand. He is going to be more mobile. He is going to be more active. And I don't know if he's a great defender, but I know he's an active defender and a willing participant. And I'm not sure Mike was that. And I still chalk this up, Adam, to listen, him playing with what he's had and the surgeries he's had, it was pretty amazing if you look at it in hindsight.
Yeah, and I'm glad that David Adelman and some other guys have given him credit, because I think there's anytime you get a new player, it's almost like you start to run the other guy out of town and this or that. And I'm glad the team has kind of said, hey, man, we won a championship with Michael. All those things are great. But, yeah, Cam Johnson, to me, I'm with you. Basketball is a game of mistakes. And Nikola Jokic, when he's on your team, you get 24 seconds. If nobody makes a mistake, you're going to get a good shot. I think Cam Johnson's a guy who doesn't make mistakes. And that's what I think the Nuggets are going to feel this year. Christian Brown doesn't make mistakes. Aaron Gordon doesn't make mistakes. So now Murray and Jokic get to operate with three guys who are just never going to screw it up. And I trust those guys to figure it out over the course of 24 seconds.
David Adelman said it's not even a training camp. It's more like practice. Can you note anything different with what they're doing in San Diego compared to years past while you're out there?
Well, I'll tell you this. So it is funny. You try to pick up little differences personality-wise between Adelman and obviously Michael Malone. I will say this, very punctual. Every day of training camp has ended at the same exact stated time, which has been nice for me personally. And it just seems organized. I mean, when people ask me about David Adelman, what words will you describe him with? I go with precise. I think that Michael Malone has leadership and intensity and a lot of these things that are very valuable. I think David Adelman is all about precision and details. And I think you even see that in just how camp runs. It runs on a schedule. Guys seem intense and they get their job done and it's efficient. And even the way he just handles his media availabilities, he's insightful but precise and efficient with his words. So I think that's him. I think he's just a precise guy.
Which leads me to what I was going to ask you a second ago. Another guy that's an acquisition that I think has flown completely on the radar, and I'm excited to see that. I think that's how you describe Hardaway Jr. He's a precision guy. He's precise. I think he's going to fit in exactly what they want to do, and I think people have slept on him and his professionalism and what he's going to bring to this team as well.
You know what? I didn't think that a week ago. I mean, I thought it, but it was maybe a smaller story. Being out here, I think you're right, because he's a guy that every time you interview him, all he talks about is he had this quote at Media Day about, hey, I've been in enough places. I know the first thing you have to do in a new place is understand what the coach and the team want of you. So my first job is just to understand that, because that's how you get on the court. And then when he talks about, I thought he'd come in here and say, okay, it's going to be easy getting shots off of Nikola, this or that. He seems to really want to do what we're crediting Cam Johnson with wanting to do, which is read and react. He likes high IQ basketball, and all he talks about is this team, you always know what you're supposed to do, and if you do it, the ball will find you or it'll find the right guy. So I think he might be more of a team-style player than I was giving him credit for, so you might be right.
All right, Adam. Well, Scott's going to be joining you guys Friday night, so I'm anticipating.
Oh, man.
Especially because we know now Joker and Jamal are going to be more committed to being friends off the court than ever. So yeah. I am anticipating you, Scott, Joker, and Jamal surfboard lessons Saturday morning before the game. Scott, do you think you can make that happen with Adam? Would you? Would you get out there with Adam and do a surf lesson? That would be kind of funny if you guys were to do that.
You know what I would do? I would go to breakfast with Adam.
Hey, there we go.
Anybody can eat. Would you get on a surfboard with Adam and paddle around there?
Adam, how old are you?
I'm 41.
41, 65. Let's see if he wants to go surfboard at 65.
What do you mean? These are little waves. These aren't we're not surfing off Portugal.
Last
or
time
anything.
I went out to a beach, got on a surfboard, started running around the beach with the surfboard stuff. Everybody started yelling, David, David. And I said, I'm not the Hoff. That's not who I am.
It was confusing, though.
All right, Adam. Well, we appreciate you joining us from San Diego. And thank you. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, man.
See you guys.
Adam Morris from DNVR. Look for them for all sorts of reports from San Diego. You will be out there, though. You're doing the game.
I'm heading out there.
The whole crew? Yeah, Saturday, right?
7 o'clock Friday night, Friday evening.
Yeah.
Be out there late Friday and then all day Saturday.
Have you ever been on a surfboard? No dumb question, I guess.
One time in Hawaii, I did a surfing lesson thing.
You did?
Where you stood on it, and I don't think we ever took it to the water.
Tyler?
I did paddle boarding in Hawaii, and I'm just going to tell you, for all the people out there that claim the paddle boarding is easy, that was not easy for a 6'8" dude in the ocean.
What was hard about it? Balance.
First off, they didn't have a board was properly sized for me.
There
So
you
like
go.
I
There
definitely
you
did
go.
not have a big enough board to handle my weight.
That's what I'm
But
talking
it
about.
was a disaster of epic proportions trying to stand on that paddleboard.
Yeah, the center of gravity changes from you, Darren, who 2.3 feet off the ground, to Tyler at 4.12.
So this is a better suited for a little guy on a big board.
I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah, I've not done it. I've not tried. I've not surfed. Water ski.
I used to water
No.
ski as a kid all the time.
Water ski.
Nope.
You've never water skied?
I've wakeboarded.
Oh, okay. Well, that's sort of that's going along the same sort of path, I suppose.
Not well.
Did you
for the
wakeboard
record.
or did you knee board?
I wakeboarded. I attempted to wakeboard. It didn't go well.
I've been water skiing since I was a teenager, man.
Yeah,
we used to go all the time too, but I haven't done that in a long
you
time.
had that Chris Craft. Did you guys do that little Chris Craft out in the ocean?
I didn't have that, but you could water ski off a Boston Whaler, which some of my friends had. You could water ski off my boat, but it was a stretch. It was not easy to do. But Peter and Jamie, they had these Boston Whalers with 35 horsepower engines, and it was like, woof, you could have some fun. That's all you really
You weren't
needed.
afraid of great white sharks out there?
In the freezing cold Atlantic Ocean?
That's where they live.
The sharks, we're going shark talk in Massachusetts.
More Cape
because the water is warmer because that's where the jet stream comes off the Cape and heads off to England, so it misses the North Shore of Massachusetts. So the water is freezing all the time.
Oh, there you go.
Sharks don't hang out.
Last time I was in the ocean on the Cape, I stepped on a crab and got bit on my foot. True story.
What?
It bit me on my foot.
Tanner had crabs once.
I doubt that. All right.
That was rude.
Anyways, good to hear that the Nuggets are doing well. So good luck there on Saturday. Did you guys watch any of the baseball over the week? Over yesterday? Anything to catch it? Nate Kreckman is coming in here, so I'm sure he watched a bunch of it. So
Did the Cubbies hold on?
Cubbies did hold on. Yeah. It's their first. I didn't realize that was their first playoff win, Nate, since like 2017, something like that. I didn't realize it'd been like that big of a stretch for the Cubs. So Cubbies got over. Red Sox came from behind against the Yankees, and the Dodgers were the only dominant offensive team at all yesterday, and they were unbelievable, which is a little scary that the Dodgers may have just been cruising this entire season, and now they're just going to unleash hell on everybody.
Well, Detroit, it looked like Detroit and Cleveland were having a good game for a while.
I just took my head down. I don't even know what happened in that game. It was, I think Cleveland was winning. I think they were up like 6-1 or something like that.
Well, it was 1-1 in the sixth.
I will say 4 baseball games of meaning and significance that were all close, except for the Dodgers game. That was a hell of a day of like watching pretty cool baseball yesterday. That's for sure.
Something that hasn't been said here since October of 2011.
Well, Nate was like saying, what are the Rockies doing? I was like, yeah, they're dropping the ball. And the next day they dropped the hammer.
They did something.
They did. I mean, they did something. We'll see what else happens. But they had to do this first, right?
You got to start somewhere.
Yeah. So I mean, you start somewhere and you go from there.
Now, again, you should have done it 2 months ago. But again, we all that matters is they eventually reached the correct conclusion. You can't expect the Rockies to do it in a timely manner. But they got to it eventually.
They got done.
Are you 100% convinced that they're going to go outside the building?
No.
Ah!
No.
Ah!
I am. It's too obvious.
You don't think Sterling Monfort is going to be the next general manager of the Rockies?
I do not. And the reason I said it, I think it's obvious, is because both Dick and Charlie Monfort have actually specifically spoken about it.
No, they have. And Charlie's quotes were, the thing that everybody had to hear. But this is the weird part of all of this, though, is like, okay, we can use the phrase outside the organization, okay? If you will hire a Thad Levine or whomever you bring in that didn't work inside the organization recently or whatever. But like when that guy takes over, does that guy get to choose his own manager?
And Troy Rank brought that up, actually. Like, it doesn't actually matter if they're from within, without, whatever, if they don't have autonomy.
What if that guy is like, I want to wipe out the entire scouting department and I want my own scouting department?
Can you allow the new guy to fire the owner's son?
Yeah. Can you get rid of Spalding?
Spalding.
I have no idea if you're allowed to do that or not. And so that
Friggin' Wilson.
That's a great freaking Caddyshack reference right there.
So that's like, what does the outside the organization autonomy look like? That's like,
there you go.
Good, you gave me the news today, but what's the answer the next question for me? Because and this is what's a shame, not a shame. Look, Bill Schmidt wasn't good. Okay, his job was to identify talent, develop talent, etc. He was bad at it. All right, but also Dick Monfort did the Nolan Arenado trade. Dick Monfort did the Chris Bryant signing.
Mm-hmm.
Like the biggest mistakes.
He's got to step away.
The crushing errors that were made by the club were made at the ownership level.
Yep.
And Jeff Bridich was the fall guy for the Nolan trade, and Bill Schmidt is the fall guy for 3 consecutive 100-loss seasons. Are you pushing the ownership aside and actually letting the baseball people do the baseball? And again, and then how much support are you giving them? How much is this, like, what is the commitment to actually winning baseball games here? Because if the Rockies are committed to doing so, then they're going to invest in it and they're going to spend. And I don't just mean payroll. Like, that's great. Like, spend money on good baseball players. I would love it if you would do that. But are you going to spend on your minor league system? Are you going to spend on tech? Are you going to spend on medical? Are you going to spend on development of baseball players so that Zach Veen and Michael Tolia and these first-round picks that you drafted, so they become good, productive, hell, who knows, maybe all-star level major league players? That I don't know. And when we read last spring that Dick Monfort wants to cap organizational spending, that's the worst sign possible for a club at this level. Like, why are the Milwaukee Brewers 3 times running the NL Central champions?
How they do it.
They spend on development. They make good baseball players. There was a great book. It came out a few years ago. Ben Lindbergh of The Ringer was one of the authors on it. It was called The MVP Machine. And this book was sort of about the new analytical revolution in baseball. The original one was Moneyball, right? And it was data. You can win on data. Well, what happened was everybody in baseball then invested in data, and everybody got good at it. And so everybody started just operating off of essentially the same stuff. Having any statistical advantage, data advantage in baseball became really hard to find. So what was the next edge that you could get? And it was player development. It was, how do I take a baseball player and make him a really good baseball player? And a lot of this book was about, actually, the guy that's featured in it, fortunately or not so much, was Trevor Bauer.
Okay.
And Trevor Bauer, well, not being a guy I particularly would ever like to hang out with.
He developed.
He developed.
No doubt about it.
And he put in the work. And it was okay, let's use cameras. Let's use, computer models. Let's make these pitches better. Okay, let's develop a better baseball player. The Dodgers did this, especially kind of in the late 2010s, early 20s. They did this better than anybody. They took baseball players. They took the Max Muncies, the Justin Turners of the world, and were like, "You're okay. How do I turn you into a star?"
Yeah.
And the Dodgers did it better than anybody else. Like, they take their prospects and they make them better by the time they get to the big league level. That's what the Rockies have to do. They're not going to outbid anybody, especially for pitching. They're not going to outbid anybody. So what are you doing to make your baseball players better? That's whenever this press conference is held, those are the questions that I need to hear answered to have any faith that the next thing is better than what they're doing right now. Like, good that Bill Schmidt is out, bad at his job.
Okay.
Bad
Does
at
it
his
leave
job.
you a little bit sour taste that it comes out? And look, maybe this was just the nice way of letting him go, but that he stepped aside.
Oh, I don't know.
Because look, man,
they let him walk off the plank instead of shoving him off. I mean,
he
whatever.
fired himself.
Yeah.
Fine.
Any
Just
good
call it,
general
why can't you
manager.
just call it fired? Why can't we just say fired over there?
Because this is what you
sat
get.
around and you stared down Jim Tracy till he finally was like, "Fine, I'll leave. I don't want to. You don't really want me here, so I'll go ahead."
He
and
was
leave."
there for 30 years. I mean, they're trying to give him a little grace. Are you really upset about that? Seriously?
I want to see
You want
tangible evidence that something is different.
You want Ned Stark to head just chopped right
not
off?
necessarily. I'm not calling for the
gallows out by the statue and at
I'm
the
just
corner.
telling you, there's a small part of me that wonders: is he just like, I'm not dealing with this anymore? I will step aside. And
You
said,
think
"All
he
right."
voluntarily stepped
I don't
aside?
know. I don't know. That deserved a firing, not a stepping
What do you think?
aside.
He's Jackson, Sons of Anarchy, rolling his motorcycle into an 18-wheeler?
Could
Come
be.
on, Andy.
Could be.
Oh, come on.
I think they worded it that way to give him some dignity.
Yeah, a little bit. Same results.
Hey, 300 losses in 3 years. Wait, we're way past dignity. Are you kidding me?
But see, Andy, this goes back to the point I just made, which is, did Bill Schmidt suck? Of course he did. What other executive was going to win in this environment? Like, what other executive with an owner that said, give $180 million to broken Chris Bryant because I like him? Because I wish I could have drafted him years ago, and instead I got stuck with John Gray. But that Chris Bryant, he's handsome.
So
Get him
Reynolds,
Wait, hold on.
I like him.
Hold on a second. So you're saying 43 wins and minus 424 run differential was overachieving?
It's, again, like the errors that have been made, some of them Bill Schmidt had no control over.
Yeah, like GM duties, it's all...
The pieces you got in return in the Nolan Arenado trade, again, like Dick Monfort did the trade. There were people inside the organization, of what I am told...
Well, it was in The Athletic.
That said, don't do this.
Yeah.
And he did it.
But by the way, did everybody assume that Bill Schmidt was going to be fired?
No.
Agreed.
I didn't.
Agreed.
I didn't just assume it. So
that's a good thing then, right?
What it is that this is the first step of the Walker Monfort era.
There you go.
That is now
positive.
Where we are. Okay, he was able to acknowledge this is all terrible.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. So that's a great start to it. Like, okay, step one, admit you have a problem.
Right.
Walker Monfort was able to do that. Now, will Walker Monfort have any autonomy to break from Dad's tradition? Will he have, again, the autonomy to put somebody in place to make the baseball decisions and do so free of the encumbrance of the specter of Dick Monfort?
Well, it would seem logical because they made this decision. There'll be a ripple effect that there might even be a new structure, like a new president and then a new GM. This means Warren Schaefer is toast. He won't be the manager again. There's zero chance.
Everything that you are saying would seem logical.
Yes.
When has that organization ever operated with the slightest tinge of logic?
Yeah, but you don't have to be a genius to figure this one out logically.
All right,
I understand what you're saying. I'm not arguing with you.
No, you don't. But that's just it. You don't have to be a genius to figure out you should probably move Trevor Story and John Gray at the deadline. You don't want them back anyway. Like, you don't have to be a genius to operate within the marketplace of the baseball industry that the Rockies have chosen not to do. Like, again, we have sat here on this radio show. Andy and I have done this thing for 6 years now. Okay,
coming up on 7, baby.
And we have watched.
Okay.
I know it's.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
You don't count any chickens in this business. You know that.
But what I'm talking about here is like every year it was okay going up to the deadline, going into the offseason. Okay, I can identify X, Y, and Z of this is the way to do this. The ESPN story the other day was just like people are like, there's the right way, the wrong way, and then there's the Rockies way, which is what the hell are they doing? When our friend Tyler Maughan came on the show over the summer and called them baseball North Korea because everyone in baseball is looking with binoculars, be like, the hell is going on over there?
That's funny.
Like that's true. That is how people in the industry view this ball club. They have to re-engage with reality. And maybe they will, but until they do, I will remain a skeptic, and I will sit here and wait and see. But for Walker Monfort, for the love of God, man, just look at what your dad did wrong, which was so many things, and you got to veer off in a different direction.
It's KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Can I give you a couple of quick hitters before I split?
Sure.
EJ's number go up in the rafters?
No, we're going to talk about that.
No? Oh, boy. Both you guys. Quick like that.
No.
All right. I'll look forward to hearing that conversation.
Yeah, it's
not because we don't love him.
No,
we love him to death.
Right, exactly.
But it's
you got
not,
your reasons. I got it.
Yeah.
Hey,
what do you?
It's a segment, baby.
Where do you come down?
I'm put him up there.
You put him up there?
He's the
Longevity?
longest, the longevity championship. He was with the ups and the downs, both. And the longevity will do it, and the championship to me will do it. And he was your best defenseman for a period of time. I mean, it wasn't a great period of time, but I mean, he was.
I mean, that was a part of why you had 48 points in a season because Eric
gotcha.
Johnson was your best defenseman.
I got you, but they were successful with him in the beginning, and then they sucked, and then they built
And then they
back.
were great again.
And he was there for all of it.
Well,
So-
and again, it's tough. He's not a pitcher. I mean, he was
longevity, though. Come on,
he was
man.
a good player. And then their 48 points wasn't just because he sucked.
And to that point, though, and there's so much context that this conversation has to get put into, but in the age of no longevity in sports, of player it's the player empowerment era and it's the player movement era. And when a guy plays as many games in your uniform as Eric Johnson did, it should 100% be celebrated. But is he a Sakic or Waugh or Forsberg or Hayduk?
I would say he's the beginning of that next generation. And he will lead the way to McKinnon and McCarr and Gabe. And who am I missing?
Those are
Taves. Give Taves 5 more years, but
Taves is
he's really good.
He's on a
Taves
path.
another one where I'm gonna have a hard time saying put that
But
jersey
Taves was
in the
a
rafters.
core defenseman, one of the best defensemen in the world. And
You're right about
was
that.
a championship guy. And in 5 years, he'll have more than a decade with the team. Really? We're not putting 7 up there?
A third
You
pairing.
just want to retire everybody that played on the cup team?
You're going to get a lot of guys. Sure, you only got 3 of them, Andy. You only got 3 of those bad boys. If you know, let's talk about it.
But if you're going to make it about being on a cup team, does a third pairing defenseman on a cup team get his jersey in the rafters?
Not necessarily, but a guy who was with the team for 14 years. And there's other intangibles about EJ too, by the way.
Oh, of course.
You know, and he was one of those guys.
Yep.
Notice I'm not throwing Val's name in there. So, you know, I'm not.
He kind of loses on the intangibles thing.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, but
so I think you have like 5 more guys. Is 5 more guys really that much from a cup team?
Does a glue guy go in the rafters?
Johnson, McCarr, McKinnon. I'll put Taves and Landeskog. Got anybody else?
I mean,
Got anybody else?
Here's a question for you. The year that they won the cup, was he a top 10 player on that team?
No.
He
was the third line defenseman.
Well, but if that's the
defenseman.
crowning achievement,
Yeah,
then
that's
he needed to
Who
be.
was he even paired with? I don't even remember. Was he with Manson?
No, he was with
Manson and Gerard
wasn't
were
he
the
with
second
Byram?
pairing.
Was he with
yes,
Byram?
He was with Bo Byram on the third
because they
pairing.
did the thing where outside of Taves and McCarr, it was Gerard and Manson.
Yeah, but
and
Gerard was hurt.
EJ and but he was kind of like the point was to have the go get him in the offensive zone guy, and I'm going to stay home and keep shop up guy.
You ain't lying
So-
about being a glue guy, though. He's one
Glue
of
guy.
the dudes.
Classic glue
See,
guy.
I'm trying to think of a reference then to the championship team prior, which would have been the Broncos. Like, would you put Malik Jackson in?
See,
there?
here's the
would
problem.
you put?
Here's the problem. Here, I'll give you the problem with the Broncos. And we're just talking Ring of Fame. We're not talking Hall of Fame. You did put John Lynch in there, okay? So you open yourself up. And you did put Bork in there.
Right.
So you open yourself up.
Right. That's, I tell you what, by games played, EJ's got Bork by about tenfold.
Well, then, yeah, that's fine. It just, to me, like, the retirement thing for me, it's kind of like the Hall of Fames. I think we get a little loose. I think it should be the ultimate compliment.
The guy who spent 14 years here as a core player isn't deserving of the ultimate compliment?
Let's look at the balance of how things shaked out.
Shook out, maybe.
Shooked out.
Shook and shake.
Just shook.
Shaken.
Shook out.
How many other
Past
forms of the
tense of-
word would you like?
Past tense of
You want me
shake.
to make some up?
Shooked.
Rattled out?
You want to say that?
Yeah.
All right, last one real quick. Are you guys Fangio guys or not?
Dude, it's hard. We like Vic because we made fun of him on the show. So you have no idea because you were on the air competing against us. We used to play Nick Griffith's interview. Can you break out the famous Kid Caster cut for DMac so he has some context here?
What we used to do every week was our buddy Nick Griffith over at Fox 31.
Yeah.
You know, he was hosting Broncos Zone on KDVR. Okay,
Yes, Golden Boy Nick,
and every week,
the natural Heisman.
they would do like the Kidcaster question at the end.
Okay.
And they would ask it to Fangio, and he's such a grump.
He's such a grump.
And it's like cute kid.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey, coach.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And it's
How many
Fangio the
touchdowns?
grump.
Yeah.
And
He ain't suffering the kids, man.
I asked-
That's all
I
we
asked-
have to say.
I asked today, can you get more grizzled? Because
No,
now
I
he
heard you
sounds
say it.
right.
Sounds like you're not kidding.
He already was grizzled. Can you get more grizzled?
He sounds like he's seen more stuff since he was last year. Okay, so this is what really got us going with Fangio. All right?
This is where we became Fangio,
This
guys.
is where this show became the Jackass Express because we'll see if you
All
pick
right.
up what we pick up in here. Go ahead.
Not much time off for the head coach. Time now for our kid question of the week.
My name is Josh, and my question is, what is your favorite city you've been to?
Well, favorite city to visit would be anywhere where I can go see family and friends or my girlfriend out in San Francisco.
Yeah, that was
so
weird.
Hold on.
It's more so centered around family and friends than it is location.
Just kill
Makes a lot of sense.
It's right
Coach,
there.
No, the
He's
San
telling
Fran-
the kid,
trust me, the San
hey,
Fran
I got
girlfriend."
a side piece in the bay, and it's the bye week.
Nice.
And if you know what I mean, the old meatballs haven't been sauced in a while, so I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna make some pasta fajoule, and I'm gonna hang out in the bay. And we were like, you don't need to tell the kid
Hey,
that.
Timmy, you
the
know-
kid's like 8.
Hey,
what are you
Tim-
telling the kid this for?
Timmy, you know how long it's been?
Hey, Timmy.
San Fran.
I got no need for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because, you know, I'm
Rice,
here.
Rice isn't the only San
in my
Francisco
gray
treat.
sweatpants. Look, dude, how funny was it? The guy had to borrow pants for his press conference.
I
gotta
gotcha.
tell you, that's kind of my kind of
I'm-
coach.
I'm an
he
ant-
told us
oh.
one time he was called fat, so he decided to slim down the next year. So when they shot him on TV, he wasn't so fat.
Those were great days, too. Him wearing that gray sweatshirt.
The gray sweatshirt.
99 degrees
Crew
out there
neck.
at camp getting his steps in. How about
And the
this
guy
one?
coached his first game with stones. He had kidney stones.
Hey, Coach, who's your favorite Avalanche player? I don't follow hockey.
Yeah.
What about the sweater you're wearing, Gabe Landeskog?
Yeah.
Why don't you just say this guy? How about this one? Classic from Jeff Legwald.
There we go.
Happy birthday, Teddy Bridgewater. We love Teddy Bridgewater. What a great day for him, Jeff Legwald. You know, it's Drew's birthday, too. Oh, yeah, him, too.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Play it, Spring.
I can't tell you a lot of the hockey players' names.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's
flat out.
wearing a Gabriel
Yeah.
Landeskog sweater
Yeah.
at the time.
Doesn't know
Hey,
what
do
it
you
says.
love 92?
He's wearing it.
Hey, coach, did 92 go in the rafters? Who the hell's 92? Then do it on your back.
Just say this guy.
His name is Landeskog.
He
He's
didn't
this big Swede.
The audio from Fangio this week is so good. He's so properly. He should be the Eagles' defensive coordinator and until he dies. Like he should have that job forever.
Listen, bro, if he
It
was
is
just a
perfect for
coordinator,
him.
it's fine. My problem was him with being the head coach.
He wasn't good at it.
He sucked at it.
Yeah.
He had no idea about offensive identity or what to do. He should never.
He hated his OC. He hired Scangarello.
Well, guys,
and then we got
You
reports.
don't go to Men's Warehouse the day before your interview when you meet
Guys,
the crew.
remember.
No, he's too
Really?
football-y for that.
Remember, he wasn't the guy. He was supposed to be him and Kubiak in this weird configuration where I think John knew, we'll just let him have his coaching job and that'll keep the stress off Gary. And then Gary at the end is like, no, I really can't.
You know why?
There is a
you know
health
why
thing.
though? You know
So-
why? Oh no.
Oh, dude,
It's
he
because
had a health thing.
I
Trust
got
me.
you, but Kubiak wanted to bring all his boys back.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Elway
I know.
hated him.
Dude, no one has been
Like Elway hates Periani, so up yours.
That was,
and like
that
it's-
was the main.
what a
figure.
petty. This is the petty Broncos. You realize we went through this ridiculous. Everything's personal, everything's petty stage with the Denver Broncos. Like, I really don't like you, so Mike Shanahan doesn't come to camp anymore. John Elway doesn't like this assistant coach. Gary Kubiak doesn't like John Elway's pick at quarterback. Like, it was so, everything was so freaking petty with the Broncos.
The era in which he coached, I don't know if there's a football coach on the planet that would have had a shot of winning right then.
Yeah, but
with
but
how
again,
bad it was.
I got to be honest with you, dude.
He didn't know who his boss was.
And I met Brian Periani. He's such a nice guy, but then I got like 3 players that have also said he's not a good coach.
Oh, I don't know if I've heard.
So I don't
a coach
understand why
ripped on more
there
than
was this
Periani.
massive loyalty. And I'm just like, I'm with you. I'm like, what is going on?
Because
What are we
that's
doing?
Cubes. He's the most loyal guy in the world. His guys are his guys. To
Well, you know,
end.
the other weird thing that sometimes comes up is Cubes wanted him to not trade up, didn't want John to trade up and go get Lynch. He wanted him to just go get Dak.
Okay.
He said, I'm fine. I want Dak. Give me Dak.
If there's a bold enough organization to wait till the 3rd or 4th round and sink everything into everything else, but still have the same commitment to that guy in the 3rd or 4th round that you would to a first-round guy, you're going to have a great chance to succeed. But nobody has the courage to do that because you have to give that quarterback the same amount of time as a first-round guy, which may be a season and a half. How many starts is Bo Nix on? 22, 23 this week?
I'm pausing. We got to go to break. I've heard this speech. I know where it's going, and it's 5 more minutes.
Nick Kosminer coming up here in just a moment. Yeah, I'm not wrong. Here's where we come down. Love Vic Fangio. He wasn't a good Broncos coach. And
don't
you know
love
what?
the era.
And you know what, Andy? I don't really hold that against him. I don't. I watched Fangio comments last night, and I was kind of like, that was a pretty good time.
Good old Vic.
You know,
was it?
Again, if
He did okay.
if your job is mine to farm content and talk about it, I loved Vic Fangio as the coach of the Broncos. By the way, they never had a chance of winning anyway. Their quarterback sucked. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio. We go right out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Our pal Nick Kosmider covering the Broncos and the NFL for The Athletic. Nick, the headline today, what Bo Nix can build on after career-best passing performance versus the Bengals. Give us a quick overview, because there was a lot of good Bo in that game. What's sustainable in there?
Well, I think the way I kind of really tried to focus in on the way that they concluded that 2-minute drive to end the first half for a few different reasons. One, they haven't been able to be quite as efficient as they want to be in those situations that are going to be a part of just about every game. And so to be able to finish one like they did, kind of starting that drive with only 69 seconds left at your own 20
Nice.
with one timeout. Yeah, nice. And then be able to kind of like, as Sean Payton said, midstream say, you know what, we actually have a shot for this touchdown. So I think overall the way that he kind of just managed that whole thing, but then the actual throws, right? I mean, Bo Nix, for the most part, in Monday night's game, was throwing from a set position in the pocket with kind of more regularity than we had seen earlier this season. And, 22 of 28, according to Next Gen Stats, when he was set in the pocket. And a lot of those throws on that 2-minute touchdown drive, exhibited how good he can be in those moments. I mean, the throw up the seam to Marvin Mims on 3rd and 10, that's about as good of a throw as you can make in that situation. And then the touchdown throw as well, kind of putting it in a place where only Cortland Sutton could kind of go up and get it. I just thought his general demeanor, there was just kind of a more settled nature to what he was doing. And we, of course, have to caveat that with the defense, with all that Cincinnati's dealing with. That's not to be discounted. But I do think that there was some of what he did that you can build on. I mean, Philadelphia has a great defense. They have a great home crowd. But they are, this is not quite that unit, at least to this point, statistically, that they were a year ago. There is going to be opportunities for Bo Nix in this game. And I just think that if he can lean on some of the things that hopefully built him some confidence on Monday night, I think he has a chance to kind of get this thing going a little bit.
All right. Is that run game enough to give Sean Payton confidence to keep calling those run plays?
Yeah, I don't know how it couldn't be. That was kind of, that's why this was sort of my second day story, Bo Nix, because the first main takeaway of this game was that not only do you have to run the ball, but you have to get both of these guys going. I talked to Lou Ianni, the running backs coach, last week. We ended up putting what became a pretty timely piece on J.K. Dobbins and the impact that he has already made with the Broncos. And in talking to Lou, he's almost like lurching forward, like just, kind of saying like, we know we're right there. We just, we gotta get these guys going. We got to give them the opportunities. And I think you saw the kind of things that can happen when you keep both of those guys fresh at the end of the game. I thought J.K. looked at the end of the game as good as he did early. And part of that was because of just how much they really mixed and matched those guys in an efficient way. So that has to be the takeaway, and sticking to it, not being afraid to run on 2nd and long, because you want to get it all back on 2nd down. Like it requires some patience, but I just think, especially with Harvey, like getting him, more confidence, more opportunities. I think you're going to start to see that pay off sooner rather than later.
Talking to our buddy Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com. He is also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. Got to give a shout out to Nick and his brother Matt for hosting a podcast at God knows what hour it was after Monday Night Football, so the content was there Tuesday morning. Nice job by you guys on that one, Nick. The tight end thing right now. Where's Evan Engram at currently, and sort of how is this all coming together? The use of tight ends after 4 games.
Well, first of all, Matt's in Arizona. He's 1 hour earlier, so I just want to make sure
it's easy for him.
I just want to make sure he gets a little less credit. I'm
important.
not saying no credit, just a little less credit.
Yeah.
Again, it was one of those situations with Evan Engram where I think the thing that's been interesting to me is like he's not a part of the early script. Like he did get his touches, and he played still less than 50% of the snaps in week 4, which again is quite a bit below his career usage rate, but was a little bit more than he was used in the first 2 games. So I think there was sort of this, they're slowly getting him out there
a little bit. But right now, I just think that with some of the stuff that they're wanting to try to do and build in the run game, they feel a little bit more comfortable with Adam Troutman in some of those looks. And again, like it's not as if they're not using Ingram and he's not out there in kind of different formations, but we have not seen him as kind of a big part of that opening script in any of these 3 games that he has played. So that's going to be something to continue to watch. Do they mix up when he's getting the ball? Can they maybe like get him going a little bit earlier in the game just to kind of get that going? Like, J.K. Dobbins said afterwards, like getting in a rhythm early, like that was sort of a big help. And I think that could apply to Evan Ingram as well. But I don't know, like you watch and you kind of do wonder, is he all the way right? He obviously wasn't on wasn't limited in any fashion last week by the injury. He was on the report, but not limited. We'll see another week removed from what he dealt with there in Indianapolis if he looks a little bit fresher. But yeah, for right now, it's just something to continue to monitor. Can he get a little bit more, usage increase going into week 5?
Nick, what about Marvin Mims? You mentioned before the key catch that he had on the 69-second drill, but highest target count of the season. He had the 6 catches for 69 yards. Plus he had the touchdown on the reverse on the jet sweep play, so that was good to see. Was that an intentional, let's get Mims the ball more, or is the Mims thing simply going to be opponent and game plan dependent?
I think that's going to kind of be part of it, and he just needs to play the Bengals every week if they can figure out some way to do
Seriously.
that. For a lot of reasons, that'd be good for a lot of people at this current time. But Mims, especially now, his 2 games against the Bengals, pretty nice two game statistic line there. I think he's going to be somewhat matchup dependent. I do see him kind of like the seam route that he ran. I think that's always kind of been where he's excelled a little bit. That it was interesting to me that was his first rushing touchdown, because he hadn't really been in the backfield a whole lot so far this year, but we know that he had that role a fair amount in 2024. So, are they going to continue to kind of force feed him that way to build some more things off of it? Remember, he was one that kind of got going a little bit more as the season goes on, because you're looking at it and say, okay, how can we get him into some of these more some more of these situations where it's like he's returning a kick. That was kind of what Sean Payton said the aim was, about halfway through last season. And it could just be as they're building more things into this offense and trying to kind of see what works and what doesn't, that they're eventually going to get to a point where, hey, this is some more Mims stuff that we can build into this, because he is dynamic. I thought it was interesting early in the year in week 1, when you had that double move that Cortland Sutton ran to get him open for the touchdown. I was talking to somebody in the locker room. We said, yeah, if you look, Marvin Mims was running that same route on the opposite side. And when we saw him run his route, we put our hands up thinking touchdown, because he was that wide open. Bo had just been looking to the other side, and for good reason, right? He knows what he has in Cortland Sutton. There's that trust factor there. But I think sometimes with Mims, he's such a speed threat that part of his job is pulling attention away. And that's always going to kind of be the deal. And it might impact his stat line, but he's important to what they do out there. But Monday night showed that actually getting him the ball is good business.
All right, I want to go back to the Ingram thing, because, again, is he the Joker or not? It was interesting that you said that they are comfortable with Troutman in some of these formations, and the ball's going that way. Again, is this going to end up – do you feel – because I know it's only 4 games, but it also feels like we've not seen a ton of Ingram at times, and I know there's been an injury and all that, but it just doesn't – is this going to be the free agent you thought you were getting? Because it's not feeling that way right now.
Yeah, I don't know. We will see. I think they've continued to express, the Broncos have, confidence that he is going to be, a big part of what they do. That was what Sean Payton said last week. What Joe Lombardi said this week is he's like, I don't think that it's not clicking for Ingram. I think we like our tight end group. I think if anything, I think what is maybe the case is that they viewed him perhaps as more as a piece to what they were doing at that position, as opposed to just a guy that was going to completely take over there. And you're right. That route that Ingram or that Troutman had, where he caught the big pass on Nix's rollout, that was almost the same pass that we saw Ingram catch in the preseason against the Cardinals. So like that is something that you can kind of interchange with either of those guys. I do think that run blocking has something to do with this right now. I think that they want to see, a little bit more from him in that area would be kind of my guess, just based on when he's not out there. But yeah, we're just going to have to see, Andy. I wish I had a better answer for you. They're going to continue to work him and I think hopefully find some different ways to use him. But, as it stands now, I think it's, it sort of is what it is with his production.
Broncos are 2-2. We check in with the team every Wednesday. Our pal Nick Kosmider covering the Broncos in the NFL for theathletic.com. Let's look ahead to this matchup with the Philadelphia Eagles. They are 4-0. It's funny. I'm reading the Eagles content, and boy, they're finding things to complain about with that football team. Here's my biggest question on this game, Nick. To me, this really is the matchup. Can the Broncos stop the run? Jonathan Taylor got him. Omari and Hampton got him. Those are the two games that the Broncos have lost so far this year. That Eagles run game, not bad. That's Saquon Barkley. He is okay. This to me is, if the Broncos can at least have some semblance of control of the line of scrimmage, I think they stay in this thing. But if they can't, I don't like this matchup for Denver. Have they gotten better than what they were in weeks 2 and 3?
I think so, and don't overlook the at least the chance that Malcolm Roach will be back for the Broncos on Sunday. He's eligible to return from IR, and he really was a huge factor in their run defense last year. DJ Jones, kind of said it on Monday, like, I'm not going to lie to you guys, we miss him. So I think that would be one thing to certainly watch. And DJ Jones also said, like, listen, the Eagles, they haven't seen a defensive line like ours this year. That group has a lot of confidence, and I think for good reason. I agree with you. I think that's where it's going to go. Similarly, on the other end, I think that Denver's offensive line, which played great on Monday night, is going to need to be that kind of factor, both in terms of like limiting the pressure that Bo Nix is going to face, because while he played well under pressure really for the first time this season, in Cincinnati there wasn't an abundance of it. So can they somewhat limit how much he gets feet on him in the pocket and allow him to kind of settle in a little bit and not be as frantic? I think that's going to be hugely important. I think that the offensive and defensive lines, but particularly for you, as you said, that defense, the Eagles have really struggled passing the ball. I think the Broncos probably play more zone than they typically do, to kind of limit Jalen Hurts' ability to hit big shots, because they're just not really clicking right now on kind of most of their intermediate passing game. So I think you'll see some more zone. Can you effectively stop the run in those looks? I think that's going to be a key thing to watch.
All right, everybody, read Nick's coverage, theathletic.com. Subscribe, get it. It is good. Nick, we'll talk to you next week. Thanks, dude.
All right, fellas. Thanks. Have a good one.
All right, Broncos at Philadelphia on Sunday at 11 a.m. A nice early window East Coast matchup with the defending Super Bowl champions facing their former head coach, Vic Fangio, who is now the defensive coordinator of those Eagles. All right, Andy, we'll take a break. When we come back, we are going to closely examine the release that the Rockies put out today and try and parse the words of Walker Monfort and what was said in that release today, what to take away from it, where to find some hope. The Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman, produced by Mark Springer, right here on your home for the Nuggets and Avalanche, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Just after drop-off this morning, got the push notification that Bill Schmidt out as the general manager of the Rockies. He stepped down, technically.
Still don't
Andy.
like the wording.
You wanted...
Dude,
you wanted blood.
Look, I know it sounds cruel. I get all that. It's fair. But to me, I'd like the statement that the last 3 years has been unacceptable. Someone had pointed out 504 losses in the last 5 or something like that.
Yeah.
That was the number that they had.
Do you know why it didn't say that?
Tell me why.
Do you know who's responsible for 300-plus losses over 3 years?
Dick Montfort is what you're going to tell me?
The owner and CEO of the Colorado Rockies. Okay? And so a part of Walker Montfort's challenge, and, we read the quotes last week from ESPN. He's not going to slam his father for being a loyal guy. Bill was Dick's guy.
Sure.
Through and through. And so I'm telling you, like right now, the concern over the CEO's reputation, dignity, feelings, whatever it wants to go. Like, I promise you, Dick Montfort views the firing or, dispatching, whatever you want to call it, of Bill Schmidt as a massive personal failure.
All right, again,
And
if
he
we're
should.
going to be...
It's really, really bad. But again, like I'm not going to get caught up too much in that stuff because there's a lot of rich men's egos involved in all of this.
It's fine. I think the fans deserve a statement. This is going to be different. Period.
Oh, well, Andy.
Okay, again, but it leads me with the old very skeptical eye that this is going to change too much.
You should be.
So until I see
and
an outside
Andy,
hire and they say he's got all the control, then I'm not buying it.
This is just it. And this is the message that Nate Kreckman, and Andy, I think you're going to sit shotgun with me on this ride for this.
I don't have a choice.
I believe that it is our duty to talk to Rockies fans in this market right now and tell them Bill Schmidt is out. That's all that happened today.
Sure.
Okay?
You're right. Yes.
Nothing. The direction of the boat didn't change today.
Right.
They merely got rid of Bill Schmidt. And Andy, I firmly believe, and it's an educated opinion, that Bill Schmidt is the fall guy for minus 424. I think he's the fall guy for 119 losses. I'm not saying he was good at what he did. He wasn't. But there is somebody above him that failed much harder, with a much louder voice, with much more power to exert over the organization, and that guy is still the CEO. Okay? So it is incumbent upon him to get out of the way. And in whatever way it can be done. And I think, again, like Walker Montfort's comment to ESPN earlier this week to me, or I guess it was late last week, was really telling of my dad deserves credit for his loyalty. I'm paraphrasing him, but that's essentially what he said. They are going to tiptoe around the failure as much as they possibly can. Now, again, the question, and this is the one you raise, and it's the right question to raise, is, are you guys actually going to do anything different now? All right? So that brings me to the final paragraph of the statement that was put out today. And I read this. This is from Executive Vice President Walker Montfort. We are setting our sights on finding the right leader from outside our organization who can bring a fresh perspective to the Rockies and enhance our baseball operations with a new vision, innovation, and a focus on both short and long-term success. This change delivers an opportunity to shape the future of our club and move forward into a new era of Rockies baseball. Okay.
I like the words.
There's a lot of good words in there.
I got to see it in practice.
There's a couple of things in here, okay? Outside the organization, outside our organization. All right, well, that's good. okay? When you went O'Dowd to Bridich, internal. Bridich to Schmidt, internal, okay? And you can draw the line graph of
listen, you went from O'Dowd, you went from Gebhardt to O'Dowd.
Yeah. So we're asking them to do something new. This is outside the comfort zone of the way the Monforts do business. And again, guys, this is a family business. That's how they operate. That is how they view it. All right? Like, it's so funny because Jerry Jones has been so much in the spotlight this week because of the Michael Parsons game and everything else. And Andy,
Michael Parsons.
As I have listened to that conversation and viewed it all, I am just like, it's the same thing as the Rockies. They do it the same way.
Only he started out with a boatload of success.
He did. He started with a boatload of success. The Rockies have had success.
Yeah,
it's not as though
right.
they are completely devoid of success. It has existed before, and it's a very different sport. There's no denying it. But like as I listen to all of that, it's funny. I can't remember which of the Dallas stations it is, but one of them, it might be the Ticket. They banned the phrase, Jerry Jones, the owner, has to fire Jerry Jones, the GM. You know, like it's said so many times that it's lost all meaning.
Yeah.
And don't,
same has to happen here.
Don't mistake it. Dick Monfort was the GM. Okay, these moves are his. That's why the club got to this place.
The major ones, to be clear, the major ones. We're not sitting here saying that Dick Monfort was doing the scouting, but he, you know what? Again,
no, you know who was? His son. Sterling.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, but let's go as far back. I brought up Greg Reynolds. You may not remember him. You know why? He didn't really have a career. They picked him 3rd overall over the names
Second
of Kershaw, Scherzer, 2nd overall, even worse.
And Lincecum.
3 great pitchers.
And Evan Longoria.
Yeah, you had a lot of great players that year you could have taken. And instead, because you liked this strapping young lad, Greg Reynolds, you picked him, and that went nowhere.
Right.
And then the reason, look, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The reason why he got rid of Nolan Arenado, frankly, wasn't even a baseball decision. I think he'd be straight to your face about that. Didn't love the TV deal he got locally. Didn't love the TV deal that was coming in for Major League Baseball nationally. So he traded, in his mind, and I think it was even written about in Sports Illustrated, wasn't it? Or the big piece, maybe it was The Athletic. He paid the $50 million so he wouldn't have to pay the other $150 million that was going to be due Nolan Arenado when he didn't get the TV deal he thought he would get.
Yep.
He never. Let's be fair to Dick Monfort about this. I don't even think he thought it was a quote unquote on the field great baseball move. He wanted the money. He wanted the money to use for other things, and he was not happy with Nolan for suggesting you're not doing enough. But then somehow the move I can't understand. At least I can somehow see the economics of what he's talking about with Nolan Arenado. I don't agree with it in any way, but I can at least see the economics. But then you go and hand $185 million when you were bidding against yourself to a broken down slugger that you thought would at least bring a home run fun to your games just to bring some fans in. And that is the move that mystifies me, and that's probably where the change here that should have been made that could have maybe, I don't know if you'd avoided the 300 losses, but
in addition to, if you wanted to move Nolan Arenado, a future Hall of Fame third baseman, what you got in return was
laughable.
You got nothing.
To the point where Jeff Bridich was so sick of it, that's why he left.
Yep.
He did not want to be attached to that. That was the final move where he's like, I will take many an arrow, my friend. That one is too large.
Yeah.
And he resigned.
It's one of the worst trades in the history of the game. And then it's compounded by Chris Bryant's contract, which made no sense whatsoever. So everything you're saying about the economics, like, it makes perfect sense in a silo. But then when you do Chris Bryant, well, you just set fire to all of that.
I'd rather you just sign 3 players for that amount, please.
Right leader from outside our organization who can bring a fresh perspective to the Rockies and enhance our baseball operations with a new vision, innovation, and a focus on both short and long-term success. All right. This is the other tricky part of this whole thing, okay? The Rockies, and when you say the Rockies, you mean the Monfort family, okay? They have viewed the challenge of winning at elevation as their cross to bear, and they have always viewed it as this is our biggest impediment to success. This is why we fail, because we deal with a unique challenge inside this game that nobody else deals with. And there is some truth to that, okay? No club in baseball deals with a greater home road split than the Rockies do. And we see it. It's, yeah, Andy, it's just like every time they go on the road and open a new series after a homestand, just take the under.
Yeah.
You know, team total, because the other guys are probably going to hit. Okay, but like just they're not going to score that day. All right, and I think many of those failures, in addition to a loyal man in Dick Monfort liking the players that he had in place, he looked at it and said, "Well, it's because of our challenge. It's because of elevation." And I am here to tell him, and I've been screaming this for years, that's not what it is. It's that your players aren't good enough and you haven't developed them. You want to be able to beat elevation, get good players, okay? If you had a good club and guys are underachieving because of elevation, because of sea level to mile high, if that's what's happening with the ball club, then it's like, you know what? It's a tough thing for you to be able to overcome. And it is. Even when you have good players. When you have what they have right now, it's a joke. And that's, can you just get somebody in here that will identify and bring in and develop the players? And will you make the investment to enhance the baseball operation? Will every one of your minor league franchises have access to all of the cutting-edge technology in places like Milwaukee and Minnesota and Cleveland? Because there are smaller markets than this one that are having quite a bit of success.
But you brought it out because you're not going to be able to afford every free agent. But if you can smartly develop and you can put money into making them better and you can do it more scientifically, then you can get look, you may not be competing every year. You may not be taking over the Dodgers every year. It's going to be tough. There's no denying that competing with the budget of the Dodgers is tough. But again, you pointed out many times, it's not just the budget, it's the draft and development. When they want to make a big trade, they've got the prospects to get it done.
The budget of the Dodgers, and the other one, the commitment of the Padres. They care. Everything about that ball club is winning. And that's why they're in the postseason right now. Like again, smaller market than you. And look at what that ball club is right now. Arizona already does it better than you. San Francisco, Buster Posey, he's making a managerial change. They're already going to do it better than you, all right? It has to matter to you as much that you win games. Like, that is what has lacked in this organization, has been that kind of commitment. It's great to have butts in the seats out at Coors Field, and it's a beautiful ballpark. Like, we know that Colorado has that. I think the Rockies, their greatest flaw, and again, when I say the Rockies, I mean the Monforts, is they want to win, but they really want to do it their way. Which I would say the same thing about Jerry Jones in Dallas. I think he wants to win, but he really wants to win on his own terms. If you don't blow out that philosophy and recommit yourself to, we're going to set a bunch of delicate egos aside, and we're going to look at a lot of people inside this organization and say, you're doing it wrong, and we're going to change it, and we're going to raise this thing, and we're going to flatten it, unless it happens, I think the Rockies will continue to spin their wheels.
And despite this long conversation about how I'm not sure it'll happen, I will say this. I'm willing to give Walker Monfort his chance.
Absolutely.
He's owed a chance to show everybody that it is a new day.
Andy, I grew up in Chicago, and I witnessed the change when the Chicago Blackhawks, when Bill Wirtz died, old Dollar Bill Wirtz died, and his son Rocky Wirtz took over. Now, I'm not defending anything that was covered up within that organization because that was all gross, but we have seen generational changes in sports ownership, and we have seen, the sons witness the failures of their fathers and say, I'm going to do business differently one day. We have seen it work before. So cross your fingers. Maybe this one is going to happen. And to your point, I absolutely agree. I want to give Walker Monfort a shot here. But
we'll see.
There's the amount of just stasis.
Yeah.
that has to change, that has to go away. It's a ton. It's a massive undertaking, but I hope it can happen. Kreckman and Lindahl. Patrick Saunders gives us the details coming up at 4:20. We've got NFL Power Rankings. Where are the Broncos? We tell you next. Power ranking time here on a Wednesday. Andy, is your entire week thrown off because of Monday Night Football?
Always happens. Although in some ways it does make it quicker to Thursday Night Football.
It
right?
does.
So
It
that's
does.
good.
My rhythms they're just askew this week.
You know what I need? I need a little hockey in our life. I'm ready for that to get going. I'd take a hockey game tonight.
You had preseason hockey last night.
I'd take a hockey game tonight.
See what you're saying? Are you not dialed into preseason Avalanche yet this year?
Not quite yet.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not going to get my little. Who is my guy? Tufty. Remember Riley Tufty? We
I do
had a
remember
fun 5
him.
minutes with him.
You loved him.
Yeah, I did. I'm not getting that guy this year. I'm not. You know what? I'm not pulling the blanket out of the closet.
No.
We'll let it stay in there with the mothballs. We'll
Okay.
just see what shows up.
Okay.
And you know what? I tried to watch the playoffs last night. I get home, and of course the Sox. I don't know who I hate more, the Sox or the Yankees. So, I was annoyed. For some reason, I was annoyed the Sox took the lead there after the Yankees were winning. I don't know why. I don't wish anything good for the Yanks. But, it just bothered me.
You're watching a game between two teams you hate.
So, yeah.
That's
and then
fair.
I tune in, and the Dodgers are doing their thing, and I'm like, all right. I'm off. What else is on?
Shohei had 2 bombs last night.
Well, yeah.
He's pretty good. Pretty good. Nice of the Cincinnati Reds to try. Final at Wrigley Field. Padres over the Cubs 3-0 as the Dylan Cease and bullpen combination shut down the Cubs offense. So, Andy, after 164 games, the Cubs and the Padres will go head-to-head tomorrow, as will the Tigers and the Guardians. And one team gets to go on, and another team just, you're done.
Is the most pressure on the Tigers?
Probably. Good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
You shouldn't be in this position.
Probably.
You were pretty good for a long darn time.
There should be a lot of pressure on the Cubs. You should be good. Yeah, the playoff baseball in that market with that organization should be the expectation year in and year out. It shouldn't be a nice treat that you get every couple of years. Yes, I'm speaking as a Cub fan. They should just be doing this every damn
But
year.
you do know the Padres are pretty dang good.
They are good. It's a good club. And, man, when they can go to Adrian Morejon and Mason Miller out of the bullpen, it's just like, good night. That's a good pen. All right, let's do it, though. It's power ranking time, darn it.
Rank that power.
We've got NFL power rankings. So the Broncos, Andy, they, as you know, they defeated the Bengals 28-3. What does that do for Denver in the ranking with a late Monday night game? The Broncos last week in our power rankings, after losing for the second consecutive week, losing at the gun for the second consecutive week to fall to 1-2, they averaged 15 in our 8 power rankings that we survey.
Just outside the playoffs. That was the disappointing part.
Yes. Did the Broncos climb back into what we're calling the playoff picture, the top 14?
Right.
Let's find out, shall we? We
Before
begin.
anybody texts in, we know technically it isn't because you could have more AFC or NFC teams. We get it, but just go with us. 14 keeps you in the playoffs.
Don't overthink it, okay?
Please.
Don't.
It's just let the bit be fun.
For the love of God, especially for this radio show, just let it happen.
Let it be fun, you math guys. I'm sitting next to one. He's not splitting hairs. You shouldn't either.
That's what I'm saying. ESPN. Heard of it? 4-letter network. ESPN last week put the Broncos at number 15. A nice 4-score victory, and 7 years ago, over the Bengals. And ESPN has the Broncos ascend 2 rungs on the ladder to number 13, Andy.
Back in the playoffs.
13. Good place to live. We can deal with that. NFL.com/NFL Network/ I think ESPN owns all of this stuff, so I don't even know.
Yeah, it's all ESPN all of a sudden now you point it out.
Yeah, it's an excellent
so
point.
ESPN 2 did a power ranking.
Right. So NFL.com, they had Denver at 14 last week at 1-2. This week, a 25-point win over the dog butt Bengals on Monday Night Football, which is on ESPN/NFL. But NFL.com, they look at the Broncos and they say, you know what? You're going to soar 2 places to number 12.
Boom. Keeping it ahead, big brother.
Yeah, 12er for the Broncos. That's good to see. So ESPN 13, NFL.com 12. The Athletic Last week, Andy, the Athletic were second most down on the Broncos after they fell to 1-2. The Athletic had the Broncos down at number 17 as of last week. TheAthletic.com and Nick Kosmider and his co-workers, after a Bronco victory on Monday night over Jake Browning and the Bungles, has the Broncos surging one spot to 16.
Still out of the playoffs.
16er.
Boy, they really don't like the Bengals.
Says The Athletic. Yeah, the Bengal win didn't do much for you. CBS Sports, Deion Sanders.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
CBS Sports, this is Pete Prisco, puts out these rankings. Venerable NFL writer, salty old sports writer Pete Prisco. Last week, he ranked the Broncos at 14. This week, beating the Bengals, didn't do much for Prisco. He has Denver resting right there at number 14.
That went on for a while. That was a tussle.
That was a lot of grunting for
that was
no movement.
I think that player still gained the yard to gain. Got the sticks.
Andy, the power ranking that we cannot wrap our heads around is The Ringer, theringer.com. That's Bill Simmons' website, right?
They are all over the place.
So last year specifically, The Ringer hated the Broncos.
All year long.
Yeah, they were always the most down on Denver. This year, they've been one of the more optimistic Broncos observers. TheRinger.com last week had the Broncos ranked at number 12 despite a 2-game losing streak, which was the highest ranking on the board. This week, a 28-3 victory in a nationally televised affair against the Cincinnati Bengals. And the Broncos remain lodged right there at number 12.
Well, you can only have thank you there. There we go, Spring. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
The cut you even requested.
It was beautiful. It was well done.
That
one startled me.
It was. Sometimes that show would startle you.
Yeah.
It was the Bengals.
Whoa. It was the Bengals.
I can't get too mad if there's not meteoric climbs
Yeah.
after, because that team flat sucks. And the whole nation saw it.
Speaking of meteoric climbs, I love that wording right there. Broadcast professional Andy Lindahl. That was wonderful. USA Today, last week's rankings, they had Denver lowest ranking on the board at 18. At 18. Oof. Man, USA Today is all over the place. You
Unlike their paper these days.
A little tougher to find. USA Today had him at 18 last week. This week, the Broncos elevate 6 spots to 12.
Well, because you know what that is? That's a good old-fashioned course correction,
Should
my
be.
friend.
Yeah.
They knew we probably should have maybe kept them 14 or 15.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to correct that and then some.
Yeah. Yeah, all over the place. Got them all the way up to 12. Pro Football Talk is a website that talks about pro football. Pro Football Talk had the Broncos down to 16 last week. Florio and his wonderful hair, he's been really high on Denver all year, and then a 2-game losing streak, he's like, push you back down to 16.
That enough.
But you get a home win over the Bengals.
He got to watch it in full.
Jamar Chase doesn't do anything.
He's complaining to everybody.
Broncos and big in 2 spots to 14.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And biggins is a perfectly cromulent word.
Is that a basketball whistle you just gave me there? That sounded like a gym.
No.
I don't believe you. There's a guy in the gym. There's very echoey.
That felt indoors.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Don't you lie to me, Spring.
That was
from the UFL.
I was going to say, you know what that is? That's it's raining outside, so practice is in the gym. You're just doing sprints.
Yeah, we're gonna pretend we're playing football.
Uh-huh. And finally, our friend Frank Schwab over at Yahoo Sports.
His people cleared this ranking.
They did. I kind of hate that. You know what the problem with it is?
Shut your mouth.
It's how breathy he is at the start of the word Yahoo.
I don't care for his voice.
Play it again, Spring. Listen carefully to this. Why? Yahoo! It's too breathy.
Yeah. The voice is off.
You're going to throw it back to the 90s. Come on.
The 90s?
Is that what that's from?
Yeah,
Probably.
it's
Actually,
not the aughts.
It probably is.
Wasn't that a Super Bowl commercial?
Early
thing?
2000s? I don't know.
Yahoo was big back then. It was like Yahoo and AOL and MSN.
Yeah.
The old search engines.
Trying to take down the power AOL. And now look at things. Yahoo is the Facebook to AOL's MySpace.
Well put. Yahoo, 15 last week. But hey, win by 25, beat the snot out of the dog butt Bengals. You bounce 4 spots up to number 11.
11.
Mm-hmm.
These go to 11.
So, our 8 rankings, Andy, have the Broncos coming out to an average of 13.
Oh, they bumped a spot.
Yep, so they bumped 2 spots. In fact, last week's average 15. Up 2 spots to 13. High ranking on the board, Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports at 11. Low ranking on the board for this week, The Athletic down at number 16. 6 risers, 2 stayers. Big move being USA Today with a +6 launch for the Broncos all the way up there to number 12. 13. Andy, at the quarter poll at 2-2, are the Broncos the 13th best team in the NFL?
They could be.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting because remember, we've got some new blood. You've got Jacksonville, Indy, and Pittsburgh all being what I don't think a lot of people thought they'd be.
Yeah.
So that's who they might have to fight for the playoff spot if the Chargers go on to win this division.
You have a 3-1 Seattle team, which I think is one of the teams that has surpassed Denver so far this season. Tampa Bay appears to be very legit and ranked near the top right now. So I still, most of these rankings still have the Chiefs over the Broncos. I don't see it right now, but again, that's my fight. Okay, you guys. I get it. You're all amazed by what Mahomes does, and they win Super Bowls. That team's not that good. But the Broncos averaging 13, okay. For a 2-2 team, you know what they probably are? They're probably the best 2-2 team in the NFL.
I'd have to get a look at it, but okay.
Yeah. Well, the Chiefs are 2-2, and I think the Broncos are better than the Chiefs.
Maybe.
Patriots are 2-2.
Maybe. They are better than the Patriots, I would think. Although I don't know. Look, the talking heads tell me that Josh McDaniels and that offense is starting to take with Drake May, so I guess we'll see.
What, they scored 42 last week?
Yeah, but who did they do it against?
Carolina.
Yeah.
Their special teams are very good.
Who just lost to Carolina that should not have?
Atlanta.
Yeah, what was going on there?
Penix was awful.
What is the deal?
Bengals are 2-2. We know the Broncos are better than them.
They're terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Manders are 2-2.
I don't know what's going on with Jaden Daniels' knee. Is he okay or not?
Not yet. Vikings are 2-2.
They're weird.
In a lot of ways, it's even though they're onto a backup quarterback, it's similar to Denver. Their defense is excellent. Their offense not so much. Atlanta is 2-2. Arizona is 2-2. The Rockies were 43-119. And they have gotten rid of their general manager. Bill Schmidt is out. Patrick Saunders has covered the Rockies for a long, long time for the Denver Post. What to make of the words that came out of 20th and Blake today? We'll talk to Patrick Saunders at the Denver Post. That is next. Headline today, DenverPost.com. Rockies GM Bill Schmidt steps down as team looks for new direction after dreadful season. Yeah, they're desperately going to need a new direction. Joining us right now, the man who penned that very piece today in DenverPost.com. By the way, I'm just going to assume that he had his 5 candidates to take over as the next general manager of the Rockies piece already locked, loaded, and ready to be posted, because I swear to God that thing was up like 30 seconds later. Our friend Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Patrick, how you doing, man?
I'm well. Actually, I had both of my stories pretty much locked and loaded. The Schmidt stepping down / firing I've had probably in the works for 2-3 months, probably. Rewritten in a number of times, but it had to come. We knew it had to come at some point.
Well, you told us when we talked to you middle of the year after you wrote things, late July or early August there, Patrick, that you thought you had gotten whispers that you thought Walker might go this direction.
Yeah, I mean, and even if the Rockies had showed reasonable improvement in the second half, and they were slightly better, I really think they had no choice. I mean, it was clear 3 100-loss seasons in a row in a farm system that is ranked pretty low. You had to make a change. I mean, it wasn't just the fans clamoring for it. It's just that the team was, let's face it, was kind of becoming the laughingstock of MLB. They had to make changes.
They desperately did, and they make the change today, and Bill Schmidt is going to be out, and this is, I guess, the first official move of the Walker-Monfort era, so to speak, there, Patrick, as the executive vice president of the club now with Fiesel out and Walker taking things over. Let's start with the big point here that was made in the statement that the Rockies put out, that they are seeking somebody from outside the organization, which, again, I agree with you, Patrick. To use your phrase, I don't think they had any other choice. They have to go outside the organization. The question is, though, Patrick, is for a club that has always fancied themselves to be the experts of baseball at elevation and have always said that familiarity with baseball at altitude was going to be absolutely critical to anybody that they bring in to run baseball ops. The question is what is this going to look like, and how much autonomy will then be given to this individual from outside the organization?
Yeah, you hit on 2 of my 3 key points for who the Rockies ultimately decide takes charge of the front office. Be it president of baseball ops who comes in and hires his own general manager, however it shakes down. You mentioned altitude, and I think familiarity with altitude might play a factor. That's why I've mentioned former Twins GM Thad Levine, who started out with the Rockies. So that's one. The Rockies, I think, overplay that hand about altitude. I'm not saying it's not a factor. It is. It is. But that doesn't excuse the poor performance of the team, particularly offensively, for multiple years. I believe I wrote this the other day. I think their team OPS over the last 6 years has been the worst 6 years in team history. I mean, that playing at Coors Field and going downhill like that's pretty inexcusable. They simply didn't get the right players in the right spots. The third caveat I put into that, and I talked to a couple people today who know the Rockies pretty well, people in the business, executives, et cetera. They think the key is going to be not just somebody who has some familiarity with altitude, but is Dick Monfort going to let them be autonomous, 1, and 2, is he going to allow them to beef up the behind-the-scenes staff? And that would be analytics, that would be adding coaches, people who can actually develop some of these players, because the Rockies claim to be a draft and develop organization, but they failed in that regard. So those are the things that they have to look at as they go forward and make this new choice.
Let me ask you this. I'm just going to kind of throw a name out there. Would Jerry DiPoto be a fit for this thing? If we're going to stick to the altitude and you have to have existed in this and all that, would DiPoto be a guy you think they'd want to talk to, or do you know DiPoto at all? I know he was friendly with a lot of the media there for a while, but then he's just been away from the city, as far as I know, for so long. Do you think he'd have any interest in trying to take a crack at this thing?
My gut tells me no, because look where he is now with Seattle, right? I mean, number one seed in the American League with the Mariners. It took them a while, but now they seem like they have a powerhouse and are in a really good spot. Seattle's a great city. The fan base there is going nuts. I would be surprised, maybe not shocked, but I'd be surprised if DePoto gave all that up to return to his Colorado roots. I don't think that's going to happen. One of his lieutenants, his assistant GM, who also has Colorado ties, a guy named Andy McKay, who works hand in hand with DePoto, could be a candidate. I've mentioned him. I think people would be doing cartwheels if Jerry DePoto decided to leave the Mariners and came to Colorado for a couple of reasons. One, he knows the game. He's been around for a while. He's a dynamic personality. He's charismatic, all of those things. I just don't see that happening.
Patrick, you the name you put at the top of the list and the first one you mentioned in our conversation was Thad Levine, who, again, his last gig, senior VP of the Twins, like that's okay. You're working in this kind of market, but also you have worked in the Colorado front office before. Patrick, I swear to God, I think you wrote about Thad Levine as early as like last April in terms of raising that name. I'm curious if you've spoken to him at all, and if this opportunity intrigues him when you talk to people around the game. What do you know about Thad Levine?
Okay, I have reached out to Thad numerous times. I have not heard back.
Mm-hmm.
He's out of the game in terms of he's not an executive anymore after he left Minnesota at the end of last season rather. He does a pretty popular podcast. He's fairly blunt about the way he sees things. So I have not talked to him. However, I will say this. People that I know who know him very well and know his circle of friends have said, one, he has talked to the Rockies, and two, he would be interested. But that's as far as I can take it, because I don't know beyond that how deep the interest is. And again, going back to the autonomy question, my guess is if Thad Levine or anybody else who has a pedigree wants to come to Colorado and take over the Rockies, they've got to be given assurances that it's their baby to run. And the way I see it would happen would be Walker Monfort, as executive vice president, as a family member, would run the business side. He'd be the money guy. The new guy coming in would most likely be president of baseball ops, and then would hire somebody to be the GM underneath him. And together they would evaluate where the Rockies organization is, and they'd take a hard look at every department on the baseball side and bring in some new people, leave some other people who already have jobs here, and revamp what's really been a disaster the last few years.
Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post, covering the Rockies, covering the worst club by run differential in, since the 1800s, is what the Rockies literally were this season in the year of our Lord 2025. But Patrick Saunders, the guy that's been covering it all season long. Patrick, along those lines, I'm sure you read Buster Olney and Jesse Rogers' piece on ESPN last week, and Walker Monfort had some comments in there, and he was, he defended his father, and that's as well he should. It's a family business, and you have loyalty, and Dick Monfort has loyalties, and so we don't expect Walker Monfort to go throwing Dad under the bus or anything else like that. But one of the parts of that piece that I found most interesting was it was characterized by the authors as this is an attractive job, that people around baseball will absolutely leap at it. And I took pause in that, and it's not because of where the club is currently in the standings. I think people would look at Coors Field and the fan base and the city, and they would look at it and they would say, this thing's a sleeping giant, and the Rockies, automatically you will have support and it will be exciting, and this will be a great thing to get turned around, and the fans would go crazy for it. But the autonomy question is the one that makes me wonder how attractive this job is, because it's well known around baseball. Bill Schmidt did not have autonomy. Okay, Jeff Bridich did not have autonomy. They had ownership, oversight, and flat out they had ownership making moves that they didn't have final say over. That to me is the biggest impediment for the Rockies to get the best candidates to be their general manager. What do we know about the plan going forward?
Yeah, that's a great point. And those guys, I read the piece that you're mentioning with Buster and Rogers, and yeah, it was a good piece. They're absolutely right, or you're absolutely right. Autonomy is going to be a big deal, and it's interesting you said, because I asked. Well, I'll just tell you who I asked about this a couple weeks ago. I asked Ryan Spielbergs, right, former Rocky, current TV guy who very sharp, knows a lot. And I said, Ryan, why would anybody want this job? I said, I can't see it. And he said, no, are you kidding me? I know a lot of people would want it. And I said, well, why? He said, because if they were given a clean slate, if they could build the team they wanted, smart people could turn this into the biggest home field advantage in baseball. If they did it right, they'd be given some patience to do it right. And they know that if the Rockies turn things around, the support is going to be unbelievable. Right? So those are the positives. But he put in the caveat, which you just did, but they have to be able to have autonomy to be able to build this the way they see it. And I think that's going to happen. I'm crossing my fingers it's going to happen. But I know other people who said there's no way Dick is ever going to give up, is not going to get out of his own way, I guess is the best way to say it. Dick needs to get out of his own way and let other people run the show.
All right, I'm curious, Patrick, because you've covered this team a really long time, and you remember the switch from Gebhardt, who wanted to go Blake Street Bombers, to O'Dowd, brought more of let's try to get some pitching here. We're not going to win in the postseason without good pitching and speedy outfielders. And look, all these philosophies sounded good at the time until you see them try to be implemented. I don't know what the philosophy has been since 2018, to be honest with you, but that is what it is. What would you do if someone, whether it was a manager or GM, anybody came in and asked you, as a guy that's seen this thing for a huge chunk of its history, asked you, what would you do? What would be your answer to them to try to get this thing back on track as far as on-field product?
Yeah, for the on-field product, well, I think the Blake Street Bomber days here are probably numbered because when the Rockies were formed back in '93 in their first, 5, 6, 7 years of existence, they were able to land those kind of players, the Larry Walkers, the Bichettes, the Ellis Burks, Benny Castillas, et cetera. The Rockies, as they are right now, can't afford those kind of guys. They're not an expansion team anymore. So unless you find a homegrown slugger, somebody who morphs into a Blake Street Bomber type, which ideally they would have, I don't think you can build that kind of team now. I think interim manager Warren Schaefer has it right, and his plan is you make this an athletic, speedy team, terrific defense. Yes, you want some thumpers like Hunter Goodman, whoever, but you press the action and you make this a very difficult place for people to come in and play. Now, the pitching is going to be difficult for sure, but if you get a good bullpen and you get 2 or 3 decent starters, I think the Rockies can dominate at home. They're always going to struggle on the road, so I don't think that's going to change a whole lot. But I think if you have a team that presses the action, plays good defense, covers the outfield, and makes other teams just shudder trying to come into Coors Field to play the Rockies, I think that's the way you've got to do it. Right now, they don't put the ball in play enough. They strike out too much. They've only got a couple of guys to put the ball in the seats, and their defense wasn't very good despite some talent. So that's how I would look at it in a nutshell.
All right, we've gotten this question a lot, both via text line and the other social channels. Is there any chance they'd ever think about bringing the fences in?
I don't think so. I've talked to people about that. It's a great question because the Rockies outfield, I think it is the second largest in baseball outside Kansas City. I used to write that it was the largest, but somebody corrected me. But I don't know, because it would be such an expensive thing, and you'd have to, change the sidelines for the fans and stuff. But I've always thought what they should do is take the deepest part of the ballpark, which is that left center field gap, where it's kind of the triples alley, doubles alley. I think they should do something there, put a wall in there, something which takes away that alley and lets the outfielders maybe have a little security blanket. But I don't think they're going to bring the fences in. I just think it's too cost prohibitive.
Patrick Saunders, Denver Post. Patrick, it was reported by Yahoo Sports is where I saw this, and this was months ago. That Dick Monfort is a part of the CBA negotiations is reportedly seeking a cap on organizational spending, coaching, scouting, tech, whatever. Which to me is the ultimate in frustration. When the Rockies fancy themselves a draft and development organization, like, you need to be on the cutting edge of all of those things. Again, like, do we know philosophically where the club is at on that right now, and how they will hopefully answer tough questions that are asked of them, of any GM candidate, of what kind of resources are you going to give me to build a winner? And I'm not talking about, like, again, just money on payroll. I'm talking about for building better baseball players.
Yeah, that's a great question. And you're absolutely right that there's been a lot of talk that Dick, who's on the labor committee with MLB owners, he's a pretty powerful force. He and Rob Manfred are actually pretty tight. And Dick is one of those hardliners, if you will, who wants a salary cap in baseball for salaries, but also what you mentioned, spending for organizations to try to even the playing field. I don't think it's going to fly. So suppose Thad Levine is a candidate, I'm sure he's going to ask, Dick and Walker, whoever else, guys, we're notoriously shorthanded in analytics at the minor league level. We don't have enough pitching coaches throughout the system. We don't even have enough pitching coaches or eyes on the big league team. We have too many people in over their heads with work levels. And believe me, a lot of coaches on the Rockies staff have told me that's the case. So are you going to give me the money to go out and find quality people? That's going to be one of the questions. What I'm interested to see is this going to be a lame duck period here for the 26th season, with the CBA expiring at the end of the 26th season? In other words, are the Rockies just going to stand pat and just not do a lot and wait to see what the new landscape looks like? I hope that's not the case, but I've heard some people say that they think that's what's going to happen. And when I talked to Walker when he was hired for the job, the thing that stuck out to me was he repeatedly said, it's going to be about how we allocate our available resources. Well, what does that mean? He didn't really get into detail, but that's going to be a huge part of the Rockies going forward. How much money will they have to spend, and how are they going to spend it?
Patrick Saunders, everybody. Man, and I've heard the same whispers as you, Patrick, when it comes to the upcoming season and Dick Monfort, again, because of his very prominent role in the CBA negotiations, of what that could mean here for the 26th season. Oh my goodness! Just again, like you should have done this part of it 3 months ago and gotten ahead of the game. And now, again, the potential of wheels spinning. Hopefully, Walker Monfort is going to change something. Actually, you know what, Patrick? Hang out for one more question really quickly,
Sure,
okay?
Sure.
What do you know about Walker Monfort, and in what ways can you shed light on us that he may deviate from his father's views of how a baseball organization should be run?
No, it's a great question. I am not going to pretend that I know Walker well. I don't. And I know people are going to think, well, it's nepotism and silver spoon and all that, but you got to give it up for Walker and also Sterling, who's also in the baseball side. Those guys paid their due diligence in the organization. I mean, they did all sorts of things, from working on the grounds crew to ticket office to working the phones. I mean, they got their apprenticeship for sure. So Walker knows a lot about how the organization is run, for good and for bad. That's number one. Number two, everybody that I've talked to about Walker say he's forward-thinking. He's more flexible than his father. He's open to new ideas, and he's more personable. I'm not saying Dick Monfort isn't personable. He is a nice person. I'll give him that. But I think Walker is a more dynamic people person than his dad is. And I think Dick has said it multiple times. He's loyal to a fault. And I don't know if Walker is that. I hope he's not. I hope he realizes this is a business, the business of trying to win. I've always said what frustrated me so much about the Rockies is it was almost like, well, we'll hold players and managers and coaches and everybody else to account. If they fail, we get rid of them, we demote them, whatever. Yet it almost felt like the front office was untouchable for years upon years upon years. Well, that's not the way it's supposed to be. It's not the way it is around most of baseball. I think Walker understands that. At least I hope he does.
We do as well. Patrick, excellent job on the beat this year.
Hey, it's going to get more interesting at least, Patrick. No matter what happens,
Sure.
it's going to get more interesting for you.
Yeah,
so.
it's not going to be same old, we hope, for a while. Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post. Guys, when Patrick Saunders writes about the Rockies, and you guys are Rockies fans, and you desperately want this club to get better, but when Patrick writes about it, read it, because it's what's going down. Patrick Saunders, everybody of the Denver Post. Patrick, thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, that was really good. There was a lot of really good stuff in there, and also, like, to his point right there, there is so much unknown right now.
There is,
and that's a guy with his ear to the ground every single day, and there's
but again,
a lot of unknown.
Our guy Tyler Maughan's comment.
Yeah.
The North Korea thing still kind of sits because nobody's real sure what way. And now, in fairness to Walker, it wasn't till summer where Dick hinted, all right, I may let him take control of this thing.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
It was like July. And when I summer, I mean dead of summer. And they got through All-Star break, and then the whisper came out. And we all wondered, is he really going to do that? So I don't know if folks have had a chance to really get to know Walker, because why have you needed to?
Sure.
But now we'll find out about him.
Congratulations to Ralston Valley High School's Sevilla Creasy. She is our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Reuter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Tune in Friday night at halftime, Mountain Vista and Valor, for the next Student of the Week.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you dealing with the problem of erectile dysfunction? Is it starting to affect your life with the fall days that are now upon us, and a lot of things to get done in the yard? All that's, you know what I'm talking about, low testosterone treatment. You still got plenty to get done in the yard, but you know what? If you want to be rewarded for a good day's work in the yard, get your erectile dysfunction handled. What do you think of that U-turn right there? There's something you can do over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go and talk to them because they have all sorts of options for you. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can have you even lasting an hour or more. ED is something that can affect your confidence, and if you're avoiding romantic situations because of this, you don't need to live this way any further when there's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule your consult today at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit, $99. Get your medical consult. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, have a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, the visit's free, so there's nothing to risk. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be feeling yourself the next day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, up in Fort Collins, in the Springs as well, north and central Denver, but a revamped location in Castle Rock worth checking out. New management. Go and check them out and see how that place is working. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Not much time off for the head coach. Time now for our kid question of the week.
My name is Josh, and my question is, what is your favorite city you've been to?
Well, favorite city to visit would be anywhere where I can go see family and friends or my girlfriend out in San Francisco. So it's more so centered around family and friends than it is location.
Makes a lot of sense, Coach. Get back to work during this bye week. Get those Broncos back in the win column. Thanks as always for your time.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Didn't go back to the Bay, by the way. Went back to Philly, where he gets to watch his Phillies every night, grouse, and grind tape, because that's what Vic Fangio really wants to do. Broncos will see him this week. 49 games as the head coach of the Denver Broncos. Andy, 19-30 was the record from 2019 to 2021. 7-9, 5-11, 7-10 before being shown the door so that the Broncos could hire the golden retriever of Nathaniel Hackett for one season before kicking his butt out the door because he was about as good of a football coach as a golden retriever.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of bull.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dude, we got to get to the cut about him getting offered the job back here. I did not hear that answer, and I want to hear it, but man, our guy's coming back into our life. Do we need to get Nick Griffith on the show this week?
We probably should. We should relive.
Because, you get this, you get a little closure, you get a little space.
A hint of nostalgia.
And everybody can tell some stories that maybe they weren't comfortable telling in the moment.
Yeah. A hint of nostalgia that we get for Vic Fangio. Andy, we talked about it with DMac before. Should Vic Fangio have ever been the head coach of the Denver Broncos? God, no. Okay? That said, he wasn't given a quarterback. And he was never suited to the gig. He never was. He is a defensive coordinator to the just through and through, okay? And when I listened to these clips of his press conference this week in Philadelphia, I was just like, that's exactly what Vic Fangio should do. That's what he was in Chicago. That's what he was in San Francisco. Like that's what Vic Fangio is, and that's what he should be. He's defensive Tom Sula, and yet the Broncos, we're just like, here you go, keys to one of the proudest organizations in the sport. And again, at a time where there was no front office presence to speak of, essentially. George Payton came in the last year, but had no time to fix anything, and it didn't go great. It shouldn't surprise anyone.
No, and again, he fell too much into I just want an offense that doesn't screw up how great my defense is playing, and none of us were here to watch that after so long. Here's the deal. John Elway, first off, had a blind spot for guys that really loved football.
Yep.
He talked about it in his very first press conference, and it served him well for a while, because I don't know when Josh McDaniels left, or, I just don't know they had a ton of guys that love football anymore, because I think Josh coached it out of him, because he was miserable to be around and play for, as all the stories told us. And then the same thing happened when he went to the Raiders, and they had to clean up that mess too. So I do think John had a bit of a blind spot for the guy that loved football. I think that's exactly what Fangio was. I also think they were trying to go they did the classic overcorrection of they went with the young first-time coach in VJ, the first-time head coach in VJ, to the old grizzled veteran in Fangio. They still believe defense could get him to the championship, all that stuff. But again, the other failed part of the plot, as we talked about, was the real plan was to have Gary Kubiak come in here, reinstall the classic Broncos Super Bowl West Coast style of offense, get the run game going, let Vic be the guy. I think there probably was a part of I don't know this for sure, but I think you and I got the vibe. Elway thought he had the fallback of Gary Kubiak to be the head coach and run the head coach type duties without having to have all the head coach stress. Let Vic do it. He lives here anyway in his gray sweatsuit. And then Kubiak's as we talked about, couldn't bring his guys and Dennison and Periani, so he never took the job. And then all of a sudden they hired this guy with no real plan as to who the hell is going to run the offense. To the point where, again, it was another head coach hire. And I love John. And I'm not as hard on John and his GM tenureship as certainly DMac is, or even some of your criticisms of it as well. But look, man, this was the worst plan yet. Because then all of a sudden you had to go find we need a West Coast guy because that's really what we want. Here's Scangarello. It was another time where he stuck VJ with McCoy, even though I love Mike McCoy, but Mike McCoy was really good when he had really good quarterbacks, right?
As most coaches are.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But my point is, your plan for the offense was so flawed. And then, we get the stories that Fangio basically hates Scangarello by midseason and is making fun of him on the headset. Who was it, Yahoo that wrote that or whatever? Spring.
That's still one of my favorite Bronco reports.
That he's getting on there. And
the open mocking of the offensive coordinator and his play calling coming from the head coach.
What the mocking was.
It had to have been so good.
The hell play call was that? I hope the mocking came when you called a tight end jet sweep to open your offensive tenure in this thing.
And it speaks to like Vic Fangio, great football coach. If you want to be a head coach, people skills are critical.
Well, and you got to care about both sides of the ball.
You do.
He so did not care about the offense. He just didn't.
I think he cared about it in a way of like, I need to have an offense that I would find challenging to coordinate against. And the entire time that he was here, I think he looked at his offense and he said, this sucks.
Okay, fair enough. But then,
But again, that's on his watch.
But then you went to Pat Shurmur as the second one, okay? And you kept that plan going.
Response to the Scangarello thing.
Because you respect the hell out of him. I think it was just don't screw me offense.
Fangio was asked this week by Philadelphia reporters about Sean Payton reportedly having interest in hiring Fangio back here in Denver as the defensive coordinator when Payton took over a couple of years ago. Here was Fangio's response to that question.
When Sean got there, he tried hiring you or was interested in hiring you.
Why you're like the stir?
I'm curious how much you paid attention to that, or
paid attention to what?
You paid to potentially going back there as coordinator.
I didn't.
You know what? In fairness to Vic, dude, it never made any sense. You and I heard the rumor, and we'd be like, is this really going to be a thing? Why would he come back here?
Also,
it was only like a year later.
The question of, like, did you pay attention to it?
No.
I'm assuming the agent picked up the phone and asked him. I'm assuming, but, like, is Fangio, is he furiously scrolling for Twitter updates from Diana Rossini and Pelissero in the offseason? I don't think he is. I think he's making meatballs in his silk robe with his lady in San Francisco.
Come on now. Why'd you have to do that? He's great. So you say he's got the Ward Cleaver pajamas?
He does. I can
Those
see
little
that.
Thin slippers?
Uh-huh. I can see that.
Walking around in the matching two-piece that's got a robe over it?
Even just he's sitting under, he's got a single lamp over him, the one light. He's reading his newspaper, smoking a pipe, and figuring out how to have a better too-high defense. I think that's what he does with his free time.
High-two defense. High-two?
The too-high. It's
fair enough.
The
high-two just sounds funny to me.
It does.
Like a haiku.
So there you go, everybody. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Shout out to our guy, Vic Fangio. Andy, I enjoyed the Fangio era. I really
I feel like you say that because you're past it.
It's
like a tough time in your life you got through, but you knew made you better. I don't know that we totally enjoyed it.
I don't know about tough time. I got really accustomed to the Broncos doing the dumbest thing you could imagine back
16 points.
The
Nate.
16-point era.
16.
Yeah.
How many times have we declared we'd be out of the 16-point era only for it to show its ugly face again?
Hey, I haven't done it so far this year. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL next. Let's go. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, and we start with the Broncos' upcoming opponent, the Philadelphia Eagles. Spring, they had some drama this week with A.J. Brown. What's happening now?
Yeah, A.J. Brown hasn't had great numbers in 3 of the Eagles' 4 wins. He came off of a 2-catch performance. He was targeted 9 times. And then after the game, after he only had 2 catches, A.J. Brown quoted the New Testament on Twitter. He
heard of it.
He was big mad on social media. Today, A.J. Brown apologized.
First off, I want to start out by saying, obviously, Sunday after the game, I let my frustrations boil over. I didn't speak to the media. I had a chance to correct my frustrations, and I continued to let it boil over. That's on me. I take full accountability on that, posting that. My message on Twitter wasn't directed at anyone in the building. Not my coaches, not my quarterback, my GM, nobody. Like I said, I take full accountability. I have an open communication with all my coaches and with my quarterback as well.
Okay, so, Andy, it wasn't directed at Jalen Hurts or the Eagles.
Allegedly.
I want to read something that I read today in The Athletic. This is by Zach Berman, who's covered the Eagles for a long time, and he writes this. He says, in covering Brown for 4 years, I can tell you he is media savvy. He knows how his words will be interpreted and how his silence will be interpreted. Brown is one of the best receivers in the league. His stated goal this year is to put a stamp on that distinction. And while he had 109 yards in the Week 3 win over the Rams, he has 42 yards in the other 3 games combined. It would make sense if Brown wants better production. It would be better for the offense if that happens too. Look at the second half of Week 3. Again, you are media savvy. You know how posting a cryptic Bible verse is going to land.
About leaving if you're not welcome.
Exactly. People are going to read into it after a 2-catch performance. And now it seems as though A.J. Brown wants to do as much as he can to walk it back, presumably because he would like the quarterback that seemed like he was criticizing to, throw him the ball.
Yeah, well, he came up, admitted his frustration got the best of him. So good. At least he's trying not to blame us for reading into it the wrong way and all that other kind of stuff. But let's be honest, the guy's not enjoying his time there. And look, this is what happens. He's got both rings with the Eagles, right? He was there for both Super Bowl championships.
I don't think he wasn't there.
Or was
he
traded
one.
for after? Okay. Yeah. If that's the case, bottom line is guys get a ring and they feel differently about things. There's one thing when you don't have a ring to be the team guy and maybe not be the star. But he wouldn't be the first guy to decide, I'd like to get my numbers back. I'd like to be the number 1 receiver. I'd like all that to return now that I have a ring.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
So he is a champ.
What situation does that exist in, though?
It's a great point.
Like Stephon Diggs played with Josh freaking Allen.
Right.
And wasn't happy enough.
It's just the receivers. There's some of these guys that this is how they exist. This is how they exist. They just want to be
spotlight addiction.
Yep. Well, and they want the next big fat contract. There's a reason why they call it the diva wide receiver. There's a history of personalities at that position that act that way.
Yeah.
So
no, I think you're right about that. He's a great player. He really is. But what are you doing right now? And why are you willing to blow up the chemistry of the best football situation that you will ever play in?
What were his numbers 2 weeks ago when the Eagles went off? What team?
The Rams was his best game. He had a slow first half, but a good second half.
Yeah, Rams game. He finished with 4. Let's see. Hold on. I was looking at Saquon's numbers, not AJ Brown. 6 catches for $109 and a tutty in that game. Yeah, he was targeted 10 times in that game. He was targeted more against Tampa Bay. I mean, their whole passing game ground down in the second half of that game, and they couldn't do anything.
Look, man, I'll quit mincing words. I'll be straight up about it. The guy that I remember doing this the most in Denver was Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah,
Emmanuel was the ultimate, team guy when Manning was here.
But then later on, here's the difference. Sanders was on a crap team with bad quarterbacks. That's what's so weird about Brown is you guys won the Super Bowl and you're 4-0.
I get it, but remember, it was Emmanuel really wanted the ball, and we heard plenty about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Am I wrong to think it got public? He was
Honestly,
on Trevor all the time. There was the Dolphins game where it felt like Trevor just threw to him every time just to get him to quit saying something.
Andy, but here's the thing: is that's okay. For me, that's okay. I want a receiver to want the ball, to think I'm the best playmaker. I want the ball in my hands. A wide receiver, I believe, has to have that confidence out there. Jamar Chase's frustrations with Jake Browning the other night and getting swallowed by Surtain. I get all that. I would rather my receiver be like that. The crazy part, though, is at least Jamar Chase, not Chase Brown. He was the running back who stunk. Jamar Chase, his team was getting killed, and they couldn't do anything. Again, 4-0, dude.
I get it.
Won 22 of the last 23 games?
Yeah, I get it.
Shut up. My God.
Right. I get it. But guys get tired of blocking and not always catching. It is what it is. This is Philly. Philly exists this way, it feels like, all year. There's always drama. And then what happens?
Mm-hmm.
They turn around to the playoffs, everybody shuts up, and they become tough to play.
Did you just quote Jim Harbaugh here on our show?
It is well, as much as I hate the is what it is, I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah, I might have.
What it is.
It's better than quoting Todd Bertuzzi, who I felt like is the one that brought it into our life.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Okay, well, Shedeur Sanders.
What is he doing?
Kind of did a thing
What
like
is he
AJ Brown
doing?
today. So Dylan Gabriel is going to get the start for the Browns week 5 as the Browns host the Vikings. Joe Flacco has been benched. Let's hear from Flacco in a second. I can't play any Shedeur Sanders audio because when he talked to the media today, he moved his mouth, but no words came out.
He went mute.
Mute, mimed, whatever anyone wants to refer to it as. Let's hear from Flacco. What was his conversation like with Kevin Stefanski after getting benched, and did he see this coming?
I don't think I foresaw it. Listen, I think I said it on Sunday. Anytime you're in this league, I mean, everybody's always getting evaluated, and the job of a quarterback is to help your team win football games. So I don't know if I foresaw it coming. But listen, me and Kevin can have a good conversation. It wasn't like it was anything super long or drawn out like that, but got to the point and had a good conversation with him about it, and it is what it is.
Oh, there it is again.
It is what it is.
There it is again.
And that's what it is.
2 tutties to 6 picks. Browns offense has scored 10, 13, 17, and 16 points, respectively, in 4 games. So Flacco out, Dylan Gabriel in. Let's go back to Shedeur. Andy, you watched the video. I watched it.
Yep.
He's being asked questions, and he is mouthing answers, but making no sound.
I think he was trying to keep it light with the media.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to. I think he does, like his dad. He's smart about his relationship with the media. And his dad doesn't care so much. I think Shedeur does.
This one was not smart.
No, I know, but I think he thought it would come off as, we're having a great laugh and let's all walk off. But he, again, this is where he needs to remember the microscope he's under. It did not come off as funny, and it just seems like you want to say something you're not allowed to say, and that's going to lead to more talk. And unfortunately, I read something else that said his mom fired at Rex Ryan for calling him a cancer for what he said about this is Shedeur's mom, what he said about Shedeur.
What's Rex going to say now?
Exactly. This is see again, don't do these. I'm sure if his dad could talk to him, he'd say, don't do these things the week that this was just said.
This one was it's so easy. It's so easy.
Just no comment and off to the training.
He doesn't even know. Yeah, absolutely not. That would have been just as bad. This one it's real simple. I'm here to be a great teammate to Dylan. Joe's been a wonderful mentor. We're getting ready for whoever the hell the Browns play this week. They're overseas. I know that. And just it's that simple. Who they got? The Vikings, I think.
Yeah.
It's that simple. Just I'm here to be a good teammate, absolutely. And I'm waiting for my opportunity. Like, this is so easy to just stand there and be a supportive teammate. But what Shedeur Sanders did in this moment was he completely reinforced his draft slide. It's not about his talent.
Fair enough.
It's about all of the other stuff, and he proved all of his detractors right. This one was such an unforced error.
Fair enough, but I also think it was also it's a media falsehood to think, why would he be the backup just because Flacco got benched?
Mm-hmm.
Is is Shador and Dillon. Because, again, the backup is kind of there to serve as the guy that chats things out with the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
That's the role.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, I'm not saying Flacco's going to do it. We don't know,
And you're the third stringer. You're in the room. That's
Right.
also your job.
It's fair enough. But again, everyone's going to Shador like, hey, how come you're not the backup? Because, again, this is the organization that didn't really want him.
Yeah.
They've done nothing but say that.
Mm-hmm.
They barely gave him reps. They put him out there. He had a miserable day going. They kept going until finally they couldn't take it anymore. They got replaced. I don't even know if he's ready. But so this is ultimately the story that also caused the slide is that you don't need a backup quarterback, which is clearly how most of the league views him right now, that comes with this kind of ballyhoo and media hype. That's just all there is to it. And so this is, I don't know. You're right. He should have avoided it altogether. If I were him, I probably would have just pulled the old, I'm not here in the locker room. Because, again, you don't technically need to talk to the third guy on the depth chart.
No, you don't.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It would have been real easy to just stay in the training room. You and I saw plenty of guys do it.
Sure.
Maybe wave to him. Who was I? There's always there are a few guys that just give you the wave through the door. I think Ed did that to me one time. Hey, Ed, hey, I'm in here. I'm not coming out there.
So avoidable. Come on, Shador. Come on, dude. Tomorrow morning, every single one of those morning shows.
It will lead all of ESPN. You and I know it.
And they will crush him for it. So if mom's mad now,
just wait.
Don't watch TV tomorrow. Go ahead, Spring.
On countdown.
All right, the Chargers are now 3-1, and they host the Commanders, who are 2-2. And it appears that Jaden Daniels will return from his knee injury after missing the last 2 games. He said today, quote, I feel good out there, and yeah, that's the plan to play. I did listen to some of his press conference. He said, wait till Sunday. We'll have to see you on Sunday. And it sounds like he's going to wear a knee brace on his knee, which he is not too thrilled about. Jim Harbaugh, Chargers head coach, was asked about Jaden Daniels. What do you think of Jaden?
He's a great player. He's at all facets of quarterback play, really good. Dual threat or just great, really good threat.
Really good threat.
A lot of respect for him.
Uh-huh.
All right, now hold on. Can you compare it to the answer?
He's a good
Who was
player.
he asked about last week? Was he asked about
Jackson
Jackson Dart?
Dart.
Can we compare that to the Jackson Dart answer?
Yeah.
He's a good player.
Uh-huh. Good player.
He's a good player.
Yeah, good player. Uh-huh. Jim Harbaugh loves every quarterback in the NFL.
He did not scout any of these guys
Nope.
because he had Herbert.
Nope. Doesn't care.
He probably knows something about Jaden Daniels being in college football all those years, right?
Yes.
And probably a little something. He didn't face Jackson Dart, right? Matter of fact, I'm not even sure he faced Jaden Daniels.
Probably not. No, probably not.
Just great, really good threat.
Really good threat. Dual threat and a really good threat.
You know what's crazy, though? Again, here's another case with Jaden Daniels, and maybe it's not fair, but they were worried about his slight build in the running causing injury. And here we are.
Well, here's another quarterback with injury problems caused by running. Spring?
High five.
All right, the Ravens host the Texans this weekend. Bunch of injuries for Baltimore, and Lamar Jackson has a hamstring injury, but we are unclear on the severity, whether he will play against Houston today. John Harbaugh talking to the media. He was asked if he knows, when exactly did Lamar get hurt? What's the severity? What are the specifics? Here's John.
No, I really don't have any information on that, and I really don't think it matters. It's not really what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about the team and getting ready to practice, and Lamar's working. He's doing a great job. I talked to him yesterday for a long time. He's in here all day today working and in the meetings and different things like that. So, it's just kind of what we do.
But is he on the field?
Yeah.
And does it hurt too much to go on the field?
He is, I believe he's expected to be out about 2 to 3 weeks on this injury, kind of the norm for this sort of injury. They've got a bye in week 7. Houston and the Rams are the next couple of opponents. We talked about this before. Actually, by Vegas's measurements, the Ravens have the second easiest schedule in the NFL the rest of the way. They're going to have to stay afloat for a while until Lamar is back out there. The defense is very, very banged up at the moment. Now, fortunately, Everybody else, it appears as though the Browns and the Bengals are the dregs of the NFL, and they're in their division. And the Steelers are, take whatever you want out of a team with a 42-year-old quarterback. Like, the Ravens should still be able to stay competitive in their division. In the very least, Andy, like, this kind of feels like this is a team that's going to have to come on strong down the stretch and get a wild card maybe when they get healthy at the end of the year, which, I don't know, maybe that's what the Ravens need. Maybe the Ravens need to get knocked down a perch, and maybe the Ravens have to have a postseason where they go into it as not the favorite, and then they can play the nobody believed in us card, and maybe that's the thing that gets the Ravens finally over the hump in the postseason.
How'd that trip to Buffalo go last year?
Yeah, not good.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Maybe a different result this time around. I don't
Maybe
know.
you're just watching your window close. And listen, I'm the guy that picked this team to win the Super Bowl this year, but man, they got some problems defensively.
Yeah, big time. They got to get them fixed.
If they don't get healthy defensively, I don't know.
Again, after the bye, Chicago, Miami, Minnesota, Cleveland, the Jets, the Bengals, the Steelers, the Bengals, the Patriots, the Packers, the Steelers, the schedule the rest of the way. In the very least, the schedule makers set things up for the Ravens. I still think that's a playoff team. I'm not selling on them, although I was a little surprised when I found out that Cooper Rush is their backup quarterback. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, and finally, the now 2-2 Bengals host the 3-1 Lions. It'll be another Jake Browning start today. Zach Taylor was asked if he feels like they need to add competition for Jake Browning.
I don't. I think with every position, we're always assessing. That's Duke's job. That's the personnel department. They do a great job of that, presenting us options when Joe went down of other guys we can bring in the room as well. So we thoroughly exhaust that. I've got a ton of confidence in Jake. I'm unwavering in that. I've seen the best of Jake. I know that we can do a great job supporting him to where he can go win games for us. So I feel extremely confident in Jake Browning.
Dude.
You should
They
be.
presented us the options. Hey, what are the options? Not great.
Andy, like,
you know what I mean?
Quite honestly, if I were a Bengals fan, I would just be like, yeah, keep playing him. Let's lose. Let's draft Reuben Bain. Let's upgrade our defense. Let's suck, and let's just lose the rest of the way. Because the formula of this team is 100% Joe Burrow dependent. Without Joe Burrow, it doesn't stand a chance. We saw it the other night. This is a very poorly constructed team.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many sins Joe Burrow covered up with that group.
There's no doubt. And this team could use a top 5, if not a top 3 pick, because that's how bad they appear to be.
Yeah.
To go and get the best left tackle or another just stellar pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that, man.
Will Mike Brown give
some more
that
talent.
4th overall pick his rookie contract?
That's a great question. I don't know. He hates the guarantees or something like that. Or he'll suggest the guy that has no history of domestic violence may decide to do that one time again. That was great.
Eric Johnson hangs it up. How do we contextualize the great career of EJ here in Denver beyond simply having earned the highest honor that Denver sports has to offer, the Kreckman and Lindahl Drop of the Year Award? We'll talk about that next.
All right, I'll let you listen to the old on the team. Eric Johnson, here he comes.
Denver, we did it.
Congratulations, Eric Johnson. Marvelous NHL career as he has made it official. He is hanging it up as of today. Andy went over 1,000 career games last year when he was in Philadelphia, and yet he got back to Denver and finished up with the Avalanche last season. Unexpectedly cut short. The Game 7 loss to Dallas, obviously, but 37-year-old Eric Johnson still wanted to keep it going. Phone never really rang, and Eric Johnson has decided to hang it up. One of the all-time greats, 1,023 regular season NHL games, 57 playoff games played by the Condor, Eric Johnson, Stanley Cup champion as a member of the Colorado Avalanche. If you look back in the annals, Andy, of team history, games played for the franchise, Eric Johnson, number 8 all-time on that list, 731 games played for the Quebec, Colorado franchise.
One of our favorite guys to talk to.
All-time
Got to talk
great.
to him during, was it right before the playoffs last year? So that was awesome.
Yep.
He is forever a legend. Drop of the year a couple years ago when the Avs won it for the Denver.
Yep. To add as many syllables as he did to the name of our city, it lives on forever. Drop of the year on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
And then, like all of us, after a night of vibing and what did our friend call it from Seattle? Brown Gatorades?
The Brown Gatorade.
After a few Brown Gatorades, he led us all in a rendition of All the Small Things. And I wished you to come out when Blink came in concert to try to do it again. But, yeah, just a legendary player, a fun player, a guy, as you said, that I think he was one of the – look, you feel good when the Avs won the Cup, but then you go to guys like he and Gabe that endured so much in this town that they got to raise that cup, that they got to see the end of this thing. He's a legend here. He will always be one of those Avs legend. But, of course, the topic always comes up. Do you hoist the jersey to the rafters and don't let anybody else wear it?
When they won the Stanley Cup, the captain, Gabriel Landeskog, took the Stanley Cup for its
stroll.
Ceremonious captain stroll. A lot of F-yes and all that good stuff. And then the first handoff of the cup was, and it was no surprise to almost anybody, it was the old man, Eric Johnson.
And Eric Johnson, the old roommates, Landeskog's first roommate, hands it off to the longest-serving member of the Colorado Avalanche. Through the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations, you think maybe it'll never happen. Magical year, a magical moment that you'll remember forever.
What the hell is with the Mario music? Were we playing Mario Kart? I was waiting for the...
Why were they pumping that so loud?
What was that? Good night. Anywho.
Anyway.
Oh, you got some Cuthbert there.
We did get Cuthbert. Thank you for that. At least it was the TSN call. Thank you.
I can't get over that music. That music is so bad.
Shut up! Somebody turn down the John Philip Sousa. What is going on?
Oh my gosh. Anywho. Yeah, about that. All we wanted to do was encapsulate this great moment, and instead we got yakety sax playing in the background, waiting for Benny Hill to show up.
It's like an 8th grade
Like,
marching
who decided
band.
that? You know, we couldn't even. Who decided that music there needed to be the narration of raising Lord Stanley?
And also, why don't we turn it up a few dozen more notches? It's not loud enough.
Yeah.
The people aren't getting enough cornet in their life.
Yeah, I guess it's better than endless F-bombs out of the blues. But still, I don't need Mario Kart blaring as my assistant captain raises the cup.
Anyway.
Or alternate or whatever. My God.
Whatever the A means. Is it assistant or is it alternate?
I don't know.
I think it's alternate.
I think
isn't
you're
it?
probably right.
Why isn't he the assistant? Do we need an alternate? The captain's right there. I guess in the last few years they have needed an alternate, technically. Anyway, we get distracted by things. Eric Johnson, Andy, 731 games played of his 1,023 in the NHL in an Avalanche sweater. A very nice 69 goals scored, 248 points in the career. He finished a plus 23 in 14 years in an Avalanche sweater, served 374 penalty minutes in his time here. Naturally, Andy, we then have to do the obligatory sports radio topic. Should Eric Johnson have his number retired by the Avalanche?
All right, somebody wrote in about this earlier. And let me start with some numbers since you're a numbers guy.
Okay.
Eric Johnson on his Cup team was akin to Adam Foote on theirs. Not the guys that you gave the puck to on the power play, not the guys that you're looking to get a bunch of goals from.
Yeah.
It was almost like a fat guy tutty when you got some goals out of them, right? Not saying they couldn't shoot, but that just wasn't the role. They were there to make sure that nobody got deep, that nobody beat you deep. They were the muscle, they were the intimidation in that blue line area, okay? So I pulled up Adam Foote's numbers. You realize Adam Foote, so for his career, Eric Johnson was a -10. He played on some bad Blues teams. That's how he ended up being the number 1 overall pick of the St. Louis franchises. But as you said,
plus 23 with the Avs.
Much better with the Avs. Do you realize that for his career, Adam Foote was a plus 99 over 1,154 games? 308 total points. Now, he only had 66 goals, but again, the two are not far off, and the roles were similar. 242 assists for Foote. And look, both guys got a chance to play with some outstanding talent, generational talent in this Colorado franchise, okay? Foote, of course, of the Forsberg, Sakic, Hayduk era. You know, Johnson, of course, getting to play. I mean, look, you go back, he got Kadri on that Cup team. Not to mention you had McCarr, you had McKinnon, you had Rantanen. Yeah, it was a wagon. So both guys benefit from playing with some really great players. But there's quite a difference in the old plus minus. And I think Eric Johnson, you always like to say Hall of really good.
Yep.
And I believe he deserves some kind of Avs recognition. Somebody wrote into us earlier saying that he would put it in the ilk of he was Ring of Fame worthy, not retired jersey worthy. And I wish there was some sort of version of the Avs Ring of Fame, because he absolutely would be up there in the very first game of the season. I'm just not there yet with the jersey retirement. Now, maybe somebody will come in through with an argument, lay it out for me, and get me there. But I just think, again, an Adam Foote plus 99 career ranking, man, that's the kind of stuff that gets your jersey retired.
Andy, like many things, the New York Yankees have this figured out. They have Monument Park. They get the monuments, the plaques, and the retired numbers. You know, and like the levels of demarcation. Like you said, Ring of Fame retired number, like the Broncos do it. That's again another great line of demarcation right there. To me, EJ is a Hall of Very Good Avalanche. Third pairing on the Cup team. You know, he you know, and by his own admission, he would tell you he was not, you know, a premier defenseman on that team, but also a critical role player, a great glue guy. He at the time, I think it was he and Charlie Blackmon with the Rockies were like the longest tenured Denver athletes. I think he's a legend. I think it's the old he should never pay for a meal here in this town ever again in his life. Again, Drop of the Year award winner, which honestly is the highest honor. Let's be honest about it. But should the number go to the rafters? I have a hard time being able to make that argument simply based on fan favorite status like Eric Johnson had. You know, to me, the guys that go up there, then the next guys that go up there, and Foote, I believe, was Foote the last one to go up?
I believe.
Yeah, 52? Or was it Hayduk? It was either Foote or Hayduk were the last two to go up.
I think it was Hayduk.
Yeah. But to me, like, 29's going up there.
8's going up there.
8's going up there.
96 was on his way to going up there.
It was.
That's done.
That now enters like weird Carmelo Anthony debate territory.
It does.
92's going up there. I think 7 can play his way up there.
7's got a shot. I am not there with 7 yet.
Okay.
7 would be Ring of Fame caliber.
I agree. Work to do. Very much work to do right now with Taves.
See, again, the problem is,
what if they go win another cup this year?
well, then, yeah, 7's probably going up
That'd
there.
be pretty cool, and it would cement the legacy of a lot of those guys if the Avs can get it done.
All the guys with 2 cups and get to go up there then, okay? I don't have a problem with that.
Right.
Because that's a select list.
Yeah.
Think of how much this team has changed since 22 already. You don't even have the same goalie.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Eric Johnson is, in many ways, like Andy, it is to me. I say this: the Rockies are going to retire Charlie Blackmon's number.
Sure,
they're going to because of the loyalty
he was
thing.
The good soldier.
Yeah,
and that's what they got going for him
exactly.
right now.
Nolan left, and DJ was out, and Trevor was gone, and Charlie was there the whole time. Okay, the loyalty thing is going to happen right there, and he'll be the next one up. And the weird thing about the Avalanche's retired numbers is that Bork skews everything.
I know, but it was an honor to a great player in the league.
Done very early on.
Yeah.
Very early.
Listen, it's the one thing I don't agree with it. I've said it before.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand honoring the man for his career. He was an incredible player. We were lucky to watch him. I don't want to take any of that away.
Part of the great story in Mission 16W and everything else, but like at this moment or in any other moment, are you going to say that Ray Bork is an all-time great Av? No, he's an all-time great Boston Bruin.
Yeah. Look, and what I hate is people get so upset when this is one of those weird things where somehow if you don't bestow whatever the honor is or MVP or whatever, that somehow you're saying the guy sucks.
No.
He's a fantastic Av, and I love him, and I loved watching him, and I appreciate his loyalty, and I love how much he loves the city.
Agreed.
I love a ton about him.
Agreed.
I'm just not ready to bestow the highest honor a team can bestow on you yet. That's all.
I agree. I'm with you on that. Yeah. And again, I know the Bork thing messes it up, but whatever. Let's go by the modern standard of it.
Yeah, the problem is if you come to me with then you should take Ray Bork out, I'd say, okay, take him out. I'll go up and get the jersey for you. Or the banner in this case. You know what I mean?
That would look good in your basement.
I wouldn't mind that banner. That'd be a darn big banner.
It's a big banner. It's a really big banner.
When you get it down, you're like, that is one big banner. You're going to need some vaulted ceilings.
It goes on the ceiling.
That's right. Yeah.
It's just right there.
Yeah.
Boom. That's where that goes.
Covering the windows can be your shade.
Eric Johnson. Okay, let's contextualize this further. Okay, he was here for 48 points, and he was one of the through lines to this team getting back to the top and winning the Stanley Cup. You know, he and McKinnon and Landeskog, they were there for it, and a big part of it was the ascension of McKinnon into what he turned into. Makar showing up, Rantanen turning into the player that he was, Nichushkin being what he was, and Kadri being what he was. It just that team had the secret sauce. That team had it. That team was outstanding. I hope the Avalanche are back to that this upcoming season. I think Eric Johnson was a critical part of it, a great locker room voice, and he is, to me, a franchise legend because of his stay through good, really bad, and then very good again.
And being part of changing the culture.
Yes.
He and Gabe changed the culture. There's no doubt about it. Now, maybe that's enough for some people to put him up there. But for me, I just think we're talking about you have to be one of the true elites that the franchise. And listen, here's the thing about the Avalanche's history. They've got some high bars to meet.
Yeah.
Now, McKinnon and Makar are doing hands down. I mean, Makar, look, when this is all said and done,
those are future Hall of Famers.
Makar might be one of the best to ever do it, period, in the league.
Yeah.
He's already got 2 Norrises.
No, those are
and a Conn Smythe.
Those are future Hall of Famers.
But it sets lofty bars for what you're doing.
Right.
Listen, I would say to the Avs fans out there that maybe you're upset with me, Tom Jackson of the Denver Broncos history, Tom Jackson's not in, he doesn't have a number retired. Demaryius Thomas is not going to have a number retired. He'll be in the Ring of Fame.
Yeah.
We could go on and on with the greats. Champ Bailey, they didn't retire Champ's number, did they?
Nope.
He's in the Ring of Fame.
Nope.
These are great.
They going to retire 58?
I doubt it. Ring of Fame for sure.
Absolutely.
Hall of Fame player, Champ Bailey, Hall of Fame player.
Yep.
But again, to get your number retired, you have to, I think, just be so special to the franchise. It's a high bar to meet, as it should be.
Yep.
That's all.
I agree. Nope.
Now look, Gabe's been the captain and through it all. And frankly, Seeing the last couple years has made me realize how important Gabe is to the inside chemistry. Now, in fairness, McKinnon talked about it today. McKinnon talked about how great it was to have EJ around the locker room and how he makes it fun and he makes a long season easier and all that other kind of stuff. But Gabe, to me, Gabe slam dunks in there. If they decide to do it, I'm not going to come on the radio and rant and rave that it shouldn't have happened. But if you're asking me to make the decision, it's just not quite there yet. That's all.
If they decide to do it, we'll celebrate it.
We will.
We'll have a party
because
with
we
it.
love the guy.
Exactly. It'll be great. And you know what? I'll look at it and I will say it's cool that the organization recognizes his value in that way. Here's the thing. And even if you're an ardent supporter of putting Eric Johnson in the rafters, even you would have to admit it would be a non-traditional jersey retirement, which is normally reserved for the elite of the elite players and producers in franchise history. Eric Johnson was a very good player, an elite personality, a great glue guy, great for the culture, all of those things. He was peak at all of those things, but, third pairing defenseman when they won the Cup.
Look, we have a debate when Nazem Kadri goes and retires. I mean, I would not say put him up there. I know you shake your head, but think about if we're really going to.
If you're going to put Bork up there, maybe you put Nas up
Well,
there.
but here's why I bring that name up. Because how many critical moments did he have to the cup actually getting raised?
Pretty good.
Coming off the bench, scoring the goal in overtime, playing through a broken, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Just because a guy won a trophy doesn't mean you just automatically raise him to the rafters. We're probably the big jerks of everybody.
How many Nuggets from the 23 champs?
See, it's another great question.
Because to me, it's Jokic and Jamal are slam dunks. Is Aaron Gordon getting his number retired?
See, I love Aaron Gordon so much. I'd say yes because he's become Mr. Nugget.
He's Mr. Nugget.
But again, not sure. It's not a slam dunk argument.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here on a Wednesday afternoon. There's so much going on. Bill Schmidt out, Eric Johnson retiring, and the Broncos getting ready to take on the Philadelphia Eagles.
I want to revisit a question from our interview with Nick Kosmider.
Okay, we'll do that when we come back. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. It is open, the October 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. It's going to be open for the next 6 days and 15 hours. So go to roller.bid/altitude to be able to get yourself signed up to bid. Guys, go and just check out the selection on this Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. I'm scanning through this thing, and there is some awesome stuff. I'm looking at this John Deere Gator 4-wheel drive UTV. Current bidding price, $438. Get yourself a Gator UTV. I'm looking at this 2021 Polaris Sportsman 4-wheeler. Oh, heck yeah. That thing's just over $1,000. My goodness. I got another 4-wheeler right here. Current bid, $12.50. Go to roller.bid and get in on this auction. Awesome stuff available. Make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because we give away tickets, including Nuggets Heat tickets for the 5th of November. You want to win them? Sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That gets you on the email list, and that gets you able to check out and bid on items in this October 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Get on it now. We must offer up congratulations to Valor Christian High School's Lauren Becker. She is our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker loves Lauren's passion, and their passion is justice. Make sure you tune in on Friday night at halftime of Mountain Vista and Valor Christian for our next Athlete of the Week here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That will be a Nate Kreckman, Tyler Polumbus affair. Coming up here on Friday night, Mountain Vista and Valor Christian South Metro Conference action as conference play opens up in Colorado high school football this week. It is October. It is getting good. So make sure you are tuned in right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have been jam-packed all day long here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, reacting to the big news of the day. Obviously, story number one, Bill Schmidt out. The Rockies are now in a search for their next general manager. The search has apparently begun, and according to the executive vice president, Walker Monfort, the Rockies will be looking outside the organization. That's right, outside the organization.
How far outside? That's been the question.
Because it is the question, right? Because, like, Dick Monfort has long been, Andy, I would say borderline obsessed with the...
You don't know altitude like I do.
You guys just don't get it. You don't know how hard this is. You don't get our challenges, okay? Oh, we've talked to people outside. They suggest things. Oh, we've tried it all. We've done it all. You don't know.
They suggest we spend money. I don't like it.
Is the next general manager going to get a clean slate to build the team the way that they want, to build the more specifically, Andy, to build the organization the way they want? Because this whole thing has got to get ripped down to the frickin' studs. And it will require resources to fix it. Interesting comments from Patrick Saunders last hour about Dick Monfort may want a cap on organizational spending in baseball. That's a fight he most likely would lose. And I'll tell you why he's going to lose it, Andy. I think that he's going to have a hard time getting his fellow small market owners on board, because teams like Milwaukee and Cleveland and Tampa and Minnesota, sort of your baseball peers, well, they invest in that stuff. That's their edge that they can find is by being good at that part of the job of finding baseball players and developing baseball players. And then when they get to a point where the baseball player is going to want to make a whole lot of money, they flip that baseball player, and then they get new resources, and then they make those multiple baseball players that they acquired better baseball players, and then they will win games and win their division, like the Cleveland Guardians did this year, like the Milwaukee Brewers have done for the last 3 years in a row, like the Tampa Bay Rays have consistently stayed competitive in the most high-dollar division in the entire sport. I just don't think that Dick is going to get his fellow owners on board with that. You have to get in the arms race now, guy. You have to spend on your minor league system. You have to spend on development. Got to do it. Like there's no way around it. And Walker Monfort has to hopefully be on board with that. And we have to hope that he is going to be as progressive as he needs to be. Because let me tell you what, folks, like the reason why I'm not doing cartwheels over this news today is because this is the easy part. Like, firing Bill Schmidt was the no-brainer.
Yeah, well, and frankly, Warren Schaefer should be announced as not coming back either, but maybe he wants to let the new guy make that announcement.
But that's just it, Andy. Like, isn't that going to be one of the very early tells of is the new president of baseball ops / general manager, does that guy have autonomy? If he gets to do an actual honest-to-God managerial search and, hire somebody that knows what the hell they're doing. Bob Melvin needs a gig. Pretty good manager.
Yeah.
Knows what the hell he's doing. If he is allowed to go outside the organization and pursue whomever he wants, that isn't just handing it to Warren Schaefer, that's going to be a really big tell. And I'm not saying that Warren Schaefer, maybe the next guy gets in here and interviews him and Warren Schaefer knocks his socks off. It's really possible. I'll tell you this, Andy, that the people that I know in the industry that have known Schaefer for a long time say he's an impressive dude. I don't think he had any chance to be able to win this season in Colorado because I don't think anybody would have. but maybe he just wows them. But if it's simply just a rubber stamp, oh, Warren Schaefer's the guy, that'll be a very foreboding sign for the future.
May not be fair. I just think that is a tough sell to the fans.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I agree.
think every fan that pays money to go watch that and that team to root for the Rockies doesn't want anything left over from what this has been.
Sure.
And again, you may be right. Warren Schaefer may be the guy that you look down and all of a sudden he's the Sean McVay and, man, why didn't we keep him? Like probably Washington asked a few times and all that. But I just feel like the fan base wants to see that, yes, this is completely different and none of the – because, again, this has just been so bad. It's just been so bad.
Yeah,
it's
but
been
also,
historically bad. We've learned more about the Cleveland Spiders than any of us ever meant to this year.
And yet still 15th in attendance, so I don't think they're going to do anything based on what the fans think.
No.
Well,
it's fine your fans aren't showing up. They made the statement that I'd like to see our fans actually be here again. There's a way you do that.
Go back to your Bronco question. What do you got for me?
Do they have a dang Joker? Are we ever going to see the Joker that is
God dang Joker.
That is Evan Ingram? I mean, seriously. You know what? And we have a longer discussion tomorrow, but let's set the table today.
Yeah.
Quarter mark of the season.
Uh-huh.
How we rating this free agent class all of a sudden? We were all excited about it. I'm raising my hand.
I mean, 1 out of 3 is a failing grade, right?
Yeah. I've had plenty of those. I've got 1 out of 3 on the test before.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's
I'm just saying. You got one guy who we feared if he could be healthy. Well, he's not healthy.
Right.
And even look, Sean himself declared, I've got my Joker. Well, why isn't he getting the ball? And now we find out Nick's explaining, and I'm not knocking Nick at all. Nick's got the only explanation any of us can have, but they're more comfortable with Troutman in the run blocking deal. Well, then is that really the Joker? The Joker, I thought, just caught passes.
Do you realize Ingram's actually 4th on the team in targets? I would have guessed he was lower.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years.
Now, it's very skewed because here's the target count. Sutton and Franklin, 27 apiece. By the way, both with 27, both with 18 catches. Mims, 16 targets, 12 catches on 16 targets. A lot of the Mims stuff is short, easy stuff. Ingram, 8 catches on 13 targets. I guess it makes sense.
Give me one memorable catch he's had.
Evan Ingram?
Yeah. And I bring it up because, like, the Sutton catch for the touchdown, great throw by Bo. Great. By the way, Sutton put a funny story on his Instagram. He showed his catch when he hit the ground, and he showed this old guy falling off a bunch of milk crates and doing the same thing, and he couldn't breathe. I think that's Cortland's way of saying, yeah, that's how I felt after that.
Yeah, he hit the ground pretty hard on that one.
He did not feel. But again, a memorable catch from Cortland, right? The Troy Franklin catch against Indy. Memorable. I've not had really a memorable Evan Ingram moment.
The 8 catches have accumulated 62 yards. His long reception on the year is 12. I think he had a first down catch against Tennessee.
Cool. You know what his memorable catch was?
Cool,
Preseason from Stiddy, where he caught that thing and ran down the sideline.
That was it.
If I could get one of those in a regular season game, I'd be cool.
Uh-huh. That was the play. That's going to do it for Kreckman and Lindahl this afternoon. I had fun today. Patrick Saunders was with us. He was terrific. Nick Kosmider was on the show. He was informative and entertaining as always. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to talking with you then. The Blitz with Berto and Spring is coming up next, I think. And then we've got Avs.
Berto was in there somewhere. We got Avs.
There he is. Then we got Avs Nights at 7 o'clock. Okay. See, I got it right-ish. I eventually found my way there.
We all got there.
Yeah.
We all got there.
That's all that matters. You know what? Andy? Show started at 3. It ended at 6. We'll do it again.